Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Hello there, and welcome to the third and final day of the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt, and we're ready for our last day. We're ready to crown a winner in the EMEA region. How are you feeling, gentlemen?
I mean, it might be 40 degrees Fahrenheit in my house. My roommates don't believe in using the AC at all. So I am dying. Outside of that, I'm hoping things heat up. Zoe.
I swear that's the same jacket that Mitch wore the other day.
2 days ago. This is the one
I was like, am I going crazy? I was like, am I just reliving the same day over and over? But no, I'm not.
A lot of my wardrobe, Matt, I don't know if you realize this, is just the shirts. The problem is, if I just wear a shirt right now, you're going to get more than you bargained for. I'm not just going to wear a shirt right now.
It's grand finals day. That's what you got to do.
Move, man. You got to get up and move. You know, I've already ran my 5K this morning because I'm ready for the action. Right, a good warm up. If you guys in chat want to warm up as well, I highly suggest to do the physical labor of connecting your Twitch account to your FACEIT account, and then you can earn drops throughout the entirety of today's stream. His last opportunity, we had like, what was it? 500,000 drops, probably not that much. 50,000 drops, I don't know. There was a lot. And some
There's so many drops
in there. There was a lot of drops, and you can get some really cool stuff for it, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get teed up for the FACEIT store because I've actually been there and checked it out. But you can get like in and out of game content, right? Also a literal laptop. So well worth checking it out there. It provides great incentive to compete on the FACEIT ladder because that's also where you earn those FACEIT points. Sign-ups, of course, end of January. So make sure you get on top of that. For any skill level, it works around your schedule as well. Play the way you want to play. FACEIT.
Anybody can play. I mean, anybody can sign up. That was a great wish.
Literally anybody.
Like there.
Costa signed up this season. Jacob,
did he?
Like anybody can do it.
Yeah, Gilbert's Nightmare, dude.
Oh yeah, true.
True,
Gilbert's Nightmare.
Yeah. Well, they didn't make a splash, you know, but that's okay. You don't have to make a splash. You just have to make, I don't know, you just have a good time with your friends, right? Because you're again playing your skill bracket. Speaking of brackets, let's take a look at our skill bracket, which features the cream of the crop. The top of the crop, the cream of the... I don't know. I should really not be using...
The cream always rises to the top, like Macho Man Randy Savage said.
I don't know. I'm questioning myself at this point. Either way, let's talk about this bracket. Upper EMEA bracket, as you can see it on your very screens. Vision Esports surprised many people. I don't think we had them on our radar. Of course, they're featuring two very well-known players in Duncan and Top Dragon, but the Saudi part of the team was fairly unknown in our region. I know they played a lot in the Saudi E-League, but man, are they putting in the work. They are looking good, and they earned their spot in the grand final. Now, Areas as well as VP are trying to get back up there into the upper bracket after both taking an L, in fact, to Vision Esports. So one of the teams will get their revenge, but first they have to take on one another.
I don't know what to expect about this, honestly, because, you know, if you ask Vision, Matt, they were like, yeah, we're playing VP in the final. Also, by the way, one map winner's advantage for Vision. Let's remember that later on today. It's the best of 7, but they start with one map. But yeah, I think VP should be really favored. I don't think Areas are the least... They've had the least diverse offering, I think, of compositions over the course of this tournament, right? They are just extremely Malga-pilled.
Yeah, and I think VP, when we spoke to them yesterday, they clearly kind of understand where they went wrong, potentially against, Vision Esports. So I expect if we see that matchup for them to make some changes. They looked much better yesterday than they did in that match. But Eris, we'll see what they can bring to the table, right? Really rough loss yesterday. We'll see if they can bounce back.
And they tried to make some adaptations in the match yesterday. I think a short stint on Winston was happening as well. They did also try to implement that Lucio, Alba making that switch. But overall, it was just like throwing the sink at the wall. It really didn't work out for them. So while they are heavily focused on those Maga composition, the squad you're seeing on your screen right now, VP, they're straying away as much as they can from Maga. Rajara said in the interview yesterday, anything but Maga, hates the hero, does not want to play it. But honestly, even though they had the slower start in some of their matches, like, they're looking really, really versatile. They're looking really, really good. We know they have that depth in their hero pool.
Yeah, they do, and I think when Rajaro is actually able to explore that by being, able to just sort of counter pick at tank, he looks way better. The problem for Virtus Pro, if you remember against Vision Esports, is that Amdip just kept switching tanks every time off spawn, and we eventually saw Rajaro get sick of doing that. It is a little bit, I think sometimes it does get pretty excessive now because a lot of the tanks have very defined answers to one another. But Rajaro yesterday looked like he was switching a little bit more freely, and also the backline was way more like broad spectrum. I was like it was good general purpose backline to Lucio Kiriko, especially because not every tank sets up a comp where Juno can shine in.
Right. But looking at our Preds here, I would assume we're all going for VP. They should be considered the favorite to win it all. Then again, we've also said that about their match against Vision Esports. So, what do we know, really? Always depends on the form. I think if you're being realistic and looking at the matches they had so far, you have to give this to VP, although I do think that Ares played really well. That said, they run through the upper bracket. It's not like they faced the toughest opposition. No shade to, I believe it was EXO and Team Peps, but like they haven't really been pushed and tested so far. Yeah, rough. Well, but to be expected, VP, I mean, they're the top squad. You know what you're going to get from VP.
Yeah, I mean, the favorites coming in.
Yeah, sorry, Mal. I just don't think the Malga comp is even necessarily the best comp right now. I think that is kind of the issue. So I'd like to see something a bit different from Ares today, or more depth.
Yeah, and I think the support line change for VP is huge, right? I know Brig and Juno don't seem to be as necessary the entire time within the meta EU. I mean, I feel like you could have just copied and pasted the map set for all of EMEA to this exact one, and we would have been totally fine. It's VP map pick. They'll take Oasis here. Ares picked Midtown the other day. Notice that is not in here for this set. They also, I believe, if I remember correctly, they didn't look really great on Midtown either. They kind of got off to a really slow start. So we'll see with these comps right away how things kind of pan out. Like you mentioned, Ares kind of playing that Maga the entire time. No Hazard just yet for NA and EMEA. I saw some stuff from APAC where Hazard seems to get some play with a lot of different comps. So that'll be exciting once we kind of get back into the swing of things next year.
Yeah, I mean, looks like his mantling ability makes him really quite mobile with the low cooldown on the jump. However, we've got less mobile tanks here on offer, and as expected, it's going to be Ares coming out with this Malga-based composition that they've really liked to stick to. Virtus Pro, I like the variation here. This might just be a stage-specific idea, but Kanale walks out, not on the Kiriko, but on the Baptiste.
Yeah, I mean, the BAP is really good to obviously kind of protect that Sojourn, right? If the Genji of Saki gets really aggressive, goes on in. Also, you can put down a ton of damage with the Baptiste as well. You're going to be walking into a lot of fire at range. You see Rek goes in deep, and he's already getting chunked down.
Yeah, that cardiac overdrive has already been used, by the way, so Rek needs to get out here, and this is a bit of a tempo loss for Ares, not being able to use their tank effectively here at the start of the fight, and as a result, well, they're down to 31 HP. Soggy and Gucci lucky to be alive, and surely you chase this down if you're Virtus Pro. Ares have done very well disengaging, but unfortunately, they'd have to get inside spawn to be truly safe here.
Yeah, and also, when you have the Brig in this kind of shell there for Ares, it's not exactly a situation where the Brig wants to brawl out, right? The Brig doesn't exactly want to brawl out with Zarya Reaper on the other side, right? So it's a little bit harder to get value out of the Inspire, the kind of constant passive healing that I know Alba and Brig could create. Is see Rajaro just pushes right into the choke. Doesn't really matter, right? He's got his bubbles. He's to be able to just kind of take that space and then also build up charge. And I mean, Rek just gets deleted before he can barely get out of the choke.
I just want to point out a big difference here, Matt, is that Sauna is not flanking. He's playing Reaper, he's not flanking. He's actually walking into the front line and getting bubbles from Rajaro. Now, Ares have to shoot the bubbles. They need to force a Wraith walk out of the Reaper, so they are giving a lot of charge to Rajaro here and their frontline Reaper call.
Well, it's a bit like how we've seen teams kind of play this Zarya shell with Genji, right? Where Genji kind of gets the bubbles, able to go in quite aggressively. This time, though, it's just like the Reaper challenging the front line constantly. It's actually a TP on in. A big shot there as Gucci gets low.
Yeah, but Sauna was waiting around the corner for Gucci to commit with that overclock. Hits him twice with the Hellfires and takes the Sojourn down to 50 HP. So even though Gucci is currently, in overclock, he can't really get value out of it. He actually has to turn tail and run.
Yeah, it's also an amp matrix that gets used by Canale, right? So a lot of scary things you don't want to just run into. That's going to be a grab there, kind of splits up the team. Shockwave also with the overclock just firing into the grab, but doesn't even need to use it here at the moment. It's actually the Juno ult invested here as well from Ares, so gonna get no value out of that orbital ray.
And with 100 charge, Zaya almost does as much damage as Malga does. So Rajaro was able to push Rek back there at the start of that fight and obviously be able to play off that Graviton surge. Shockwave is actually using an off-tempo overclock here just to try and prevent any chance of a stall by Soggy, but they still get there. The Reaper touches. We're at 99-0 here in Ares now have a rally to try and push in onto the point. VP will hold this sound barrier in reserve now until it's actually needed, but the Malga just disintegrates there. Not much that can be done. Sauna, by the way, it's just standing out in the open, demanding attention.
Yeah, don't even need the beat here, just celebratory towards the end. Where, you mentioned you have that Reaper in the front line. You see where they're trying to get Rek into position, right? To go like into the back line, land those stomps. But between the Reaper damage and like Baptiste back there, he's putting down no damage really with the stomp, right? You're able to use either the immortality field or just the regenerative burst, right? Burst gets a little bit of a buff here in this previous patch. And keep everybody alive. Namaga is a non-factor, so we'll see Ares now change up in terms of support line. I think that's a good decision, right? You're not getting much value out of the orbital rate or rally.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just to try and ward off interlopers like Reaper and such. The Lucio, not a terrible pick here. So big comp change here for Ares. Still though, so they want to play a Malga comp with a Lucio Kiriko core, whereas Virtus Pro this time have moved Sauna over to the Genji. Just a bit more verticality on this map. So a little bit more applicable. Also being able to play that little window up there that Sauna just came down from is pretty handy. Being able to do so without having to use a mobility cooldown is important. Good early damage here though from Sauna. Gucci in no position actually to start flanking it, and Alba, I mean, might be in deep trouble.
Yeah, you want to have this Genji in to kind of control this high ground area that you see Sauna is right now, and just now you have Shockwave in this spot, right? Ares has to drop down to the low ground. They want to kind of continue the fight after they get Gala, but you give up high ground to the Sojourn on the other side. Shockwave at least gets one.
Sauna leaves Alba alive at like 10 HP, by the way. They come back with a vengeance and end up getting rid of Shockwave, but it was a relatively scrappy fight. Virtus Pro still able to win it out here. And again, we saw the Malga pressure down so much at the start of that fight, and there's not a whole lot that Ares can do to sort of keep him topped. They have a Suzu, but their throughput of healing, just the rate of healing, isn't that high.
They get Gala at the start, right? But you can't deal with Canale at all. Get some, BM in the chat there is Shockwave.
I believe that is because someone is 0, 0, and 7. Yeah, and that is why. That is brutal stuff. Here's a grab as well. This is deadly. The Katsuna Rush is used here by Ares, but they got no ability to springboard off of that haste buff, and they're caught inside the grab, and that's another fight over.
It's just telling, right? When you know the Kitsune Rush is coming down, you know that they're all going to run through it. Like, it's not, there's no way you're going to get value otherwise. So it sets up perfectly for that grab. They just dump it in as soon as they see the rush. Dude,
okay.
Chaba comes off spawn, just gets killed by Shockwave as this has gone from bad to worse here for Ares.
Yeah, this is the difference between these two teams right now. We saw something similar on the first round, if we're honest, the push up into the spawn of Ares. Virtus Pro now can start to generate a lot of these ultimates and probably won't be forced to part with them if they can keep this sort of spawn camp or this stagger-esque gameplay going. Gucci's able to get the Mega here. Didn't actually need it so much as stealing it away from Virtus Pro seemed important at the time. It's going to be a sound barrier now for Ares coming in, but Rek is already quite low. And that's a very early Wraith Walk there for Soggy, who's just chased down by Shockwave. You know, he's got a guaranteed kill as soon as a Reaper pops out of that ability. Now Ares are stranded on this high ground.
It was an early beat as well, as that's a nice bubble there from Rajaro to kind of save Shockwave through the pulse bomb that comes in from Gucci, as Gucci does find Sauna, but the beat was really early because he had a few players dangerously low. There was no way to heal them up, as it's going to be final fight.
There was that duel one out there by Gucci, narrowly able to beat Sauna, so Virtus Pro a little bit slow here, but still able to play with both of their support ultimates. Crucially, that sound barrier here up for Gala. Big damage taken by Rajaro, but he's getting charged up, and Gala wants to put Rajaro in a position to use this damage, even low health, so it's a sound barrier to get him there. And Matrix as well, just a little bit of sprinkling over the top for Canale. Not opting to even take the high ground here, as this has been an absolute stop. Virtus Pro take away the first map of this series pretty rapidly.
Yes, it just a dominant performance there from VP is They really got nothing going on the air side. You see there towards the end just how like the Maga just charges on in, and even without an ambush, he just gets deleted. I know because you're charging into like what, Baptiste, Lucio, right? The immortality field's there, the bubbles are there to protect the supports, and then all of a sudden Rajaro is extremely charged up, just putting damage in your back. You know, well, the thing here that's difficult, right, is, you know, Eris just wants to play these Maga comps. It's at least what we've seen, you know, throughout this event so far. You might not be able to do that, especially with like this kind of Juno Brig backline. So like, can they even make this work, right, with like a Lucio Kiri? It seems like there's a lot of other variations that went out.
And there's like a whole question about what is to be done about this Zarya comp, because it's pretty effective against Junker Queen, given the bubbles can cleanse so much of this stuff off. And I think it was Peps that tried to play Reinhardt against it, which, like, in theory is supposed to be pretty good. Crocs was not able to really change the tempo of the game by bringing that Reinhardt in either. So, you know, I don't think we're going to see a hard counter to that from Aries here. They just need to find a comp that's going to give them at least a bit of an edge. Here on King's Row, I mean, the same approach from Virtus Pro is going to be valid. They can play the Diva, they can play the Zarya. Both of those tanks, while being very, very different, are a little bit off the wall, a little bit off meta, so to speak, but very strong in Rajaro's hands. And we've already seen them find success with those picks on this exact map.
It would be really tough to imagine a path to victory almost with theirs kind of playing this Maga, but at least we'll see it at the start. They'll play, and they're going to play with the Juno Brig backline, right? So this is kind of what got them to this point, right? You know, a loser bracket final, a chance to make it to the grand finals. It seems like they don't want to move off of it. The VP seems very comfortable playing against this composition now.
Yeah, this Brig and this Juno composition. Did see in that first round, it was Aries switching off of it there, but they probably valued the mobility, I think, of the Lucio Kiriko look. But this has very much been the way they've gone about things. Gucci looked great on Tracer in that previous round. So we're on the Genji here. So we've even seen Virtus Pro attempt Pharah, but only against teams that were playing like, you know, May, Reaper looks, the real close-up stuff. Sauna here, opting for their flexibility of Genji, but already Soggy very, very low, playing right on top of Rek here and benefiting from that cardiac overdrive to keep him alive and give him the ability to push up and take Rajaro out.
Yeah, but Rek is extremely low. You also have Soggy very low as well, as they have to keep Rek alive. Looks like it's, you know, big healing there as kills just being kind of exchanged on both sides, but the healing here just for Eris just falling a little bit low. You see how far Rek is backing up, just trying to live.
Yeah, Sordo was hoping to drive a wedge, I think, between the Malga and the rest of their team, but the reinforcements were on the way from Aries, so they'll start to set up through this choke. I mean, Canale almost just 1v1 Gucci earlier on here, so you can see how confident Virtus Pro are feeling. Bubbles required there, very much so, for Rajaro to get out of that situation alive, but Canale is a pretty safe perch to keep this Zarya topped up, and an immortality field lying in reserve. So much damage available now, and Sordo's able to go forward. Chaba isn't even going to bother trying to peel this Genji off them. They've just got to try and avoid them, try and stay away, but that puts them out of the fight, Matt. And that's the first point already taken by VP.
Sauna has caused so much chaos, right? Able to get to the high ground, right? That's probably why you go with the Genji instead of the Reaper here. You don't exactly want to take that, you know, fight head on. You want to get some of that high ground control here for VP. And he gets that high ground control. First, they split off Rek, which allows the rest of the team to get in towards the point. And then this time, though, you isolate both supports and not able to get anything going there. As VP, they take that first checkpoint, they get the payload moving. So look at this. It seems like they want to go quite aggressive here for Aries.
Yeah, Rek was just cancel that charge up on the corner, but was hoping maybe to connect. Go for a bit of a stomp here. You've got to go now. You've got to get past the Ant Matrix, and Rek does get ahead of it. Here comes an orbital ray coming down from Chaba, but the Graviton Surge is thrown out by Rajaro. The damage that was there for Aries. Blade for Sauna. 2 taken down, and Rek is going to try and desperately pull himself off the card. But he's expecting to get taken down. And eventually, he will step up and opt to stall things out, as opposed to running away and healing up.
Somehow, like, Canale just kind of works his way through the orbital ray, jumps up to the high ground. We are on is with POV, and Rajaro gets the grab out at the final seconds, and then it's Sauna with the blade, Shockwave with the overclock. Finish things off as the payload will continue to move here towards that second checkpoint. It looked like that maybe Aries was going to make some changes, but they decided not to. They decided to stick with this backline even after just dumping in all their ults here, and that was Sauna again in the backline.
Deflect popped up here by Sauna as Gucci now has that overclock. Rajaro getting
That's
caught
huge.
inside the disruptor shot, less than ideal. What an important inflection point here in this defense for Arius, a chance to stabilize. They did the hard work in the previous fight, Matt, by forcing Virtus.pro to basically pop everything. And now they're able to come back with a couple of leftover ultimates and look to stabilize. Why is Rajaro mad? Did they get teabagged?
Maybe we unfortunately missed it if he did. That was a must-win fight for Arius, right? It felt like they, after map 1, they need some type of momentum even after how this map started. And you see just though, even Rajaro coming right off the spawn, how charged up he is. That's going to be the cage fight. It looks like they catch the Zarya out.
Yeah, they were still able to get an immortality filled in there with Virtus.pro, but it just wasn't nearly enough. I don't think Canale was inside there to be healing up Rajaro as the fight went on. So Virtus.pro here, without their tank, again, an attempt to try and get the card over, maybe sneak it out there, expecting Arius getting caught up. But this is good. Arius now finally string a couple of defensive holds together. Let's listen in and hear how the vibes are in the comms.
That's fine.
They're 5.
Everything but the Reaper. No Reaper. No Reaper.
I'm not here, I'm very far.
No, let's okay. I don't think this side. This is pushing.
I'm not here, I'm here.
Yeah, bait him in. Oh wait, you might know I'm here. Let's go, Juno. It's in and back one, really.
Yeah, I'm 97.
Ready?
Whoa, I didn't go.
Go.
Fuck.
This bubble.
On me. Oh, down.
Back.
Sorry.
Back on.
Sorry.
I'm gonna
trade in.
Wait.
I'm with you.
Reaper 1. Lure 1.
They use
Right,
any
fine,
else.
okay.
I used window.
They beat
I have
grab.
everything else.
Beat grab. Yeah, DPS.
Soy as well.
Alright, we can't push then.
Wait, Gucci, can you take high ground behind them?
Yeah,
Like,
we have to look for a flank play.
Okay.
The VP pretty accurately tracking that Graviton Surge and Sound Barrier are going to be fixtures of the next fight for Virtus.pro. Nicely done. That could have gone wrong for Soggy, Matt, as someone VP'd into his face with the shield up here, but it looks like VP aren't going to waste any time and going for yet another engagement. The high ground is where they're going. They've already denied Soggy that little purge, but the stomp is good to knock Shockwave to the ground. A lot of damage coming in, even with the Sound Barrier, and Gucci's able to get his opposite number. Sauna stunned up briefly by that rally bash, and Arius have found another level to go to defensively.
You're quite huge there, right? That's going to be the sound barrier invested there for Gala and VP. They use that to keep Shockwave alive as he comes over from the high ground. As VP looked like they were going to be able to try and catch them off guard, right? Speed boost out of the high ground, overclock. See if he gets one. You have the immortality field. You have sound barrier, but the rally is massive there. For Arius on the other side as Alba uses the rally. Nice stump there from Rek, keeping everybody up.
And that was a sound barrier fight that Arius are able to win out. That is a big deal. They only have to commit their rally, really, plus that overclock from Gucci to get it done. So this is good trading of ultimates here for the defenders. Now, though, Graviton Surge, Death Blossom are online. A little bit scary prospects here as Gucci and Alba both get caught inside that grab. That's a quick 2-pick here for Rajaro. And this has to, surely, get Virtus.pro to the last phase of the map.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you just have Rek alive. He'll end up falling. It just depends on whose hands. So I like the decision there for VP, right? They speed boost, they get around the corner. As soon as they see players, they just grab, right? Just get the player advantage. Rajaro gets in between the grab with the bubble, right, to block some of the line of sight if anybody's trying to, get some healing down. And just a really nice setup there for VP. Going aggressively. They tried to do that the last time, right, from the high ground. It just didn't exactly work out. That time it does. And now you have Sauna lurking up here on the high ground on the Reaper. Looks like he's going to get spotted out by Soggy, though.
Shockwave wants to help, though. Soggy, or rather, sort of control that high ground, but this cage fight means he can't shoot through it, so he's now going to back away instead. Canale had to use the immortality field, but Rek does not get anything for that Malga ultimate. And now Sauna's going to push up with a bubble. Here's the Death Blossom. Rek goes very low, tries to stop to interrupt it, but I think there was yet another bubble on Sauna. Well, the first one wasn't popped. Either way, no chance to stop the Reaper, and Sauna is not going to leave this high ground unless it's to dive down the throats of Arius.
It looks like it was both bubbles used there from Rajaro on Sauna, right? He's using the Death Blossom, need to keep him alive inside that close quarter area. There's almost no better player to use it on now. And look at this Shockwave up on the high ground here with this overclock. That's going to be Orbital Array used here by Aris, so they're going to try and use this to get out of their spawn.
Oh, he knows! Shockwave knows! Soggy's going to TP behind him. He's so aware. He deals with the Reaper, but the rest of the fight doesn't go nearly so well for VP, and it's probably got a lot to do with Chaba not only getting an orbital ray down, but realizing they should just hide behind the pillar to not die to Shockwave.
They also deal with Sauna straight away, right? Sauna is kind of like in that little cubby where you would bring the payload in. There's like that U-shaped double door where he's in that position. It's a really strong position, especially if you're Reaper. And with that orbital array, they push in, they get him out of there straight away. Now some last second desperation swaps here for VP. You'll have a Widowmaker here for Shockwave. It'll be overclock here for Gucci, just trying to get a kill to seal the deal.
Desperately, but Canale's able to swift step out of the way. Still good stuff here for Arius. The Hell Virtus Pro at bay for the time being, but there's a graph now up for Rajaro. Shockwave on the Widow. Big hit on Gucci, gonna force him out of LOS, and Canale might be able to chase this one for a kill. But they don't touch the card. Sauna can't get there for whatever reason. I find, honestly, with a graph that I feel like Virtus Pro were pretty favored in.
They had somebody on it for a period of time, and then I think it looked like somebody got off because they obviously trigger OT. It looked like the arrow was actually moving a little bit deeper, you know, towards the end of the map, but it looked like somebody got off of it for a second. Maybe you're trying to like go out, get a health pack, think somebody else is going to come over and touch, but it doesn't exactly happen.
It could have been a stomp from Rek that made it hard for Sauna to touch. That was a Genji on the card here for Virtus Pro. Either way, we kind of talked about it. We mentioned that there was an inflection point there on the defense side for Arius where all of a sudden they started trading really well, like their ultimates into a lot of these fights. You had to win like a lot of, I think there's like one fight where they forced VP to commit like the sound barrier. I'm pretty sure Rajaro ultimates there as well. Sauna goes for a blade. And Arius actually able to stop them with only like a rally and maybe, you know, an overclock of their own. So let's sit back and listen into Arius and see what the plan is now after that pretty solid defense.
Here.
No,
here.
it doesn't refresh pool.
Come here.
Oh.
Oh. Gucci.
I don't know how this game works, I'm sorry.
Don't show.
Okay,
I don't have grapple. I don't have grapple, bro.
Lucio is there.
Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I have it now. Go. I fucked up my grapple. Yo! Where's my phone?
You're a solid.
How are we gonna do?
Actually, I'll play Pharaoh. There's Zara.
Okay.
No side. I'll fight on. One bubble.
Yeah, speed.
Go. Sorry.
Lucio can shoot the pride.
So, give me. Go ping down. Zara fighting. Oh, we can't push. You can't push.
I was out.
Fuck.
Lucio me.
Where's Marco?
But this way,
Yeah, that's right. So there. Push
Poke down guy.
Get
Switch one. No side. This one.
I'm with you, Sogi. I'm with you.
Get top.
Reloading.
Get
You.
Just came up.
Yeah, I'm shooting Zarya.
Lucio. Push out.
Lucio.
Lucio one.
I'm sorry.
Lucio one.
Sorry, I have.
Lucio one.
Well, that's an important kill one out there by Gala. Gucci taken down inside the hotel, and Arius, Matt, look a little light-hearted at the start of the round, but I reckon they're going to be focusing up a little bit after that fight kind of falls apart after only one tick is taken.
What do you think about the Pharah pick here? Not going with like a Genji or a Reaper in this type of situation. Yeah, it feels like very like all in, right? Like, yeah, it feels like you either need to get that Pharah in a position to put down some serious damage, you know, manufacture some picks, or you're in a lot of trouble.
I think it's terrible against the Baptiste, Matt. It's against Baptiste Sojourn. Like, you are crazy if you think this is going to work. You are really taking some risks here. And you're also assuming that Canale and Shockwave aren't going to be able to shoot you in the face. I have bad news for you. They are going to do that with regularity.
Also, like the Reaper and the Genji help the Mog out a decent amount as well, right? Getting into the fray with them, you know, causing a little bit of chaos. You know, maybe you finish off those targets a little bit faster. Pharah definitely plays a little bit more like a flanker now than like in the past, but still some of that front-loaded, you know, easy damage from like a Reaper or a Genji is probably preferable.
And Matt, you want longer fights with your Pharah, right? To get that value. That's exactly what Rajaro wants as well. He wants a couple of cycles of bubble cooldowns to really build up that power. Arius comes in here with an orbital ray. Soggy, going to stand right in the middle of that. I mean, you can't go wrong. Still, Kanar's able to pick them up and ends up being a 2-for-1 trade favoring VP. That's because of the sound barrier. Sauna, after the fact, gets to go for the blade, and I love that. The immortality field actually gets thrown at the location of Sauna's next target. So when he dives into it against Rek, he's guaranteed to survive.
They use just a ton of stuff to get rid of Rajaro, and even then, still end up losing the fight, right? I mean, that's your barrage. You end up using Orbital Ray there, and it is the Sound Barrier grab plus a blade in response. But now that Soggy is switched off of the far, right? You're even here in terms of like damage deal or ultimates.
All right, Doggy now heads upstairs instantly. Shockwave more than ready to receive him. Sorta also doing much the same on the other side of things. Switch off the Farah here for Arius, probably well advised, but might have come a little bit late in the day. Bubble, that's the first one, getting used over to Kinale, or Gala rather, to keep them alive. Eventually they drop, but Shockwave getting his value elsewhere. That's 2 already with the overclock. And Canale's good for this kind of fight. He can win those. Gucci's forced back down with 82 health, and Rajaro is waiting for him with open arms and 100 charge.
I mean, he can definitely win them when he has the immortality field plus a barrier from the Zarya, right? As you see up on the high ground, Shockwave and Canale just raining down bullets on the wreck. He's got to run away. There's nobody there to be able to heal him up. So you're going to have an Orbital Ray in this fight. Rajaro coming back on the Diva just to get back in the action.
Winnable for Arius. They're in a decent spot ult-wise here. They need to get this Orbital Ray off pretty quickly. And now Virtus Pro are going to have to figure this out. Rajaro back on. Oh my goodness, that's not ideal at all. Chaba taken down. Unclear whether he's inside the Orbital Ray here because Shockwave doesn't one-shot him. Hits him with the body shot though, and that's enough. Soggy goes down here now. Virtus Pro working with the player advantage, and Gala gets involved after the fact. There's only 2 left here for Arius to work with. And while Gucci and Rek have given a good account of themselves here, you got a blade for Sauna to deal with, and he catches Gucci on the way through. That's Chaba falling. And that is Arius' hopes here on King's Road, dying with a whimper.
We're also on with Canale there for a brief period of time, and he's able to just live for so long with like 2-3 players there from Arius trying to track him down. And even though it doesn't really result in kills, still just having those players just like attached to you and allowing the rest of your team to just kind of run through. We see it like briefly when he's about to die, right? I believe it's like 2-3 players on his team pushing some others back to the choke. Getting those kills, and it's like, great, you end up getting the Baptiste, but at what cost, right? VP with a full hold there on defense looked really strong. I mean, Arius put up a pretty good fight on D, right? They end up, coming back and didn't look that great.
Yeah, they're I think it was this Brick Juno composition we're seeing again. I think why it's so powerful that in with either support ultimate in play, like you have enough to win a fight out here. And that was like a 3 ult 4 ult fight from VP that actually doesn't give them the result that they're looking for. So I like that combo a whole lot here. I thought the Farah was a pretty bad decision on this attack side here for Soggy. We've seen it get value before. We've also seen VP play it before, but you need some time. And frankly, if there's any heroes like this that can actually shoot Farah, punish her, especially if she's barraging, you might be better off in something a little safer.
I think they're just looking for stuff that works with the Mog. Like if the Reaper and the Genji aren't really working out, like Farah is one that we've seen. I know with Maga have some good success where it seems like they're just kind of searching for an answer that maybe the Farah can put some more pressure on the Zarya, force those bubbles out a bit faster, right? No subs going in here to Bruna Sapi, a bit of a, I mean, the VP wins. This is a bit of a speed run, right? I know they're just, I mean, we thought that the other day against Vision Esports, right? Like they'd bounce back in the loser bracket. Definitely seems like they've made big strides since that loss.
Yeah, and they're obviously adapting this to this Zarya comp pretty well. I think it's kind of known that Baptiste has been a great accompaniment for Zarya because she doesn't have a huge amount of mobility, but that also means you can kind of guarantee that when you throw an immortality field down, it's going to get coverage on her. Plus, you can consistently heal her. It's kind of funny. Like, you don't want a high mobility tank as Baptiste because it's hard to reliably heal. Yeah. But here, like, Canale has been able to do so much, and also so much on the offensive side. If you actually try and kill people as Baptiste, like, you can do a lot. You can do a lot of damage. We saw that there as well. Constant pressure, like heal pressure on the Farah is really good when your opponent's got like a Brig comp where they need to heal pack her or something like that.
So we'll see. Okay, so they're gonna bring a Mei into the mix, but that, like, what does the Mei really do here, right? I know Sauna could end up playing like a Reaper or a Genji into this, but even if you split off Rajaro, let's say for instance, you still have the immortality field. Like Baptiste just jumps over the wall, right?
I do think that vertical mobility from Bap is a big difference maker against the Mei wall. It can still sometimes be hard to get away, especially if you're Zarya with no bubbles, right? You
can just see how difficult it is to get. Every time they try and initiate a fight, Ares, they end up losing Rek and Alba first. I mean, it's really difficult to get this Maga and Brig into position safely against this type of comp, right? I mean, you're taking damage from like a disruptor shot, a dash, you know, now the bubbles and the Zarya's all charged up. Like, there's a lot of damage that you're having to just kind of like plow your head into, and it is not working out.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a snowball already, folks. Look at how far forward Virtus.pro are positioned. This is Rajaro guiding the cart in for the time being. It's pretty close to that checkpoint already. Stun comes up here on Shockwave as the stomp did connect, but Immortality Field from Kanail keeps Virtus.pro healthy enough now to still be a legitimate threat. Now there will be a fight around the car properly, Matt.
Yeah, that's like without their tank there as well, right? Rajaro's the one actually moving the card as Rex pushes up. I mean, there's nothing you could do there. I mean, no chance of living.
I mean, again, Zarya just keeps the Malga at arm's length, and there's so much poke coming in from Shockwave and co. to Virtus.pro. I don't think they've had a death yet, right, Matt? They are going to have 5 ultimates heading into 100 meters.
Yeah, and you're also like, how is Rek getting healed there, right? From like what, the Juno at long range, or like what, getting 2 or 3 brig packs? I mean, there's no way you're going to keep him alive. So now they'll actually bring in a Zarya of their own, but they'll keep this backline. You're getting close to both support ults, no real reason to change it. That's actually an Ant Matrix use, and then Solid just pushes on up with some help from Shockwave, takes out Alba.
So Rek switching into the Zarya now. Arius going to try for something that approximates the mirror, but of course the Graviton will be heard first by Rajaro. Bubbles though there able to be used by Rek as Soggy responds with a Blizzard. This at least has some zoning capacity. Kanail is up behind them, by the way, shielding Virtus.pro, and of course getting a bit of damage down, but he can't quite see Shockwave there on that angle. He still hasn't quite been discovered. There's a rally now in play and a lot of pressure on Rajaro. I like the beat timing there from Gala. That is very timely. And now this Blade can make short work of Rek, meaning that Virtus.pro have another one fight at their fingertips.
And there was no way for them to really kind of get Kanail out of that position. We saw just a desperation Maywall there from Soggy as throws it up towards the high ground. That's both support ults used there by Arius. This one looking like it's marching all the way to the distance. It'll be Soggy going over to Venture. Gucci using the overclock, just trying to push them back a little bit, trying to guide them out of the spawn.
Kanail bubbled up there, now an Immortality Field used. Pretty hard to crack that Baptiste, but eventually Gucci and Rek combine to bring down the one healer. Rajaro still gets some damage down for his troubles, but this will be the... Okay, another kill there from Rajaro, a little bit nuts. But Virtus.pro eventually will be shut down. Gala can win these. I've seen him win those. These guys are terrifying and they refuse to bow.
I mean, that's the thing with the support line of VP is they will fight. It is not a support line that's going to be passive, just going to kind of go for the heal. They are very aggressive, and you see they're just, even Gala being able to make that a fight that looked like it was winnable. It's crazy as you know, Ares, even for all their trouble, right? They're just going to be able to get back out of the spawn. That's going to be a grab there. Catches Rajaro. Immortality Field though keeps him alive for a little bit longer.
And Matrix popped here by Kanail, but it comes too late to save Rajaro, who was probably hoping for the Ant healing. Venture going to pop up there, a little bit frustrating for Kanail, who's going to be under some serious pressure, and Soggy eventually gets that key backliner down. But elsewhere, the DPS of Virtus.pro paving the way for them to break back into the middle of the map.
Oh, Shockwave's aim is so sick, right? Able to just kind of pick that Lucio out of the sky there towards the end. So, all right, war changes here. So we've moved away from that Juno brig backline, right? We've gone to the Kiri Lucio here for Arius. Now you're actually going to move away from matching that Zarya, go over to the Winston. So we saw another team, I believe, try the Winston here against the Zarya. And it actually looks quite good, if I remember. So we'll see if they can actually play this. Immortality Field here used by Shockwave, just to try and keep him alive.
They can't kill him! They can't kill Shockwave! That is so rough, man!
Well, you have the Zarya bubbles. I mean, you have so much.
Immortality Field, after that, then healing coming in from the Baptiste. There's nothing you could do, and Arius are trying to play a dive comp. They're trying to play a setup that focuses one individual down. So this is already a look that kind of counters that style.
And then, I mean, in that one as well, right? They end up using the sound barrier, so there's no chance that they're able to live through that. Rajaro here with a grab, gonna just dump it on the Kiriko. Oh, it's gonna be a blade. This is gonna be a slaughtering.
Yeah, and again, can't still contested for the time being now. Venture obviously very good at doing that, but an Immortality Kill guarantees that Virtus.pro are not going to have a scratch on them from Arius. That is a full complete of Runasapi and a quick 3-0 for VP to be catapulted into the final.
quick is an understatement, I feel like. I mean, that was just a blowout. I think if you're Vision Esport, you feel pretty good about your chances, right? I know with how you played the last time, but man, seeing this VP in this form today, that is a scary look.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? We didn't expect this to be maybe a bit more of a one-sided affair, just due to the compositions that are being played, and areas they can't make the Maga work. And we do have to start having a conversation about what is the meta exactly, because I feel like the last 2 days, like coming into this entire competition, we're like, Orisa's where it's at, but then Orisa really wasn't where it's at. We've seen so much of that Maga, but the Zarya looking so viable in the right hands.
I don't think anybody knows what the meta is yet, quite frankly. I think there's still a lot to be. Well, we were in like I feel like Maga Juno Brig for like a very long time, right? You know, you see a balance patch with a season, and then you're like, okay, you try new stuff, but you kind of forget, like, even in those 0.5s that may not change the meta, there's still stuff that's being changed and tinkered on, right? So I still think we were a bit of a ways away from really kind of figuring out what this meta is. The Zarya looks really good, though. I think the one thing we can say is that there's definitely more options now outside of just kind of playing that Maga, right? And just doing that head-to-head. It definitely seems like there's more things that can beat it now.
And I think Virtus Pro is the wrong team to ask about what the meta is, because they've tended to shy away from that anyway.
Yeah.
And it's been something that kind of hurt them, actually. One thing that they really struggled with was like the Farah and Cassidy compositions of like stage 4 of OWCS. So this team, though, are incredible. And I think they've really figured out a great application for Kanail, who just has a really good Baptiste, who's very, very good. I actually think this is one of my favorite backlines in EMEA, because they play a ton of different stuff. They do at times where like we were locked into metas and we're expecting certain styles, they wouldn't play them and they'd lose as a result, I feel. But yeah, Kanail player of the match is
As support player of the match, we love to see it. We absolutely love to see it. And yeah, well deserved. Love seeing that Baptiste back into in the mix, and it gives them so much additional firepower. I mean, for a Maga to even charge into this composition from EP, very scary stuff. There's a lot of damage output.
Like I mentioned as well, the Regenerative Burst gets a little bit of a buff in this previous patch, the one that just came out, but I mean, you see a lot of uses of the Immortality field, right? Being able to kind of keep himself alive there on Esperanza. Really good use there on the Shockwave, right? In combination with the bubbles, I mean, it is so difficult. And like you mentioned, so it just adds another little layer of damage to the team that you may not have otherwise.
And look at the uptime here for Kanail. If he's not healing, he is shooting. It's either one of those things at all times. And when the air matrix is up, there's honestly more shooting than healing quite often, because doing damage more effective, you know, than sometimes healing up your teammates in those moments. So he's always doing something, very, very active and really switched on. So very solid showing for VP, as we predicted. It's a clean sweep of areas here.
Indeed. Areas, of course, having had a good run, coming in 3rd place here in our FACEIT Season 3 playoffs. So a huge congratulations to the entire squad for what they've put on this very season. Now, this means that in the grand finals, we do have that rematch between Vision Esports and Virtus Pro. First time around, didn't go too hot for Virtus Pro, but as I said in yesterday's interview, they've learned a lot from that match. There's a lot to take away, and they've been running through that lower bracket since. Can they get their revenge in the upper bracket? We'll find out after a quick break. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back again after that speed run of a lower bracket final from VP. We're now headed straight to the grand finals, a rematch of the upper bracket semi-final match between Vision Esports and Virtus Pro. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt to break it all down for you. And I think we potentially have a really good series on our hand. Or a very one-sided affair. Honestly, it can go either way.
I think VP learned some pretty valuable lessons after they got, blasted 3-1 by this team in the upper bracket semi-finals. They've changed the way that they've structured some of their comps, so especially their support lines here. They're also very good at the video game, so I think we see a different VP team coming.
Yeah, but that's where my worry is coming from here, because I genuinely feel like Virtus Pro could potentially just absolutely sweep and wipe the floor with Vision Esports here, Matt.
Well, let's also, obviously Vision Esports, they beat VP in that semifinals. It wasn't exactly like a stomp though, even with VP kind of underperforming and maybe not having the best hand in comps, right? So you think after a little bit of a change here for VP, they haven't dropped the map in losers. Vision Esports, a good thing for them is they have that map advantage, right? Coming from the winner bracket, they'll have a 1 map lead, right? So they do have a little bit of cushion. But, that changes really fast, especially with how VP just took care of business. I mean, they come out and look like that, they'll be tough.
Yeah, usually you would say, Vision Esports, they got to hang out in the upper bracket waiting for their opponent. So they've been chilling, whereas VP, they already had to exert themselves. But they didn't really, because that was the quickest series of all kind. That was barely a warm-up, right? Now, if we're looking at Vision Esports, not gonna lie, RKM's Reaper moment yesterday, that clutch play still lives rent-free in my head. Also, of course, big shout out to Top Dragon, who's played Winston for us yesterday. Overall, they showed us a lot of versatility and a lot of different looks. So Virtus Pro, they gotta bring their A game.
And when we asked why Top Dragon played Winston, they simply responded with, "Let us cook, guys." So case closed on that one. Don't know if we're going to see it again, though, honestly, against a team like Virtus Pro. However, Matt makes a great point. That matchup in the upper semis was so close. Esperanza was down to the wire. Haraoka was 1 point difference. King's Row was 1 checkpoint different as well. So if VP have really brushed up, I don't know, man. I don't know if Vision... I don't know if they got what it takes. Do we even do Preds? I don't even know. What was my prediction?
We did do Preds. I don't know how, when I watch sometimes and you guys forget the Preds you guys made in the morning, I'm like, what's going on? Is everybody all right?
Yeah.
Immediately. I literally make them and 30 seconds later, I forgot it ever happened. There's something about Preds. I don't know, man. I just don't know. VP, though, I know that for sure. They have stepped it up. Might have had a little bit of a slower start to the tournament overall. We talked to them yesterday, I believe, in a post-match interview, and they did say they just didn't quite know what they want to play. Rajara just really wants to avoid the Maga. They weren't quite sure what is the meta, but quite frankly, they seem to have found an answer to that. Their Zarya comp is looking very, very, very strong.
Well, so here I think is the benefits for VP, right? They know they don't want to run the Maga. It's been proven now, I think, that Maga isn't necessarily the end-all be-all in terms of tank. They also know that when they played Vision Esports, I think probably the thing that gave them the most trouble was Top Dragon on Genji, right? And you're playing constantly. You see, a lot of this Ana Brig, they played Juno Brig. Maybe it's a situation where now you bring in some Baptiste, maybe you do some different things in terms of the support line, and you can just stop that Genji from just being a nuisance.
I still think that, Baptiste is diveable in much the same way as Ana is. So we can pop him some buff with the Exo Boots, which is great, but he definitely still, can be put under a lot of duress by flanking and dive-based DPS. And even if you don't kill the Baptiste, if you force out that immortality field, one that then can't be used for Rajaro or can't be used for someone else, then that's great. But you just can't full commit onto a target against a Bap comp because they will get bubbled, they will get immortality fielded. So you almost need to try and bait these abilities out, which creates a bit of a mini game that can be really difficult for teams to juggle alongside the rest of their directives in trying to win the game.
It's been a lot of chess being played here in terms of heroes swapping, I feel, in general. And the first time they faced up against each other, I think Vision Esports, they did reply to that Zarya with a Diva.
Yeah,
Was
on
that
King's
right?
Row.
Yeah. So let's see where we're ending up here. But before we're diving into all the action, let's play a little game of our own. Shall we guess that player? Because we're all about learning more about these players we get to see in action. Now, here's the thing. We do send out questionnaires where they are supposed to give us some really interesting and fun facts about themselves. Let's see what they had in store. Usually they're very underwhelming. Let's start with this one.
right.
Obviously, the only answers can be players from the teams that are playing in the grand final.
playing.
This will be either Vision Esports or Virtus Pro related. Which player is an ex-football player?
I'm gonna say Sauna.
No, it's one of the Spaniards for sure.
I was about to say Gala or Caneo.
I'm saying Gala.
That's where we play football. Are we gonna assume that this is soccer?
Sauna.
Sauna. That
Look
Finnish,
at that.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
Finnish
All right.
soccer moment? Question
Yeah.
mark. Interesting. Okay.
All right. What else
Okay.
we got?
This one has been announced by our producer Ben as the most underwhelming one. Which player likes ice cream? I
Oh,
would
this is
assume
tough.
all of them.
I'll say Shockwave because I'm trying to think of someone who's like Shockwave is actually a bit spicier than I give him credit for initially. But I'll say
Rajaro.
I'm gonna say Rajaro.
Yeah, same. He gives me ice cream vibes.
He gives me troll vibes.
Who
likes ice cream?
Oh, I mean,
But which ice cream? Like, can
who
you,
puts that? Who literally puts that in a fun fact? There's nothing fun about that at all. He's
Like, I like
so utterly
sustenance
mundane.
yeah,
Like,
fun
which
fact.
player breathes air?
Oh, geez.
I like to
Oh.
be happy. Fun fact.
Damn, which player is 98% water by body composition?
Which player loves to? These are all garbage.
Bit up.
Gala, because he plays.
Gala.
Yeah, because he plays.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's Gala, I actually gonna hurt someone. It's
Okay,
Shockwave.
Actually, whatever. What does that even mean? Is that a euphemism? Is that a
I don't know. I've learned a lot though about VP now. I feel like I have
feel
a
like
deeper.
I feel-
Well, I kind of answered the only question that made some sense. So
That is true. But the I would say by and large they were pretty NPC-esque answers. VP, you can do a lot better than that.
Yeah. I feel very connected to the VP roster now. And for more fun facts,
Thanks,
tune into the
guys.
next season of
Indeed.
FACEIT League. Also, you can sign up with your team and give us better facts in case we cover your game.
True.
How about that? Sign up.
what would
for
fun
those
facts
until
about you
the end of
guys? What
January.
would be your fun facts?
The funnest fact? Like fun or interesting?
Well, I mean, just like a fun fact.
Yeah, okay. I have a phobia of cotton balls. That is probably my fun fact.
That
Yeah,
is
I can't touch it, and they make me uncomfortable. Yeah.
Really? That's super.
Okay.
Think of
weird.
this. You know when you squeeze cotton ball, it goes. Oh,
What kind of cotton
hate
ball
that.
do you squeeze?
Yeah, what
dude,
kind
that
of?
little, the little squeaky. There
I
they
have,
are.
to, I have the same sensation of Velcro. I can't touch the prickly part of Velcro. It drives me, like, it gives me such a physical reaction. Like, it's actually awful. What's
I'm
your
allergic to
Achilles
cats.
heel? Wow. See, these are fun facts.
Yeah. Exactly. It's allergic
So
to books,
fun.
right? I mean, yeah, you see, guys.
No, I have, dude. I have some books around here. There are some books over there that.
There's a poster of books in the background. Does that count?
Magazines.
That's
don't
true.
count.
Yeah, I mean, I got books represented behind me. I'm a big.
He loves the concept of an idea of a book. That's all.
I mean, if you just have the books in your area, right? You know, you
look
just
learned.
become smart.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do I have any books?
I use
in
them as
my-
a decorational piece for sure. I have mostly comics, so
I don't
there's
actually-
that.
So
Anyway,
predictions.
predictions. How about those? You're gonna learn a lot from books, but also from our predictions. I think. Well, I don't think it's going to be a close one. I hope for a close one. So my prediction is just me manifesting a very close series. I did predict Vision. I don't quite fully believe that anymore after seeing VP play. So I would swap, but I don't want to make it hard on production. So I'm just going to run with this and potentially look like a genius or a buffoon. One of the two. How about you, Mitch?
I think I said 4-2 Virtus Pro is what I said. Yeah, I do think that. I think the team looks a lot different than they did on day one of our competition here. I think they've adapted really quickly and they're warmed up. That was a warm up, make no mistake. That was basically AIM Labs. So they're ready to
Very quick round of
Yeah,
air.
very fast. I said 4-1 VP as well. I think this was actually before we knew the Vision gets a map, so probably like 4-2, right? For VP, kind of aligning with Mitch, but I think VP is definitely. I also think it's a little bit of a wake-up call, right? When they lose to Vision, like, oh, we're not just going to kind of coast through this. We need to really, sort it out, figure it out. And I think they're going to come in with a little bit more fire today.
Yeah, I mean, something that you said, though, Mitch, before the broadcast was on, when I mentioned the RKM moment, it's going to be coming down to those clutch moments. And I think Vision Esports definitely has what it takes to have those players step up to the plate and come up with those hero moments.
Yeah, I mean, but the amount of times that we've ever seen like a round come down to that in Overwatch, I can literally count on maybe one hand in like 9 years of covering this game. Like, it's pretty rare that it's just like you versus the world type moments. So I was pretty impressed to see that from Vision, but like this game is decided on aggregate and not on the individual a lot of the time. So it's got to be the team play aspect that I'm looking for.
All right, so the map set here, pretty standard for the first two. The Esperanza is quite interesting, right? Get a little bit more dive there. And then no Shambali at the end. It'll actually be Circuit. So just to remind everybody, it's Vision Esports starting at 1-0, right? A winner advantage from the upper bracket. So they'll kind of take that one map edge into the series.
Yeah, worth bearing in mind. I think that the FACEIT League Master Season is the only league that we sort of, have this for. So just keep that in the back of your mind. It's going to be on the screen for you as well. Something worth keeping in mind. We saw Oasis, we saw Kings Row, we saw Esperanza last time these two teams played. It was Virtus Pro with a pretty comfortable showing on Oasis. They started the series on the right foot, and that's when things started to go a little wrong. However, it was pretty competitive. Top Dragon showed us a bunch of flexibility, like whether it's Echo or Genji. He can do a lot of stuff. Does VP's newfound Baptiste Zarya composition answer the threat of Vision's Malga setup?
Somehow they're both teams are just talking about Ostrix in the chat. It's going over the ball type of setup that we saw earlier, but Vision Esports looks to be huddling that kind of traditional Malga composition, and then also VP now. So they're going to be playing what we just saw them play. I'm really curious, like, okay, Vision Esports can't make this work. Where do they go? And I think you'll know rather quickly whether they have an answer for this, right? The BAP looked really good in combination with the Zarya and the Lucio in the previous map. We'll see if it looks good still here against Vision.
That's a good charge from Amdip, Matt. Off the high ground, spots the squishier backline of Virtus Pro and goes in for them. This is going to draw Rajaro back off the point. But Zox the first casualty here. This is dangerous stuff for Amdip. Top Dragon needs to get an elimination very quickly, and the Immortality field is not fast enough to save Shockwave. They are at least going to be able to get the Sojourn for their trouble visions, but they don't have Amdip healthy enough here to be aggressive.
Well, I think Emdic did a good job keeping himself alive, right? I know as a composer, like Rek in the last series where we saw constantly on the Malga just kind of charging on in, right? Using some creative movement there with the charge, also being a little bit more patient, but you end up losing Zox right away. And without that Juno, I mean, you're kind of in no man's land, especially with the Brig not in position to get any healing off.
It's going to be the kind of game that tests the rookies on the Vision Esports side of things. People that the less tested players at the international level here are going to be put under the microscope. Here's Vision, still going to go with this Malga setup. Amdip already on the point and a DP forward from RKM, but this has to have been communicated as it was very telegraphed and out in the open. Disrupt the shot here. RKM opts to move back towards that, but Amdip is very low. Gala's able to finish the job here. Rojaro is still so healthy. All the bubbles expended here, but the Baptiste healing is good, and Kaneo still has an Immortality field. That goes to Shockwave. They all try and pile in on the Sojourn, and Matt Vision can't put a scratch on him.
That's what they did really well in the last series, though, right? Where it was Top Dragon on the Echo or the Genji. They were putting a lot of pressure on the Shockwave, able to deal with them fast. Not able to do that when you have that Immortality field in the mix. It's actually going to be a dupe here from Top Dragon as they have players off a spawn.
I don't mind this, going to go for it, but there's an Air Matrix in play, and Amdip got burnt to shreds. Vision Esports spending their ultimates like they just did. It was just the Echo dupe, but that is an important ability. When your opponents are playing such a different comp that's having such great impact, you could have duped a BAP, for God's sake. Zarya, maybe. Now you got to switch the Diva.
This is what they did on Kings Row in our last series, but the backline was different from VP. The backline at that time was different, so we'll see if maybe this changes what they need.
Amdip actually a little bit too late there on that. Defense Matrix can't stop the grab. Sora, though, gonna try and capitalize on it here. The rally, though, might be a bit of an issue to try and cut through. Dongan's still healthy. Brings Sora down with a shield bash after the fact. Vision here as well, committing an orbital ray to the fight. So that's both support ultimates expended, but to keep themselves in the round, it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, there's nothing able to be gotten there by Sauna's blade, right? The grab comes in. It's actually pretty good from Rajaro, thrown into the wall, so no chance of like being eaten by the defense matrix. Connects with 2, gets top dragon in. Donghun, but the rally really good there for Vision Esports. You also end up having the orbital ray used there. Now I think it comes down to Shockwave, right? Can you land these shots with the overclock? You just need, maybe one pickoff seals the game.
Death Blossom here for RKM. It's going to be hard to have big blossoms in general against the bubble comp. Donghun going to fall down here, and Sona wasn't quite able to get enough health as he tried to back away. However, Overclock here instantly forces Wraithwalk and Deflect out of the DPS of Vision Esport. And those cooldowns are short duration. Virtus Pro back in control here now, and Amdiv can really only try and stall. Play towards the top of the point now. They are being topped up, kept a little bit healthy, but Zox and RKM are done, and that means Vision are not far behind them. Pretty darn competitive stuff for the first round of this map, but the question that we pose is already beginning to be answered. The Malka comp doesn't seem to work against this Zarya look.
I also think that the VP look now with this backline is much more equipped to protect Shockwave, right? So when they do invest heavily Vision Esports and go deep into the backline, they don't actually get that Sojourn, and then now you have like an Echo or a Genji kind of stuck in a really difficult position. I'm really also fascinated why Vision is really hell-bent on like the Diva as the response to the Zarya, right? Traditionally, this wouldn't be the answer, right? But maybe something with like the defense matrix and being able to kind of get in there, and maybe the Zarya, if you don't really focus the bubbles, isn't that much of a threat to the Diva, right? Maybe there's a little bit of a change there.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find a way not to give the Zarya a charge. However, when you have like a Genji or a Reaper playing in your face, it seems pretty hard not to give her those sort of bubbles, or at least that bubble charge. And who do you dive? Like, what are you going for, the Baptiste? Probably the Sojourn, I imagine, if you're Vision Esports.
It would be the
what they said their plan was, but that's not easy either.
You see, they just kind of like wait, maybe, right, for them to just kind of come on in. As Sauna takes a bit of damage, that's going to be the immortality field out. But you see how low RKM in it under there are, is they're going to get that Reaper out alive with just a sliver of HP.
The double back from Gala is huge there, just giving that residual healing over towards Canale. And again, Vision Esport trying to challenge the immortality field, and they cannot get through it.
Well, I mean, it's a nice job by Canale holding on to the immortality field for a little bit, because they get in Vision Esports, they're all quite low. Then the immortality field comes out, and then they're still kind of like lingering around. They want to deal with the immortality field, see if they can pick up a kill, but then they get even lower and they're not able to exit and get healed back up.
Sauna giving a bit of ground now, 15% and counting for Virtus Pro. Vision Esport still looking for a way to get this Diva where she needs to be. RKM as well has been stifled on multiple occasions by these Zarya bubbles and defensive cooldowns. Amdip wanted a commanding view of the situation, and they got it, but they still have to find the crux of this Virtus Pro comp and look to unravel them. Gala's been able to build up a sound barrier. Canale also has that amp matrix to work with, and they've caught someone. It's Donghun, way out of position. Sound barrier now as Virtus Pro want to commit to the fight. Canale's immortality field gives them the durability that they need, and this is an absolutely one-sided affair.
This comp also may be looking a little bit worse here for Vision Esports, Mitch, because of the map, right? If there was a little bit longer range on the map and a little bit more open area, kind of like King's Row, where we saw it actually be successful. Maybe there's a world in which this works, but with the close nature of control, it's really hard to keep that Diva in that position, fighting that Zarya head on.
61 and counting. Now though, Vision Esports surely have what they need to win a fight. Blade here for Top Dragon, going to get taken down though as he drops into the disruptor shot laid there by Shockwave, and Zox also having fallen here. Vision have all the ultimates, but no prior opportunity to make use of them. Zox dies with the orbital ray, and in the Diva comp, it's harder to get value out of anyway. Still, Amdip is able to get remeked here, and Canale Rajaro perhaps overextended into that Reaper. Vision Esports, without having to use their support ultimates, might have gotten this point either way. They still need to land the plane.
They're going to get a flip, and it's mostly because VP got really aggressive, pushed so deep on in. And I guess for Vision, the luxury is you end up winning that fight and holding on to both support ultimates. It's massive as Shockwave will come back. This is going to be overclocked. The response will be a orbital ray here for Zox. So it's going to be VP just kind of walking back, hiding this. That's a good trade for VP.
Yeah, disengage. This is a blade from Sauna this time. It's going to be Zox caught out. They did get rid of that orbital ray earlier. And there's a rally in play. A quick flip here from Virtus Pro, though, might start to put some pressure on Vision Esports, so Amdiv has to double back. Beautiful shurikens from Sauna. Absolutely pants Top Dragon in that fight. Not much they can do about the Diva, though, as Amdiv runs Sauna out of town.
Yeah, it gets knocked off the side. Nothing you can do there is. But I mean, you just run right past. The rally comes in there for Donghun, but I mean, no way in position to be able to help out Zox, right? Zox just gets ran down there with a blade. As there'll be the Lucio swap here for Donghun, getting everybody back into the equation rather quickly. And look at this, they get a hack here. Is it Sauna coming back on the Sombra? A hack on the Amdup, and he's just burnt down fast.
Rajaro gets an immortality field, doesn't need it, just walks out of it, says, nope, this is superfluous to me. Top Dragon was at least able to get rid of Canal, but Gala's close to another sound barrier here. They might try and throw that out to win the round. Gala pops it, lets it down. Rajaro here benefiting from it in a big way. And of course, Sauna is back here on the Sombra. A little bit of long range damage to claim 2, and that will be VP. Snapping up that Oasis map.
Pretty fast, pretty convincing win there for VP. There were like, 2 moments throughout the points where Vision kind of got the upper hand and flipped the point. Otherwise, just completely Virtus Pro favored. The Sombra swap there towards the end, pretty interesting there for Sauna. I think it's just like, okay, we get the hack onto the Diva, just get the virus down. You're going to be able to finish that Diva off so fast. But the Malga here at the start didn't look like a winner. It seems like maybe this is an answer here for VP.
Absolutely. I think we saw the concession from Vision here by switching off of that. Going towards the Diva, and look, last time where they played Control, they also lost it too against Virtus Pro. So without reading into it too much here, it definitely felt like Amdup had a very difficult job. Shutting the Baptiste down, quite annoying. It does, of course, mean that Virtus Pro can't switch into like a Pharah setup, which obviously is pretty good against Genji Reaper. However, I don't think that Vision's composition was able to stop VP from doing what they were doing best.
It also could be maybe that, we talked a little bit about yesterday when Top Dragon played the Winston, right? Amdup's hero pool. Maybe they want Top Dragon to play the Winston, so you don't want to play Amdup on the Winston, so they play like a Diva, right? Instead, that would be interesting. No subs here, so that map will actually tie it up, right? Because Vision gets the map kind of coming out of the upper bracket, so that one will tie it up. Yeah.
Is the best way to look at it, folks. One apiece in the series. Map advantage now cancelled out. We are on even footing.
Do you remember before the best of 7, there was the extended series where, you would just kind of continue from where you were the last series? Did you ever participate in any of those? Yeah.
That's crazy. Was that a COD thing?
Yeah, it would become like a... you'd basically just kind of keep over from where you went the previous like series, right? So like you could start like 3-1 or whatnot, like, and have to just win one map, like you go for a while.
Bro, who came up with that idea? Was that an Appseller special? Surely.
No, there was also another one where like you get the bracket reset, right? So that was like another one before the best of 7, where if you win the grand finals would be like a first to best of 5, and then if you
sounds
lose,
like something Nate Nanza would have come up with.
If you lose that, then you get a best of 3 chance. So,
okay.
Ramatra setups on both sides. It's quite interesting.
But here it is, like the Pharah, because Vision are known to come out here on the Reaper may look. So really brawly, pretty scary. Obviously, you don't want to overcommit to this. VP are on the Ramatra themselves. Rajaro are pretty happy to play this hero from what I've seen. But the Pharah needs to be answered. Vision are playing, they have Juno that can interact with the Pharah. That's about it. Sauna's going to turn him into mincemeat here, Matt.
Rajaro, I mean, this is a composition he would love to play, right? Anything but Malga, and if they're going to concede and not play the Malga as well, that is a win I think you take every day if your VP is... it's an interesting look for Vision off the start, but does not look good. The one thing too, I mean, Sauna doesn't really have a lot of options in terms of getting healing, right, with this lineup, right? But they're going to play pretty fast and around that Pharah damage that you may not necessarily need it a ton.
Ramatra's Vortex is good. It has a radius that is actually higher off the ground, or rather an effect area higher off the ground than it looks. However, if you're fully airborne, you're not getting swept into that. So Sauna able to avoid that for the most part. Didn't have to fully commit to that fight. Didn't have to do too much damage even. Is that Ant Matrix now coming out? RKM doesn't want to commit to the fight. Understandable. Here's Rajaro. Not sure why they wanted to try and pick the fight with RKM in the bookstore there. Amdup able to finish them off.
I was gonna say, they had the Ant Matrix already. I was like, maybe they can just start to snowball this, right? Even the Pharah with the Ant Matrix through the choke, just putting down damage. But now it's Vision Esports, well, putting their foot on the gas here, pushing deeper in towards the base. But this is gonna be difficult to get out, right? RKM It's a little bit of damage there into Sauna, but can't hang around this far for that long.
I like the Genji pick here. Top Dragon can get up into the window and actually be within striking distance of Sauna, can actually interact with the Pharah. However, Barrage with a sound barrier means that Sauna can just stand there and blast Vision Esport. Zox, who did use that orbital ray, presumably was benefiting from it, will fall, but RKM and Amdip are still legitimate threats here. The Annihilation now times out, but RKM's now to find yet another one there, and that should be the end of VP in this fight. It's just Shockwave, who'll be dealt with quickly.
I was gonna say, the Annihilation plus Death Blossom just keeps them up, right? Donghun gets taken out rather quickly. The Orbital Ray didn't really have a huge impact, especially when they had the sound barrier there for VP. And now Sauna's actually gonna end up playing the Mei, so Mei pretty good in this part of the map, also in these compositions, to split these teams off.
And just sitting on this corner here. Hard to shift the Ramatra from this position. This Waldo's a little bit dangerous. This is going to necessitate a Nemesis Storm transformation and a right-click hold for Amdip. However, Shockwave to play off this angle here inside the Immortality field. There is an Annihilation active. Vision Esport have to respect this by backing right up. Donghun goes for the rally and is hoping for something as this Annihilation does expire. The torpedoes come through, but Amdip is still at about half health. And Rajaro is getting full duration from their Annihilation. That ultimate has been going for literal eons.
I was gonna say, how the hell have they not killed Rajaro? And it's another matrix here for Canale as Rajaro just using that block form from Ramatra inside the Annihilation. The Annihilation keeps ticking and just getting so much healing from that Baptiste. There wasn't even an Immortality field there for him, right? They used the Immortality field rather early, so no Immortality field there. Rajaro able to keep himself alive with both supports. I mean, that is sick stuff. That may actually end up getting them the second checkpoint.
Yeah. Unbelievable. They have really snowballed through this phase of the map and have to get Top Dragon Blade here to try and stop this momentum. They're thinking about it now with an orbital array. You have to kind of go for it. Zox built that very quickly, I've got to say. However, Top Dragon is brought down by a railgun amidst it. And now the orbital array has passed Vision Esport by. They don't have that to benefit from it. Now they're walled off the cart. Zox and RKM, the only ones who can contest this. They lose to Juno as a result. Donghun tries to get involved, but ends up just plunging into the Ramatra range. And VP have 4 minutes to work with here. This is crazy.
A lot like how we were talking about the previous map, right? Where you can end up using the Graviton Surge as the teams just kind of funnel through the Kitsune Rush. Same thing with the Orbital Ray, right? But this time, though, it is actually a Blizzard that's thrown in. So the Orbital Ray comes out. You know the other team's going to speed follow through with it. It's an easy opportunity to get a few players trapped up in that Blizzard.
Vortex drop down there is going to at least force Sauna to the back of the pack here. Still on that Pharah, by the way. RKM, though, close to Blossom and Dip as well with an Annihilation to work with, and that's already an Immortality field forced out at the start of this fight. They've got to be happy with this, and yep, it's time to go with the Annihilation. VP, though, want to stand their ground and fight with a sound barrier. Rajaro pops an Annihilation of his own to the high ground, goes RKM, and then he drops. Shockwave and Sauna removed. Canale, though, was at least able to trade him out. Doing a great job of disrupting people in channeled ultimates. Has been the Baptiste player of Virtus Pro. However, can they get more value out of this Annihilation from Rajaro? The answer is yes. Top Dragon falls, but Canale, the source of healing for Rajaro, was now out of the picture. And it had to be Virtus Pro fighting off spawn. He was Shockwave hitting a big railgun. VP is still mushing forward.
But both DPS still alive here for VP. And Rajaro pretty healthy. So you're going to try and push up, get this cart around this second corner, which would be massive. You're going to have Gala and Canale back off of respawn now. So it'll be both teams here at full strength.
Soren with a dive. Gotta be a little careful here. Don't want to get caught in Vortex. Okay, he's just having to walk out of it. The healing has been good so far. A lot of poke damage headed in Amdip's direction. It's going to be Zox now going for that orbital ray. 2 minutes 22 on the clock, and in they charge. Immortality field thrown down by Vision Esport. Virtus Pro have to respect it. They're back up. It's going to be a Wraith form there for RKM as they were low. Top Dragon also has to dash away. That will herald the end of this aggressive push up from Vision and give Virtus Pro now an opportunity to go for it. But RKM's in the backline. Look at him drop down. Heads turning his way. Top Dragon will lose the Genji duel, but RKM gets the lion's share of the healing neutralized here for VP.
Yeah, the Reaper definitely paying off here for Vision Esports, being able to constantly TP in the backline. It's definitely giving VP some trouble here as VP, they lose a player early on, believe it's Canale, at the hands of RKM. And even though the kill is traded, the Reaper just on the cart is so difficult to dislodge with this composition that VP is running. But Virtus Pro setting themselves up for a big fight in terms of they can dump like 3-4 ults in.
Blade. Annihilation. Overclocked sound barrier here for VP. They need to get the map done. They've lost a lot of time on this stage. Top Dragon knows trying to preempt them with a blade of his own and immortality field to try and cover this over. And it works. Gala stays alive, but it's too dangerous to go for a beat right now. Now that it's been topped back up, it's Virtus Pro's turn to come forward. And they do. Annihilation, sound barrier, overclock, all in play. And an Matrix right around the corner means that VP can finally break through Vision Esport. They're not done yet. Still going to take one more fight, but if Canale can get a nice high ground spot map with this BAP ultimate, it should be curtains.
Yeah, they don't even need the Ant Matrix there in that fight. They actually just turn the corner, and even with Dong Hung using the rally, Shockwave with the overclock just burns him down. I mean, 2 shots right into the brig, finishes him off. Then you don't have that big ultimate. Is there going to be the Ant Matrix from the high ground? This is a sick advantage point. Umdub has to do everything to stay alive.
Canale though needs to make sure they can heal enough, and Top Dragon is threatening that Ant Matrix position right now. The orbital ray means that Vision Esport can move up and take that space, and Top Dragon in a 1 versus 2, by the way, got rid of the Baptiste. Cute little play from VP fizzles out there as they can't quite get the card over the line.
They have another attempt here, Virtus Pro, but they have no ultimates to work with. You have RKM with this Death Blossom. He's been so difficult to track down on the Reaper. You see setting up for a big flank.
Yep, they know he's there, but it doesn't mean they can do anything about it. Wraith walk forward, threatening, telegraphing a Death Blossom now. TP into the midst of things, maybe over towards the card to deny a push over the line. Sauna has to duck in and get that health pack, but actually Andip has fallen here. Can Virtus Pro do something with this? Sauna eventually gets chased down, and Top Dragon still threatening on the flank there now. Up to the high ground he goes. For the moment, Rajaro is solo on the card. It looks like that's going to remain the case as RKM finally lets go of that Death Blossom into the backline of VP, neutralizing them entirely. And it's 2 checkpoints and change for VP.
It feels like to me that RKM really made the biggest difference on this defensive side for Vision Esports. It was not a great first point hold. I know the second point they win like a fight or 2, and VP just kind of comes back and steamrolls it. But here towards the end of the map, RKM did a tremendous job using that TP, getting behind enemy lines, constantly assassinating one of those supports that we've been given so much love to on the VP side all day.
Yeah, it's been a much better look. And then I guess there's a conversation to be had now around this Ramatra composition. Clearly, Rajaro does not want to try and answer it with Zaya. Once again, Ramatra's pretty good at ignoring her, pushing past her into the back line, and has that constant poke and put threat on you. Any comp, I think, that makes Zaya, forces her to use bubbles prematurely, seems pretty effective against them. And force VP into a completely different comp. But they will actually open with the Zaya look here. Maybe anticipating D.Va, which would be correct.
I kind of liked the Pharah look though. Like there was a lot of pressure you put on the Reaper, right? You know, maybe there's an answer here with like the, you know, have a Pharah and then maybe do you play the Kiri, right? No, like a Kiri, like something a little bit odd. I don't know.
It's too easy for the attackers to switch Widow for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Pharah and then switch back. That's why it's, kind of not possible here. Shockwave wants to see around.
What about the Mei? You could have played the Mei on D.
Yep, you could have. But then you play the Sojourn Mei, I think would be an interesting look. You need something to answer Pharah if it comes out. I don't think Canale alone would be enough. Either way, here we come, Vision Esport with that D.Va setup. So ready at a moment's notice to double back, peel for the backline if required. Rajaro's played the D.Va a fair bit as well. Top Dragon's already well and truly gotten in. High ground under the control of Vision Esport now. Their comp really allows them pretty unfettered access to it. But a D-suit early on Amdip, maybe body block there on the high ground. It's unclear. Baby D.Va also going to be taken down, but it's at the cost of Sauna.
I think you'll take that though, getting the tank out of the mix, right? You know, in exchange of your Genji, it's going to be very difficult for Vision Esports to kind of stand up on the point as they will go Ramatra. So see a Ramatra v Zarya matchup. So I know Ramatra can typically use an the Nemesis form and just push on in and really kind of stand toe to toe with the Zarya, but Rajaro, we know one of the better Zaryas in EMEA. That Zox actually getting hit with a railgun and then just dashed through there by Sauna.
Yeah, it looks like VP were very ready for that. Sauna, on a moment's notice, just gets that kill and gets the reset comfortably. This Ramatra comp here isn't going to work off the bat. Vision are going to have to regroup entirely now. We're about a minute 15 into the round.
Do you think they make some changes, Vision?
I don't think so.
No, it seems like right now they're going to hold on to it. I also think you definitely keep the Reaper, right? The Reaper's probably been the most effective part of the setup. I think the only thing you would consider changing is the Genji, right? I know we've seen Top Dragon play some Echo as well.
I mean, they have to dive the BAP. They really need to force early immortality fields if they can. Okay, Shockwave's in trouble. Yep, that immortality field is just far too slow. And Matrix is all well and good, but you just LOS this. for a moment as Vision Esports, then you come back into the fight. Losing Amdip, though, is a bit of a wrinkle in this plan, and here, their TP, dash upstairs, everybody's looking at Canale, and they eventually get him. Still, Rosario's going to push up here. A moment where Virtus.pro, even disadvantaged player-wise, can take the advantage. And I thought for a second Rosario was thinking about a grab there, but Gala overextended into that. The sound barrier had long since expired. I don't know if Rosario got a lot of charge off that bubble, but either way, Sauna is in the back lane looking to maybe farm up that blade, but is taken down as Donghun 180s and hits a shield bash.
And I don't think you're going to be able to, fight back here if you're VP. Well, you can nail back in the mix. So maybe they think about fighting it is you do have this grab to work with. It'll be overclock here used by Shockwave. There's going to be the grab thrown in as well.
Immortality Fields here in play. Gala doing a good job trying to redirect Top Dragon, but he's able to play inside his orbit array. 2 ticks and counting here, and Rojaro has been lost. So Virtus.pro would definitely have to concede this point, and the card is going to be on the road for Vision Esports. Again, this Ramatra comp suited them well.
Gets overclock plus the grab thrown in there for VP, and they answer in response with Zox ends up using an orbital ray, and they just push right on through it. And even though it takes a little bit to develop some kills, still enough to give Vision Esports the checkpoint as RKM still lurking. I mean, always seems to be sneaking around here on the Reaper, putting himself in great spots.
Rojaro is not counterpicking so much as just mirroring Amdip here. Obviously, he is disadvantaged in terms of ult charge. A little split RVP right now. Trying to just hold the card as much as they possibly can. RKM in the backline with the Death Blossom. That's a recipe for success if watching Vision Esports has taught us anything lately. And VP are going to get crunched pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, he's been phenomenal, accessing the backline on Reaper, right? Whether it's, TPing in the middle of the fights on top of people or getting set up in just these, odd positions ready to flank as VP is not adjusted to that whatsoever. As that's one of the few times here now throughout the series, at least thus far, that RKM's gotten in a great position on the Reaper and made a huge impact.
I think the May is a great choice. I mean, Amdip doesn't have the ability to get back over that wall of safety. However, somehow Canale dies to Amdip inside sort of Traveler form. So, not sure what happened there. Just got blown up. Virtus.pro are now starting to lose their grip on this game a little bit, I think. And this is dangerous. Remember, they've not finished the map and Vision just got that checkpoint. So almost 4 minutes to get through this last stage of King's Row.
This is definitely starting to unravel a bit. For VP is, they've now, they've held on to some of these support ultimates and other ultimates coming into this next fight, but Top Dragon with a Blade Annihilation, you're also going to have an Orbital Ray to follow it up. It's going to be very difficult to deal with, and like you mentioned, nice shot there from Shockwave as just predicts where the TP is coming to. They don't even have to finish the map, right? You see that box of victory. It's very close to finishing the map, but not the pressure here on Vision Esports to get a full map completion.
I mean, yeah, it's virtually finishing the map, right?
Yeah, it's close.
It requires you to do about the same amount of, smashing heads together, I think, to get there. What do you think about this May adaptation into the Ramatra composition, Matt?
I mean, I was talking about the May a little bit earlier. I thought the May would be pretty effective. I think the May is just annoying to deal with for the Reaper, right? You can obviously get those May walls split off teams just like you see right here. It'll actually be an orbital ray used kind of around the wall, and it's going to be a sound barrier in response.
All right, Amdip down. Gala's able to find him ultimately. The Annihilation for Rojaro definitely helping, but Top Dragon always seems to find more than he ought to. Gets him with the Blade, gets rid of Shockwave, but Sauna about faces. Bit of peel for the backline from the May. You love to see that. And Vision Esports now bundled out of this last phase of the map. RKM going to look to TP away to spawn, and Sauna has now developed that Blizzard. 2 minutes 20 to play. It's going to be a long winter for VP. They're going to have to lock in for the next couple minutes.
The May also slows things down considerably, right? You're not going to have this Genji battle that's going on one side of the map, right? And, a player just kind of gets dash through, taken out. The May just extends these fights on the cart for so long.
RKM, they're following these TPs up. It is very telegraphed. RKM virtually announcing his presence there. And Virtus.pro able to get that damage. You're not invulnerable for the entirety of that channel duration of Shadow Step. So a lot of vulnerability involved in that for RKM, who needs to be a little more careful about how he sets up these repositions.
They were about 4 minutes on the clock, right? Now down to a minute and 40. The payload has moved further and further back here. So it's going to be about 3 fights for Vision Esports, 3 winning fights. But then to take it, that's a huge pick-off, though. You get Sauna before the opportunity to end up using the Blizzard.
Yeah, he'll come back off spawn, though, potentially able to make use of that. Amdip has been holding on this Annihilation for so long. Hasn't wanted to make use of it yet. They're a little bit low. Maybe want to make sure conditions are perfect before using it. Canal loses that immortality field, and RKM gets into the back after the fact, sort of off spawn with that blizzard. Amdip caught in that by all appearances, but this card is now on the move. Virtus.pro down to 3. Rojaro desperately trying to get healed up. Shockwave picking out a spawn, and that Maywolf from Sauna theoretically to allow them to heal safely. One more fight here, Matt. 55 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of time, and you get a full group off of spawn here for VP. They're gonna have a sound barrier in response. It's a good one from Gala. Connects with everybody.
Annihilation, Top Dragon so low. Zox also, how are they staying alive? They've got to try and dive into this orbital ray to stay healthy here. But Virtus.pro have the Annihilation online. They've figured out they can play the Ramatra comp as well. It's not over yet. But Vision Esport have to build a blade, and Top Dragon has to throw the Hail Mary.
Oh, and they get absolutely nothing there with Donghun's rally. The rally doesn't end up protecting everybody on the opposite side. The sound barrier from Gala is so good when that orbital ray comes on through, and they're going to be walking right into this Ant Matrix. You think Top Dragon is going to try and pull this blade as soon as he sees some people, but that Ant Matrix, look for Shockwave to try and burn him down.
Amdip coming forward here. Maywolf thrown out to try and block off the Ramatras. Top Dragon, he's got to save the game. The deflect of the rail is massive. Shockwave taken down as a result. Canal's able to get the immortality field down just in time. The Ant Matrix surely held, but now the pressure starts to mount. Top Dragon falls as Gala's able to pick him off, and an ice block will now be used by Sauna to shed that threat. But Shockwave sits back, needs to find a kill, and he does. Zox immediately blown up. You can't ask for much more than that. It's all up to Amdip now. 1 versus 3. Shockwave picking off the Juno, making the healing impossible. And RKM can't get there in time. Ridiculous map, but Virtus.pro make it 2 in a row.
Vision Esports definitely battled back in a big way there on their offense, but just that last point hold there from VP was phenomenal. We had discussed a little bit like, oh, maybe they should play the Mei, maybe they go towards something like that, and they do, and the Mei pays off in a big way. We even seen that last fight, right? Once all the support ultimates are used, and things just start to break down on the cart, Amdip is going for the kill on Asana, just ice blocks, just keeps his life, just keeps it going. You have people funneling out of the spawn, Widowmaker, other heroes that just kind of get onto that cart fast. And look, I mean, the Mei just stalls things out for ages. Mei obviously is a pretty good hero, but I think the utility that Mei provides and the survivability is what makes her devastating in certain scenarios.
Yeah, combine the Mei with a Baptiste as well. You have like layers of this sort of death prevention, right? Ice block, immortality field, tons of healing, of course, at your fingertips. Gala with a sound barrier when they're required. Top Dragon, I thought he had that there. Starts with the blade, deflects a charged railgun, goes on in. Gala, though, very, very good at dealing with, those Genji blades or those moments when, enemy DPS looking to go and make a gambit to try and save the game. Legitimately, really good Overwatch we got to see here at the end of this map. I'm really impressed not only with the macro play, the switching of comps here as VP eventually find an answer, but just on an individual level, we're being treated to some great Overwatch.
How worried do you think Vision Esports should be at the moment? Like, I think they've actually played, they played Oasis, but I think here on Kings Row, they definitely look much better.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Again, we're dealing with a different team. We're looking at a different roster, on the VP side in terms of, what they're actually looking to play here. I think, for me, Shockwave switching to Widow has to kill the Juno here. Has to kill him. Oh man, it doesn't get any better than that. That was sick. Yeah, Vision look very solid here, but VP bringing a different breed of Overwatch today. I like it.
I also think regardless of really what happens here, the players on Vision Esports, have proven now that they can hang with the players at this, level that we think that VP is at, right? I mean, think about how good VP was during the OWCS season. Undefeated, obviously, here through their FACEIT League Season 3, the regular season. If anything, this proves that, like, hey, there's, some new players here for Vision Esports coming in next year. Or whatever team they decide to be part of an EMEA that are extremely talented and can contend with the top.
And so we're off to Esperanza here for our third map in this series. Vision started with that map advantage that evaporated after Oasis, and then Kings Row was taken by Virtus.pro. So already they've been able to improve on their performance last time against Vision Esports. Now, last time we saw Esperanza, it was Vision.
It's a must
I think in like. It was Vision like in overtime. I think they managed just to exceed VP. So very, very close game.
This is an absolute must-win map though for Vision Esports, right? To just lose 3 straight. VP has not dropped the map since being in the loser bracket. just be a lot of bad vibes for the Vision Esports squad. You end up losing this one here.
All right, so Sauna here TPing forward. Gala making sure the Reaper can be in the fight. Well, he'll be slightly late. Won't be an issue.
Hey,
We have the Zarya comp up against the Ramatra look here. Something that Rajaro has switched out of. He might have been anticipating a Diva start here for Vision Esports.
And while they're still also going with that Juno break backline as Top Dragon takes some damage there, then gets finished off, where we've actually seen as a 6th spot here for Canal. We've seen them do a really nice job, whether it's to the orbital ray that comes on through. They're able to just use sound barrier a lot of the time and like not really worry about it. Just kind of, okay, you're gonna push on in with that orbital ray. That's cute. We're gonna like, you know, disengage for a little bit, make you come pretty far. Once you're pretty low, then we're gonna come sound barrier and just push you right back. They don't seem really bothered by the orbital ray.
I also like the May switch because that was like the only counter to like the, if you remember, like when Ramatra was really strong.
Yeah.
The only counter to like the really nasty Annihilation like combos with the orbital ray when Juno first sort of started being played. So I like that look. We don't have it here, but that fight was great, by the way. I think Canale gets so much value from that little perch position as a healer. Amdip here now with a vengeance returns to the battlefield, but that card is getting away from him here, and that's a checkpoint. My goodness, that's a checkpoint. Vision just gave up. They're not in position to fight for it. Top Dragon's so low. Zox hastily trying to get them top back up here, and Shockwave is aware of RKM in a flanking position, but Amdip is so low. He's just gonna get blown up here.
Yeah, I mean, the sides flip, right? So they flip sides, and then that allows VP to take the checkpoint, and then at that point, Vision Esports is like, oh, we need to go. But they don't really have anything to engage with. All of their players are quite weak at the time, and now we're going past that checkpoint, and worse for Vision Esports is a lot of key ultimates coming online now for Virtus Pro. And what, you're gonna get a fight here at this bus? You're gonna end up using the Grav, right? Grav, plus like the overclock end up resulting in some kills. They back up just a little bit. Maybe they want to fight more open in the street.
Wraith walk there for Sauna was clever. He didn't have to use that, but he knew the pulsar torpedoes were being fired up by Zox. So here we go. Orbital Ray comes in. Surely Vision Esports can do something about this. They've landed both their support ultimates, but they still lost Top Dragon to Canale yet again. That's what happened at the start of the fight. Donghun, though, sees Shockwave audaciously drop in behind him, and oh, I'm scared of this. Sauna dives into what was the grab. Annihilation pop by Amdip, but the Hellfire shotguns up close is too much for anyone to deal with, let alone Ramatra in that form. And so VP will continue their march. Blade, surely Blade.
I mean, this is a must-win fight at this point, right? You end up chucking the Blade in now, but you have players coming off the spawn here for VP. Sauna's gonna fall. I believe you got Canale coming back, though, in Shockwave as well. I don't think they're gonna be enough to potentially get a hold. Looks like they rotate out towards mid-map. Top Dragon was heading back towards spawn. Looks like we're gonna get a change here. Maybe okay, so they're gonna play a May as well. So they're gonna play like a Ramatra Rush comp, right? Reaper May with a Juno in the mix. Just get quite aggressive, try and bully them out. Maybe you just try and burn the Zarya down here, you know, wall off the Zarya, just kind of bully her out. But May isn't like awesome on this map as compared to some of the others, right? King's Row, May is pretty sick on. Like, I wouldn't exactly say this is an awesome May map as Donghun and Zox, they get split, and then Sauna able to capitalize.
RKM at least is able to come back into this, but look at no support, so your front line is just going to crumble entirely here. I think the May's fine, but you sort of make the point that, you know, May on King's Road looks a lot nicer. There are those chokes, right? She can really get a ton of value from. Here, you have some of them, but you also have some pretty wide, as in like laterally wide expanses that can't be covered up with a main wall, right? So you don't get chokes every 5 meters like you do in King's Row. Maybe that's why May doesn't feel quite as good here. And also, the high ground advantage for the defenders can also be a nuisance for her.
Yeah, I mean, you also have Bap Lucio, right? So they can, you know, circumvent that May wall in numerous different ways. The Immortality Field's going to be enough to keep Rajaro alive for an extended period. Vision Esports, it looks like, are they kind of playing around for a rally potentially here? It looks like they were just kind of like lingering around the corner. Obviously, they don't want to push into the high ground. They really have nothing there to challenge that.
All right, here's an air matrix. Instantly, Ice Block popped there by Top Dragon. So they're out of the fight for the time being, and Sauna gets the matchup he's looking for. Sauna on the Reaper Man. It's a little different. Zox so low. They have to stall. They've got no choice here, but the bot is going to get away from Vision yet again. They do walk into this fight now with those support ultimates ready to roll, but there's going to be some free progress earned here for VP, up to triple digits now.
VP will be back extremely fast as well, right? You just lose Gala and Canale. It's going to be the speed boost from the Lucio going to get Baptiste back in the situation rather quickly, you're also going to end up very close to getting that sound barrier to counter this orbital ray. We'll see if Vision Esports decide to layer both these support ults on top of each other again, as they're doing also a much better job tracking RKM. That's going to be a blizzard there. It connects with Rajaro, but the sound barrier in response.
Oh, Immortality Field! It saves Rajaro, buys enough time for Sono to get rid of Zox, so 1 for 1 in the end. Dongun, though, has a rally. And so Virtus Pro, not able to convert on that fight. The Blizzard ultimately was pretty devastating. The fact that we see Rajaro caught inside there means that Vision Esport, Matt, must have tracked the bubbles from Rajaro and waited for the right time.
Without a doubt, and the Blizzard is good there for Top Dragon, and like you mentioned, the Immortality Field thrown in the distance from Canal, the sound barrier used as well. It's still not enough to keep Rajaro alive. For VP though, you hold on to the grab, right? There's no support ult on the other side. Reaper Death Blossom out, Blizzard out, so you have a great idea. This is just Annihilation. If you want, you could just grab, like solo grab and just kill this Ramatra if need be.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. I don't know if they'll need it though. Yep, Amdub was just no backup to speak of. Where was everyone?
Yeah, it looked like everybody decided to, get back up. Maybe they were trying to see if they would solo grab him. This is an opportunity for a grab here. I mean, you see Rajaro just turn in the corner. Everybody here for Vision Esports, not a real great situation for them to get out, right? I mean, Dongun, you're going to lose him. This is terrible.
No charge at all for Rajaro, by the way. He's just trying to bait what he can get. So here's that Annihilation. 1 bubble for Rajaro. Matrix as well. That surely has to slow things down, but Shockwave is caught in the middle of it. So Virtus Pro there might have been probing to draw out some ultimates. They got what they asked for, and they sort of pushed the bot back into neutral territory again. So they'll be on the regroup now, knowing they don't have to deal with Annihilation, but that Blizzard has come back around for Top Dragon.
They effectively, their VP get, 2 minutes off the clock, and they don't give up any progress, as that'll be the Reaper RKM falling as Gala is still behind enemy lines. Gala gets the Juno, and then he's gonna I thought he was gonna get out.
That is, I mean, still, this is slowing Vision down. All of these little picks, Shockwave just sneaking in, taking the bot back, all of this is putting pressure on Vision Esport. You know they need to group as 5, and these individuals from Virtus Pro going for these skirmishes, finding these kills, it just keeps the bot in this position.
Still with the grab here, yeah. There's gonna be a Blizzard in response, just trying to play a little bit of defense.
All right, nice orbital ray. Everything used there by Vision. So Virtus Pro again, teasing some big ultimates out of Vision while they're on the back foot. Now VP need to try and disengage and not die. I'm not really sure who Sauna was looking for with the Blossom there, but does at least force the RKM Wraith Walk, and that bot is getting back again into a position to threaten some further progress.
And this time for VP, they actually don't even end up investing the sound barrier into this, right? So the orbital ray comes out, you're gonna have a free sound barrier to potentially use here for Gala, as Rajaro's still in the fight.
Yeah, free bubble charge there as well. Sauna dives in. This is Virtus Pro reaching up from the mud and dragging Vision into it, man. They're not allowing them to really establish any sense of tempo. All the fights are staggered. They're all scrappy. Yeah. The ultimates are coming out at random intervals. And VP have now set up a scenario where they have sound barrier overclock into an ultless Vision Esport.
They haven't really even given Vision Esports an opportunity to see past middle of the map, right? They've just been playing basically on their own side, deep in their own territory the entire time. It's been quite miserable probably experience for Vision Esports at the moment.
Ooh, dangerous here. Overclock came out there from a Shockwave. Top Dragon ended up falling under that fusillade of damage. And Gala's going to be able to just walk on away from Amdip. Now the Ramatra, extremely out of position. Going to get staggered out and taken down while the bot moves against him. This is disastrous. And now Virtus Pro will add to their...
Shockwave, right? But you'd already lost 3 players at that time. And Matrix here, this is going to gain them some space. Rounding this corner, you're going to get Shockwave back in the fight. So now we'll see if they can finish the map. An opportunity to do so here, right? For Vision Esports, no support ultimates online. You're just going to have this Death Blossom. I mean, under a minute to go. I mean, this is just a slaughtering here.
Okay, VP commit a sound barrier though to play a disadvantage and then use it at least to make it a 4 versus 4, but the Annihilation inside that building is pretty devastating. But again, Virtus Pro have not been able to use their ultimates on the front foot, i.e. in a position where they're actually achieving their game plan. They're using all their ultimates purely to stay in the map.
to not get a map completion, Vision Esports is just basically having to use everything there to just stay alive. And this is where they've only been able to fight. I mean, 14 meters they got underneath the bridge at one time, but this is basically where Vision Esports has been forced to fight all game. in a must-win map scenario, they need an absolute major comeback.
They've got great ultimates, Matt. Vision need to snowball now an advantage, but ration out these ultimates as much as possible so they're never disadvantaged in that sense. Here they come. RKM, patient about it. Gets rid of that immortality field now, and bit by bit, Vision Esports start to encroach into VP territory. RKM can hold on to the Death Blossom here. It was only the orbital ray used by Zox in this fight, and it's pretty clean, all things considered, by Vision. That's the first step.
Well, I mean, you're going to get checkpoint out of this, right? So positive here for Vision Esports. You get that checkpoint, you hold on to rally, which is huge. I think you're looking at potentially like RKM. Where can you get a Death Blossom, right? He's been really good on these flanks, dealing with some of the supports. That would be massive here in this next fight coming up.
Shockwave building towards yet another overclock here. The Blade for Sauna crucial, but there's a rally for Donghoon in play, so it's unlikely we see that ultimate get too much value. Okay, grab instantly. I like this. They have a catch on top Dragon. They get rid of him, and Antiv's not in a great position either. RKM a little bit low now, going for the Death Blossom, but Kanale brings him down midway through it, and it's all come crumbling down for Vision. They had to be so conservative about how they use their ultimates, but a random grab catching a player just 1 foot overextended gives VP their 3rd map win in a row of the series.
Oh, you gotta speak to comp ops. Maybe we gotta get Vision another map on the board here. You know, for coming out of winners. I mean, this is VP looks like a completely different team in their match the other day. Vision still putting up a pretty good fight in a lot of situations. I think there's still a lot to like about what their roster has been able to do here in this FACEIT league, but VP just looking lights out.
Yeah, I mean, VP gained like a really nice early advantage off some very well navigated fights, and also some Reaper and Baptiste positioning that gives them some huge edges. And then they just turn the game into an absolute scrap fest. It's a mud fight. It is the muddiest Overwatch I've ever seen. Just hands reaching up, pulling them down into the quicksand, and saying, if you want to do anything this map, you're gonna have to fight us constantly, and you're not gonna do it 5v5. It's like 1v1s, 2v2s.
You have that spawn advantage, right? So just keep flooding out and just taking 3-on-3s or 3-on-3. You know what I mean? 3-on-4s, 3-on-3s. Like, and even if you're not getting any car progress, you're expending ultimates and dwindling clock, right? Where at that point, I mean, VP would make so much progress. You know, you just dwindle, 2-3 minutes off the clock. You're not gonna lose the game, right?
Like this fight here, right? I mean, okay, VP lose Garlic here, and then they're disengaging. They're a bit staggered. They end up making it a 4v4. Just now, we just saw Blizzard we saw Blizzard and both support ultimates used, and they still don't win the fight because VP are just everywhere. Like, they can't set up. There's no, like a set plays available here to Vision because they are never really, in line. They're never really in order to just, like follow the flowchart Overwatch. They're constantly just getting dragged down.
It seems like they don't want to play the Maga, obviously, into like this Zarya shell with the PAP. It seems like they don't exactly want to kind of consistently play Diva, but then the Ramatra didn't really look. I'm curious what they go here with on New Junk City. Match point already here for Virtus Pro.
Now, assuming Vision are the top seed in this series, I'm thinking they chose Esperanza. So by that line of logic, would that not mean that this is a is a Vision pick. Okay, so it's the other way around.
Yes, there's a Vision pick. I believe, like the top seeded stuff would change for the finals, right? Where the higher seeded team, right?
Wouldn't that mean though that I'm not sure I understand that because this is map. Oh, I get okay. All right, I think I understand because of the map advantage.
Yeah.
We have an irregular number of maps. Either way, this Zarya comp, by the way, worked against the Ramatra look. Something that Virtus Pro were actually switching into a Ramatra mirror to try and answer on King's Row.
But I mean, dude, if you come out with this Maga, I feel like we know how it looks at this point, right? I think the biggest change up has been the backline here for VP. Whatever you want to play Sauna on seems to work, whether it be a Genji or a Reaper in this type of scenario. See what they pull out, but Vision Esports, their last chance here, right? I know they've looked pretty good all tournament long. A really nice, pleasant surprise here. But against Virtus Pro in this rematch, it has not gone as expected.
Not at all. Honestly, fairly competitive. King's Row definitely a pretty close affair. But outside of that, Vision Esports have felt at least a step behind. And so now they're going back to the tried and tested Malga look, a comp that we have seen get battered by this Zarya setup. Can the individuals here for Virtus carry them? That's a good start. Top Dragon getting rid of Shockwave, but with your Juno dying first, it doesn't matter what Top Dragon just achieved.
The longer these fights go, it's so much better for this Zarya. And even if Top Dragon gets Shockwave, everybody else extremely low. The Reaper just building up pressure onto the Mog, and the Mog falls, then the supports, and then it's a point take there for VP. So even though Top Dragon's doing a nice job getting Shockwave out of the equation, because the fight goes so long on the front line, the Zarya just ramps, and it's just tough stopping them.
Disrupt the shot, definitely an issue for Genji. He can't do anything to mitigate that kind of damage, but he was able to get Shockwave there. Zox again will be under pressure once more. Rajaro, though, doesn't quite have the window to get rid of that Juno entirely. Rajaro baited into what he thinks might be an opportunity to get a kill, but it's not there. So VP get halfway towards this first capture point up before Vision flip it back.
I think VP is actually pretty split there. It looks like Shockwave may be up on the high ground and everybody else is just taking point and on low, because Vision Esports, they get a stomp right on top of him, and the immortality field thrown up there from Canal, but not enough to save Shockwave. So that allows the point to flip. And no, I mean, Vision Esports, you're just looking for any positive signs, right? Especially with this comp. A nice fight win there. That's going to be a rally there from Donghun, following up on the RKM as they go in.
Yeah, this might be the flashpoint here. I might be calling it a little bit early, but Vision do so well to win that fight out and also draw the Amp Matrix out of Canale. Now they'll come back as well with both of their DPS ultimates and an orbital ray. This is a pretty good sign for Vision.
You do have Sound Barrier to counter this orbital ray, and then you also have Grav as well. So potentially an opportunity for VP to catch them out. I think for VP, you just have to make the assessment. Yeah, maybe you don't have enough speed to be able to actually make it. Oh, they take a different angle, VP. They're going to wrap all the way around. They're going to get to the point.
All right, they won't be able to touch in time. On the point, though, is Top Dragon. Here comes Amdip straight into the middle of them in a blade. Into the Sound Barrier, but Top Dragon can wait it out. Just try and cut through some of this shielding. However, the Blossom is there. Zox is out of the picture, and Top Dragon fell again to Shockwave. Just consistently hitting that airborne Genji with railguns. Hard to replicate, but a cage fight now thrown down by Amdip, probably for protection, if anything else. And Rajaro's grab best be held on for the next flashpoint. And it'll be Vision Esport 1-0 start.
Yeah, it's a nice wraparound there for Virtus Pro to actually get to the point and make it interesting about Vision Esports. They have a big ult dump there, right? Orbital Ray, cage fight, Blade, Blossom. Gives VP a slight advantage coming into this next fight, right? They're going to be able to get there a little bit earlier, not much, but they're also going to have this Graviton search, right? Do you just try and grab one target out, see if you can finish them off? See Rajaro get quite aggressive here up onto the high ground and then potentially want to use it.
Donghun just trying to get across the gap there. Shockwave is ready with his overclock. All right, so we're looking at potentially another VP point take to start things off. That didn't really eventuate into much for them last time around. Love that from RKM, instantly TPing out. Will be chased by Sauna, and he won't be allowed to flee.
Yeah, some awesome Reaper play from both sides, right? RKM specifically, I think throughout this series, probably been the brightest spot for Vision Esports, quite frankly. I know King's Row was a huge map for RKM, so see if he can make some plays here. This is a little bit of a dangerous point here, Mitch, because Vision Esports, you end up giving it up first. You're also pretty behind in terms of ultimate economy of how much you spent to take the final fight on that first checkpoint.
Nice deflect there. Oh, and a Shuriken headshot's going to force instantly the Wraith Walk. I think Sauna's in trouble here. Yep, Top Dragon just waited for him to emerge from the shadows and cleaned him up. Oh, Rajaro looking for the break. Donghun eventually got brought down by Shockwave instead, but no bubbles left. Just one tantalizing second away from having that off cooldown. Amdip, though, firing on both cylinders, will finally give Vision control of this second flashpoint.
And Son is not there on the Reaper to kind of battle on the point with his team, and RKM is, and you see Rajaro even with a bubble, right? The Reaper just kind of pops it, just shoots him, 1-2 times, and he's out of the fight. So Vision Esports battling back here on New Junk City. This would be a huge map win, right? Then you just need to win that next map, and you're good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, having that one map advantage is pretty big, but Donghun's gone down here. Virtus Pro did lose control of the point, mind you, but they're able to take a fight against Vision in a position where the Air Matrix is super relevant, actually. Beautifully done by Canale. Yeah, Virtus Pro a little bit battered, but they take this flashpoint and carry some critical ultimates into the next fight. It's about to get real messy. We're going to have like an 8-9 ult fight coming up.
They don't lose anybody there, Virtus Pro. I mean, that is massive, right? Being able to drop that Ant Matrix and win a fight like that as Vision wants to go aggressive. And yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, this fight is going to be an absolute mess where the last time you had Top Dragon end up using the blade with the orbital ray, Gala had a nice sound barrier in response. Let's see if that's what they want to combo this time. It'll be a cage fight here. Engage gets right on the Sauna.
Sound barrier used though. Bubble also committed to keep Sauna alive. The Death Blossom from RKM. It's all used just to get the Reaper. Top Dragon goes down during the blade. Rajaro able to pick him up here, but Bubbles not available. Rajaro though getting healed. That's crucial. At 70 charge, so he's definitely fighting fit right now. Doesn't have to use the bubble there yet. He's able to conserve them here to late in the fight. And this is a VP flashpoint. One way or another, they end up taking the fight and bring a Grav into the next.
And we'll see if they actually stay on this, or if this is just maybe they were just going to try and get back to the point. So Sauna actually going to go over to Sombra. So Sombra you would typically see right against a Diva type of shell if they wanted to run that, right? We haven't seen that much. I mean, Sombra is typically not great against Reaper in the sense that like Reaper doesn't need his abilities that much, right? But maybe you feel like against a Mauga, it's pretty good, right? Being able to get the hack, deny that cardiac overdrive.
Oh, I love this. Just the grab to catch RKM. The biggest threat by far, surely. However, elsewhere, Sauna at least able to chase Zox down. There's a Sombra pick here. Curious to see how it works in one of those all-in fights. But right now, Sauna's been very hard to catch and also constantly denying that cardiac overdrive. Just the key portion of Malga's sustainability. Kind of taken away from him now. And it's VP off to a good start here on flashpoint number 3.
It's also a little bit more of like a defensive pick, right? The Sombra, in the sense that if Top Dragon or RKM go in, they use their abilities to try and deal with Shockwave, they can just get like hacked, right? Top Dragon then doesn't have a dash, doesn't have a deflect, can't get out. It's a pretty easy kill to secure. So definitely seems to be a little bit more of a defensive pick here for VP. Is EMP should be quite devastating here as well.
Should Sauna be able to build it up? It's going to definitely be a problem for Genji. Reaper, Malga, all of them, but RKM goes down already. Shockwave with these rails out of nowhere. Just the consistency with which he's hitting these is pretty terrifying. The hack on the Top Dragon would have forced him away had Sauna not brought him to his knees anyway. And now Virtus Pro are in last fight territory to go ahead on flashpoints.
What does Top Dragon even do there, right? Gets into Bab's face, the immortality field, he's dealing with that, then he gets hacked, so not able to get out. There's no way you're going to be able to fight in that scenario.
There's a blade here. Hack is still threatening. God, Shockwave has had Top Dragon's number at the start of some of these fights. He's going for it. Hack though straight away. Doesn't matter. He's still able to bring Shockwave down. Deflect there. Canale sees him at 33 HP. And somehow he's allowed to survive. Virtus Pro not advised to use any of those key ultimates now. So they come back in to, again, what is going to be a massive fight. And Top Dragon takes a risk, Matt. Goes for that solo blade against Shockwave, and it pays off.
I'm surprised how far he pushed, right? I mean, he is pushing Shockwave extremely far back from the point, and that is a really risky scenario. Like you mentioned, has to use the blade solo. Also gets hacked in that engagement. So really rough scenario. Here's going to be Sauna, going to land that virus down, and they're actually going to use that grab on Amdo. And Zox, it's going to be the orbital ray.
Yeah, but before Zox could get healed up by it, they're brought down. EMP here for Sauna, but they are detected. Virus on a Top Dragon, that's a big problem for the Genji. He might just die straight up. Somehow Donghun, I think, gets a heal pack on him and keeps him alive. But Virtus Pro have won this fight before even having to move over to the point. Now it's a matter of stepping up and taking what's theirs. And they've just made New Junk City real interesting.
And not even just just winning the fight, right? And they're going to win the flashpoint, put themselves on the flashpoint point for the series. But look at this, you hold on to your beats, you hold on to your EMP. They ended up using the Zox orbital ray to try and end up living through that grab. They had no chance. I think you probably EMP the cage fight, right? Cage fight comes out, you EMP. Cage fight comes out, they think they have an advantage. You EMP, you can even sound barrier after that in response and just catch them completely off guard.
Well, here's the rally from Donghun to start. They just disengage this, right? They don't have to fight it. Maybe they do. Amdib's trying to give them no choice but to engage here. Shockwave just can't get away from that Blossom at all. Sound barrier and EMP. Can VP do something with this without any damage to speak of?
Shockwave was down.
Okay. Rujaro comes forward. The Rujaro really charged up. ready to throw down. And Sauna also wrapping around that point, hacking Amdip yet again, but he had the cardiac overdrive active already. He's able to shrug off that hindrance and charge away. But this should be VP taking the point first again.
They try and do what a lot of teams do with the Mog, is potentially like around a corner, right? Catch a player out with that cage fight. And they have 3 players from Vision Esports inside that cage, just none from VP.
RKM forced to back up dead. Notice that very tight angle from Shockwave. He's playing very safe for the time being. Still finds a headshot out of nowhere, but yeah, Rajaro can't be kept alive. Kanale did have an immortality field there. Clearly just wasn't quite in the right place. And honest, 36% gained here for Virtus Pro. But Vision do very, very well here to clap back into them and keep this game pretty close. Blade here for Top Dragon again. We're always looking to see what he can achieve as an individual when that comes up.
No support ultimates here for that Blade either, so you're really looking at Shockwave maybe with like a railgun shot and then Sauna with a hack, right? The hack has been constantly, I mean, you could try and catch him with a hack, with a grab, right? I mean, it's always a possibility. I think going for the hack is a little bit steep.
He's won. He's alive somehow. The grab came out. Looks like Top Dragon was waiting for it, Matt. Think they have the easy kill on Amdip. It's anything but.
No, they're able to just kind of funnel on in there, save the Mog. They do end up having to use the orbital ray to do it, right? So now VP can come back. You have an overclock of your own. Shockwave's been so good on the Sojourn here. They're out the series. All he needs is one shot to turn the tides.
87 and counting. Vision here, looking to even up the flashpoints. This is a big fight coming up. Virtus Pro can't afford to get anyone picked off. Overclock going to be coming out straight away here, and a hack on Zox is going to force the Juno to the ground for the time being. But Shockwave is in such a weird spot. Dove upon, but Sauna got rid of the Juno. Here come Virtus Pro over to the point. They don't want to spend too many ults here because they are behind by quite a large margin. But Donghun getting EMP'd and Virus straight away was the plan for Virtus Pro. Now they'll deal with the Malga. They need to flip this point back. They have done so a longer fight benefits them. And now they have to try and stretch these 2 support ultimates long enough to take the series.
You definitely can, but the only thing they're going to have to kind of deal with here is going to be RKM's Death Blossom. Otherwise, you were kind of sitting pretty here if you're Virtus Pro. So we'll see where I'm curious where Kanale is going to set up with this Amp Matrix. Is it going to be like up on the high ground there to just kind of rain down fire on the opponents? How are they going to end up using this? It looks like they're a little bit playing further back. They're waiting for this RKM TP.
Amp Matrix is a problem.
They drop it right in his face.
Disengage. Oh, the bubble on Gala, not enough. Okay, so that's the sound barrier off the table. Oh, God. Virtus Pro uses support on me here and get absolutely clapped. The Death Blossom from RKM, even with the bubble on Gala, is not enough. And so, Vision Esports have evened up New Junk City.
I mean, RKM has had a great series here for Vision Esports. I feel like without his pretty impressive play in this one, I mean, we may be already... Being able to get that is huge. So
all right, heading into this next fight here, Virtus Pro have at least a sound barrier to work with. Amdip with the cage fight, something the Virtus Pro can't just cancel out now because they've switched off of the Sombra back to the Reaper. Here's the sound barrier. Bubble even being used on Sauna early. Immortality field, everything, including the kitchen sink, committed by Virtus Pro to keep themselves alive. But now they need to do some damage of their own. That's speculative at best from Shockwave. Heading up to the high ground, ends up trading his life. Getting rid of Top Dragon, though, is a pretty big boon now, but there's more work to be done. Not quite the environmental that VP were looking for on Amdip. Gala can't get away with this. He's actually just prolonged his own demise. No? Up on the corrugated iron, he can return to the fight. He can get back.
Yeah, you can get back up from there. There's like a, I think it was, why do I want to say it's like it's either an Emong or a J3 clip of somebody getting stuck down there for an extended period of time. But you can, on the Lucio, you can make your way back up.
How about that? Yeah, I guess the corrugated iron juts out and the kill zone is a little bit lower. Here's a blade, though, for Top Dragon. Another good one. Catching Shockwave is something he's more than happy to get. However, he goes too far. Rajaro so charged up now, also with a graph to spare. The fact, though, that the point was flipped is a bonus for Vision Esports. Virtus Pro need to play aggressively to clear them off entirely, and they should be able to do so here. Keeping Grav and Blossom into the next fight.
You just see how much easier it is, though, to push back Vision Esports here for VP as soon as they bring in Sauna on the Reaper, right? Even losing one, you take out Top Dragon, and then you just turn the tides, right? Now your Zarya is all charged up. You have your battering ram and the Reaper in the front line, and you just run them down.
Matt, this might be the last fight for Virtus Pro. This might be all they need to win here to take the series. And a 7.5k.
That's Wraithward, and yeah, they tried to catch the Genji.
He's nanated. No catch on top dragon there. Still, Virtus Pro have a bit to work with, but that was a big mistake. Oh, sucks! Picked off at long range. The Amp Matrix for Canale. He might have just delivered Virtus Pro the victory here, and Vision have nothing to do about it. They stand off the point as Virtus Pro sweep this final.
Yes, sir. Is that a firework grab or? Fireworks grab?
We were celebrating already.
Okay.
What's up, VP? It's your boy Uber in your comms. What's good? How we feeling?
Yeah!
Yo! you guys gotta be feeling good to get some revenge there, but honestly, that was even more one-sided than we kind of expected. Tell us why today were things so easy for you?
Chopped up the backline comp, I think. No more like Anna break.
Yeah.
Or like Juno. Yeah, we play like an actual good comp. So.
Is this going to be the way forward, the Baptiste like setup? Because you guys are the only ones that are really doing it with the Zarya comp, and it looks really good. And it's pretty hard to kill Shockwave when you guys have Bubble and Drone.
Yeah, we have best Zarya EU and best Bap EU, so.
True. I mean, depends on what the patch is, right? Like next tournament, I guess we'll see what the patch is looking like.
How patch resistant do you feel your team is the way it is right now? Do you feel like you can switch over to anything except for Maga?
Yes, just not Moga.
Fair.
Yeah, with the the Maga out of the mix, you mentioned switching up the support line a little bit. Can you just explain maybe to some of the people at home like what changing that support line does for your team that kind of enables everything to work?
I think it's like survivability, right? Like kiting.
Yeah.
And you have a lamp as well. And honestly, window against cage is maybe like a little bit underrated.
Yes.
Like if you play properly around it, it's a pretty big counter. But I think it's just like kiting. When you play Soch, like you wanna keep running around, slide away and maybe flip that burger, as we sometimes do. So.
Looking back at this tournament, it really is, isn't it? Now, looking back at this playoff tournament as a whole, were there any big moments that stood out for you? Any big surprises, positive or negative?
Oh. Maybe Gala on the DJ. Just seeing enemy backline, killing everyone. Not bad.
Not bad indeed. Well, we loved what we've seen. What's coming next for VP? Are we going to see you guys again in season 4?
I think not too sure. We'll see what the off season brings.
We'll see indeed. Well, it's a very short off season. You have like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you don't have much time.
Until the signups are closed. Well, regardless of what the future holds, we hope to see all of you on our servers in whichever capacity again. Once again, a huge congratulations on the dub. You are our Season 3 champions in the EMEA region. So go and celebrate and have a great off season. Happy holidays.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much love to the VP squad. We, of course, hope to see much more of them after that dominant showing. Rajaro getting himself the player of the match honors. I did love that we didn't necessarily even see counter picking. He just straight up took the mirrors. Just to, just to make a point. I love that.
So we saw Rajaro at one point switch Ramatra into the mirror on Kings Row.
Yeah.
After that, he actually didn't bother. And we were sort of thinking, is Ramatra really a counter? It could have a lot to do with like the comp entirely. And Zarya might just feel like Rajaro might have felt like the Zarya here being able to give bubbles to Shockwave was important because they had a Genji that was constantly trying to pressure her down. So I think there's a lot to take away from this tournament in terms of like a legitimate switch up to the meta under the context, I think, still of the fact that we have like a really active counter swapping tank meta, which I think like bad players seem to think is cringe for some reason, but it's kind of been in the game for 9 years now. So it's good to see teams that have really tried to make the most use of that.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I thought Rajaro was pretty sick today. I think also just the ability for, Gala can just kind of speed around the map, protect the Sojourn, and then if you don't get those kills fast with the Mog, I mean, you're absolutely screwed going against that Reaper and the Zarya.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the match highlights to see how this grand final went down. Of course, Vision Esports started one map up as they came through the upper bracket, whereas VP had to fight their way, making that salty lower bracket run back, and they did it with ease, quite frankly. Although I do have to say, of course, massive shout-outs to the opposition here, Vision Esports. I think they've shown a lot of great stuff that they can be very proud of. I hope this is not the last we've seen of this team, because they were fighting back. There were a lot of moments where it could have been theirs, came once again down to those last fights here on Kings Row, for example.
I thought RKM was sick today. You know, we talked a lot about Top Dragon the other day. I mean, he was pretty nuts today.
Filthy.
Yeah. I mean, I also Top Dragon has continuously like delivered excellence here. I thought this was going to be it. He needed more from this play, which is kind of crazy to say considering he deflected a headshot into a sojourn, but he needed more than one kill there, unfortunately. He looked excellent. I want to say Kanale's positioning at the start of this map blew my mind. It was I mean, pretty sick. He also killed Top Dragon at the start of that game. I feel like, yeah, the BAP play, Kanale's calling himself out as one of the best BAPs in EU. I tend to agree as of right now.
Hey, you just gotta be good. Just put yourself in the conversation. Well, that's what I mean, you.
I do think Landon might have something to say about that, but he is technically American.
Yeah, but Landon didn't put himself in the conversation right now.
That's right. You need to be in the conversation.
Put yourself in, right?
Right. So is that how I get Forbes 40 under 40?
You need to start the conversation.
Pay yourself into the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
That's how Forbes works.
Well, the reason you're not getting that is because you look 50, so they don't really know that you're under 40.
Listen, child rearing adds 10 years. I'm telling you, that's the way it is. You're gonna find that out, Matt. I'm sure, buddy.
I mean, if you guys at home would have saw Mitch in rehearsal today, I mean, he looked like he's coming off a few losses of some Vegas. So he's looking like really rough today.
This is slanderous because my kids are unwell. I was up late and had to, roll out of bed at like 7:30. So like,
nothing quite to reinvigorate you and wake you back up than good Overwatch. I feel like that's what we've delivered or have been delivered here in the EMEA region as a whole. The last 3 days I think has been very, very exciting. It's been great to see all these teams in action. We got some surprises as well. Let's once again look at the bracket to see how it all shook out.
Well, I mean, look, the lessons for me here is that like Virtus Pro showed great adaptability. I thought we had the Ostrix arc, which was, I loved it a lot. We very quickly learned that ball is very counterable by a team that is good. Team Peps did the Team Peps thing by getting absolutely booty blasted in the lower bracket, after giving us some hope against Quick Esports. And yes, T3 is not a job.
I would say one of the coolest things I think for the EMEA bracket was Vision Esports coming and playing at a really high level. You kind of look at the rest of the bracket. I mean, Virtus Pro kind of handled everybody else with relative ease, right? They didn't drop a map against anybody else, outside of Vision Esports. So I'm excited about looking forward, for Vision Esports, right? A rough end to their go here in this FACEIT League, but with some of their success at home and then here, I think they have a lot to build on.
Yeah, and they can sign up for the next season, so we might see them very soon once more as they have an opportunity to fight their way through the FACEIT League once again when they start at the end of January. You can as well, of course, with your team. You don't have to compete with the likes of Virtus Pro, of course. Like, you don't have to do that to yourself. You will be playing in your own skill bracket, and you can walk away with some money. We quadrupled the prize pool for this one. Also, pugs are added. Lots of flexibility here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really important to point out that the system calibrates really effectively to your skill level as a team. So you get competitive matches that as you win, get harder, and you have a chance to rise up, of course, through the different tiers of FACEIT League until you're in FACEIT Master. When you're trying to qualify for OWCS, there is a very defined path here, and there's a ton of incentive for doing so, right? FACEIT points redeemable for a bunch of stuff. Now also you can, the scheduling system for the games has become a lot more flexible, so you can actually work around the rest of your schedule, because presumably you have a life, but there's now a pretty defined way to the top of this pyramid.
Yeah, that's right. You can Toblerone your way into the top, and we might see you and your team in the OWCS.
Another
now has relegations as well, which is awesome.
Right. I mean, that's awesome. Another cool thing about FACEIT is how how it works with the game. It's like so integrated. Like we do the map selection through FACEIT, and it just kind of like populates the server in game. That also means the game sends stuff out to FACEIT, right? Where you're able to see some stats. You can figure out what's going on with your team, where you're losing situations. Yeah, get some insights in your play, figuring out who on your team is to blame. I think that's one of the biggest things when you're
really
playing
important.
in season
Yeah,
play.
yeah, yeah.
I know to keep the morale high is to figure out who to blame on the team so everybody else feels good about their play.
I mean,
A nice way to put that is accountability,
Yeah.
But that's
I love
definitely a
this
non-toxic addition. We love that.
I can't wait to get on in the all chat and tell Matt that MI6 is calling next time. You know what I mean?
I would have loved to know who that was. That would have been hilarious.
Well, so yeah, as you can tell, lots of exciting stuff coming in 2025, which is just a few weeks away, honestly. This year went by quickly, and we're about to dip our feet into the next season very, very soon. For now, though, that is a wrap. Virtus Pro are your FACEIT League Season 3 EMEA champions. Mitch, Matt, thank you both so much for calling the action over the last 3 days. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you all, as always, and wish the two of you happy holidays as well. Any final words?
You're lying, but I appreciate you. Yeah, see you in the new year for more Overwatch action.
Yeah, no, happy holidays to you guys too. I hope Santa or whoever treats you well. Yeah, no, I'm excited.
If you're Zoe's kid, you think Santa is all of us, and we can all be Santa.
Okay, listen.
Wow.
I think that is a good way to.
Is everybody the Easter Bunny as well?
Everyone is Santa because Santa is the spirit of giving, and we're gonna give you more Overwatch very soon. We're now gonna head into a break, and then we're dipping into all things NA and Crown a Champion in that region as well. You don't want to miss it. It's gonna be an extended break as we're waiting for the teams to get ready. So grab a drink. 100 minutes coming up right now.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a productive break and are as ready as Jake and Jack are to get the final day of competition in the NA region started. What's good, you two? How you doing?
I'm chilling. I'm ready. I watched a lot of the EU matches. I thought the semi-final was going to be a little bit closer, to be honest. It was a bit of a storm. Virtus Pro kind of good at the game. Who's surprised, really?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think we've got some real contenders in NA. Two teams in the lower semis that I think honestly have acquitted themselves well in the tournament overall, have looked strong. Nightmare waiting in the grand finals, looking a little scary though for whoever graduates to face them.
Also, Jack treating us with a little collar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
got this
like
for the
English
Stockholm Grand
boy.
Finals. It feels good.
It's Jack, do you know what Blue's Clues is?
Blue's Clues. I realize now that I do look like the Blue's Clues guy. God damn it.
You do. What a
Thanks,
treat.
Jake. Why didn't you dress up like the dog, Jake?
I'm sorry, Jack. I just couldn't help myself.
Oh, it's so good. Well, it's a treat. Love that.
I'll be changing
Love
in the
that
break.
for all of us. Speaking of treats, we also have drops once again, so make sure to link your Twitch account to your FACEIT account. And you too can have some of the drops. It's very easy. There's a lot of drops on the line too.
Easy.
People
should
be easy. In theory, it's easy. It is RNG though, so...
Well, you'll get there eventually. Rule of average, you just watch a lot of the, you watch the stream, you'll be able to get a few here and there, and then, spend it on some goodies in the store. There's like in-game stuff as well, which is always really exciting. So yeah, make sure you go link your account.
That's right. And if praying to the RNG gods for drops isn't competitive enough for you, how about you sign up for the upcoming FACEIT League season? Can it interest you in an overall prize pool of $200,000? We quadrupled the prize pool across both regions. So lots of opportunities to get into some cash. Not quick cash, because it's an entire season you have to play, and you have to play all the way into up the pyramid, if you will, Jake. But hey, it's now directly funneled into the OWCS circuit, so people really can get very competitive there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like me and you're not necessarily trying to compete at the top two, there's a lot of different ways to play FACEIT coming next year. We're going to have the PUG system up, which I think is really exciting since, even players who aren't necessarily ready to be on a team or, commit to scrimming, there's like kind of they want to dip their toes in the water and play just a little bit more competitively with like-minded players. I mean, that's what the PUG system is for. So personally, that's, I think, where I'm going to engage and excited to get back in and play some PUGs with high-level players, maybe without committing to the scrim schedule. So, whether you want to play on a full team, compete in the tournaments, make your way to the top, or just want a more competitive environment to play in, I think FACEIT's really a great option next year.
Right, you can take it as serious or as casual as you want. And Jack, another great tool that is coming our way in the FACEIT League is also getting more insights into your stats.
Yeah.
So you can really and you have a lot to look at after your match.
That is really cool. Like, no longer will you have to go to Google Sheets and like note down all the win percentage of different maps and like how people did. Oh, the supports feed on this map, we play bad on that. No, you can just look at the FACEIT website. It's like super easy now. It's sick. So you don't have to go scrambling through also your match history and whatnot. It's all going to be there on the FACEIT website, and will really help you improve too. If you know you're struggling one map type, it's there in plain English. Like, okay, you have a 0% win rate on Escort. There's probably something you should do about that. So yeah, it's gonna be nice and detailed too, which is something we have not seen in a long time in Overwatch, like actual giant match reports and win rates across different maps and games.
Yeah, we love to see those stats. We love to get that insight. We also love brackets. So let's take a look at our NA bracket to see where we're at in our last day of competition here in the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs. 0-3 Splash fell at the hands of Nightmare, who are now sitting comfortably in the finals. Very much what we expected to see here in the upper bracket. Nightmare, they were the favorite team coming into this. And they didn't really have many hiccups along the way. Even though the Citrus Nation game was played closer, Nightmare, they were having a little bit too much fun with it. And now if we're looking at the lower bracket, though, it's all up to Rad X Avidity and 0-3 Splash to decide amongst them who will be joining Nightmares in that grand final. It's going to be a good match, and that is, of course, our first match of the day. If you're looking at the compositions from both of these teams, they both have been mainly playing Maga, Genji, Sojourn, so it's not going to be this compositional chess that we got treated to in many other matches. So let's talk about the rosters here. Starting with the O3 Splash. Joss, I know you have your eyes on Peace. That Genji.
Yeah,
That's what
I mean,
we're focusing on.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of what's happening right now in this meta is that the Genjis are the crux of the competition. The tanks, you know, sure, the Mauga has to lay down a big cage, but the Genji is really where you want to look. A lot of people like Zera, Peace, their neutral game has just been so sick, and getting value like instantly is what's led to O3 Splash's success. I mean, Peace getting solo kills without Blade, like to start fights off, have been just absurd. And also, getting the big Blade kills too with the Mauga cage. Painkiller has been perma-playing this Mauga, and it's been a big tool for them to find big fight wins. You just pop cage, you pop Blade, and then it's done. The fight's over, you can't do much else, and the enemy team is forced to reset. So that is really their bread and butter for their this season at least, or this patch, I suppose.
Now, before we are moving on to the next roster, we want to play a little game to guess a player that made a statement from this very team. So far, our contributions from the teams have been a little mid, if not below that.
Someone earlier was like,
EMEA region.
I like ice cream.
Yeah,
I'm
I was like, wow.
What?
The insight.
Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, so for everyone who missed it in the EMEA region, we are sending out questionnaires to our players. They have to give us some fun facts so we can turn it into a game.
What is this?
This one is, which player loves chicken cutlets? I mean, that's more out there than ice cream, I guess.
But like,
this
by
has
not
to be
much.
popular.
By not much.
A chicken cutlet. You put that in front of somebody, 9 out of 10 people are gonna like that. You know?
Yes. So who from
Ryan,
O3 Splash could be a lover of cutlet?
I'm gonna go with Sugu.
Sugu. I'm going.
Like this is the most stab in the dark of all time.
Joey, what'd you go?
A Painkiller.
You want Painkiller?
You know,
I'll take
the meats for the tanks.
I'll take.
That makes sense.
Hanbei. We're just gambling.
Because
Who doesn't? The real question is who doesn't
It's
like.
Lep, everybody.
Obviously, it's Lep.
It's Lep. Yes. Everybody
did we
knows
not
Lep.
know?
Loves chicken cutlets. Posts about it all the time on Twitter. Twitter ban
Yeah.
is also a chicken
Very
cutlet.
unique
Makes
feature
sense.
of his personality. Very few people like chicken cutlets. So.
You know, you can make an argument here. Lep is a dual citizen, or I think so. He's from America and Argentina. Argentinian steakhouses, that's a thing.
Okay.
So cutlets.
Do they serve chicken
You were
cutlet?
Maybe
scraping the
we're
bottom of the barrel
stretching.
for this one.
I'm trying my best. Well, let's look what the other side has in store for us. Starting, of course, with their roster. Hey, listen, we gotta start here with an apology, Jake, because we did not respect Avidity's game yesterday. They rolled the opposition. We did not think it's gonna be this close, but Wup and Bun, they were menaces as a DPS duo. It was rough.
Yeah, I mean, in the very first round of the tournament, they lost to this team, and then they come back here much later in the tournament in a higher stakes elimination game, and they kind of wiped the floor with EXO, right? It wasn't close by the end of the series. DPS heating up throughout the series. I think Pella looked solid on the tank as well, and the overall gameplay, the strategy from the team was really nice. I felt like EXO was completely shut down in all these comps they tried to bring out, even trying to bring out the Winston here in the end of the series and got full capped on Runasapi. So, you know, gotta respect Radavidity for putting up numbers there and defeating the team that beat them 3-1 at the start of the tournament, for figuring out, you know, the adjustments they needed to make and making them successfully. So got to give them props, especially, I mean, at this point, you're top 3, so there's no teams left who are pushovers at this point.
Right, now we have another fun fact. Let's see what they have for us. I'm sure it's gonna be another...
I like blueberries or something.
I like sunny days and long walks.
Yeah,
on the
sunny
beach.
days, guys.
Crazy.
I like the color
suspense.
blue.
Which player was recently
What
diagnosed
the
with...
hell?
That's not a real thing.
What?
To, like make that statement.
Chill
Who's chill?
personitis.
Chill personitis.
It's like a person who's chill. Is that's what I'm reading into this. So who's the most
Terminally chill.
I know nothing
guys.
about.
I'm gonna say who would say
one of the
Who would
DPS.
say this?
I'm gonna go with Bun, because they may play May at some point, and being chill is a May thing, I guess. Because she.
I'm gonna
has a
say
pro
Wub because
freeze
Wub
weapon.
seems chill.
Wub
I'm gonna say
chill.
Okay, I stick to my tank guesses, Pella. You know, you gotta be chill if you're just rolling into the opposition. You gotta be real calm and collected.
It's Pella.
And obviously, I got
Chill person.
How did you?
Thank you for the fun fact.
Chill
Bella.
personitis. Let's go. Damn.
Do they have
think it's
nothing?
serious,
Like,
dude.
surely they have some information about themselves, which could be exciting.
This might
Jack,
be
give me a
facts.
fun
They might
fact.
have a doctor's note. They might have a doctor's note.
No, I literally just
don't
googled
know
it. It's
that.
not a real thing.
Oh, okay.
There's no
Just in
you
case- just in
thought this was a
case.
real thing.
It could be. Maybe it's
I
like
didn't think
you're
so, but then
colder than
I
you
wanted to
normally
cover
would
my
be. I don't know.
bases. Exactly.
All right.
I
if
just
this
wanted
was a
to
real
cover my
thing, it
bases.
would not be called chill personitis, guys. I'm just.
I
Why
just
not?
wanted to cover my bases, my mate. Okay, let's talk about Preds. You know what? I don't think my Pred is gonna be right, but I want it to be right. I'm going with Avidity 3-2. I hope for a
Okay,
close
I
game,
like
of
that.
course, but also recency bias. That one, I'm rolling with it. I was really impressed with what Avidity brought to the table. It's gonna be a mirror match. Could be anyone's game.
I personally love recency bias, but I went the opposite way. 3-2 for O3 Splash, I think. It is tough. I think this is truly a coin flip game. You could go either way. I'd imagine the viewer predictions are probably going to be roughly the same as well. They've been close over the last 3 days. So I took a stab in the dark a little bit, and I think O3 Splash is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I think this could be a competitive series, but ultimately I took O3 Splash 3-1. I think this is their series to win. They came from the upper bracket. They looked really solid against a lot of teams, and this composition is their bread and butter. I think it probably will be about the mirror, and honestly for that, I do like Peace on the Genji. I think Peace is going to be a big component of their success. Painkiller as well has been fantastic on the Mauga, landing a lot of clutch stomps. So I took O3 Splash here.
Okay, maybe I
speak for the
lied. I lied.
people.
You when I lie.
Well, the fans are here for Radavidity, which I understand, right? There's a lot of like players the community is going to get behind on these teams. A lot of players exciting to watch. So I hope we're in for a good one.
That's right. Whatever the result, it should just be a good game. Let's see if or what they have in store for us map-wise, guys. What?
Ooh, hold on, Jack. What are these maps?
Esperanza, no
Esperanza?
Runasapi?
What is this?
What?
Gibraltar?
There's no way. In my North American Overwatch, not picking Runasapi? Hey, I'm here for it.
I really
We'll
want to
see a
go to
new
Game
push
5
map.
now. I want a Gibraltar game.
A little Gibraltar dive map? I'm down, bro. Oasis is going to be the first map that's picked by Avidity. You know, hella stats here. You know, Avidity love playing Oasis. No, everybody loves playing Oasis. It's been like almost 100% pick rate throughout the entirety of this bracket. As we jump in to our first map here. Losers, finals, Rad X Avidity versus O3 Splash. Winner will go on and face a Nightmare in the finals.
Big stakes here. A lot on the line for these teams who have come pretty far, but honestly, at this point, right, like you're starting to taste the potential possibility of victory. Then why saying I use pedals to use cooldowns? Honestly, that would go crazy. Get some racing pedals under the desk.
Has anybody ever done that? Played with
certainly somebody
pedals?
has.
Someone has played Winston with a banana.
You can definitely play this game with a steering wheel, like Mauga with a steering wheel. That could go crazy.
I mean, you can play Mercy with a steering wheel, bro. You can play that with a SNES controller. All right, TP out for both sides. No surprise here to see the mirror comp. Genji, Soj versus Genji and Soj. That's what I'm talking about. Was he who manages to... Oh, my Painkiller.
Well,
Where did Painkiller go? That guy is... down in some ibuprofens after that one. That was an absurd amount of damage and focus fire.
Yeah, it's a beautiful disruptor shot from Wub on the stairs, kind of zoned off the backline from O3 Splash. So I think the supports just couldn't quite get there in time. And that's going to be essentially a free opening cap. So free, in fact, that I wonder, can O3 Splash recontest this?
They almost can. Yeah, they were close to actually getting that touch. You saw Peace trying to go for it there. Still pretty low, though. No dash, no deflect, so has to play on that high ground, that little mini health pack. Although Bunny's going to be matching them. Small little boop. Now the charge comes in. Bun with a nice little double jump there. Actually avoids the stun. A lot of damage being thrown at Painkiller again and just caught completely out in that small little stairway. Support just no LOS. Radix Avidity able to hold the point for the time. And I think Pello's done a good job of kind of isolating the backline. There was no help for Painkiller at all, Jake.
Yeah, O3 Splash struggling to really get into a fight. I mean, losing your Mauga first is not the way you expect these team fights to go. Typically, Mauga nigh unkillable. So great work from Radavidity here, splitting those supports off, denying the resources to Painkiller, and punishing someone who's looked like one of the best Maugas in this tournament.
All right, third attempt. Third time's a charm here. O3 Splash now moving toward the point. No speed ring, spotting out Wub, but saving that dash. Important not to use that aggressively this time around or in these metas. Taking a headshot, Sugu going super low, but an early overclock from Wub. A nice little two-piece. Oh, almost make it a third. Hanbei managing to escape, but not for how much longer? I'm not sure. Probably not. There you go. Bun dead. Team wipe. 0-3 splash. Just nothing to say in this map at all. Only one ult expended there for Wub 2, so Radek's ability is still looking good in terms of ult bank.
Yeah, this is an absolute beatdown. OC only. I mean, this is the dream scenario for Radavidity. See if they can close out the round. As Pella's holding forward, might want to get aggro here. Maybe he's just going to back out of this forward hold, not wanting to take risks. But 0-3 Splash, not even having Cage online. It's like hard to initiate this fight.
Yeah, really early Cage from Pella there, just trying to buy as much time as humanly possible. Blade does end up getting popped in amongst that orbital ray. Hanbei first to fall here. Painkiller 1 HP once more, and Radavidity, they're going to take this round. The Blade does end up coming through for peace, but there's a rally, there's a bash, an overclock, which is going to get deflected, and no one to touch for 0-3 Splash. Yeah, making more of a drop in the water rather than the splash currently. 100-0. I mean, that was just a shutout. Like you said, beat down, Jake.
Holy beatdown. Yeah, Radavidity cleaning house here. Okay, I mean, I'm starting to doubt my pred after that round. Like I thought this would be a close series either way, but man, that was not close, Jack. That was there's actually very little I can say that's of analytical relevance here. Just Wub and
they were killing
pounding
a lot quicker than the other team were killing them. It's silly. Zoe in our ears just said, "Is Zoe a genius? Maybe she is. Maybe Zoe had the
fans. They know."
Oh, Radek's Avidity coming out with the ball. Okay, Junbin-esque here from Pella. Scuffed on the
Pella
Zen.
is actually a ball master. This is potentially strong. If Scuffed can get value on the Zen, this could be very big. Hard to stay alive potentially though against the rush.
It is indeed. I mean, you still got the break there for the backup, but Zen's still very squishy. Although, saying that, yeah, if you just kill the Genji, it's pretty easy to survive as the Zen. All right, Painkiller also down. Oh, the tight little turnaround there actually is kind of crazy. That short grapple.
Dude, what is his crosshair?
Also, I was about to say, why is the crosshair a line? What? I didn't even know
This is like the worst crosshair I've ever seen. I love it.
Is that like for the grapple?
I mean,
or something?
There's no reason.
It looks like a grapple. That is absurd. Thank God we have the custom crosshairs now, Jake. Thank God.
Oh my God, this is one of the best I've seen. And we're on ball too. We're gonna be on this cam the whole game.
It's like, make sure you hit this angle. Well, Painkiller's dead. Switched over to the Queen. Quickly succumbs to the Farah. So a rough one so far. I mean, trying to get something done as well. Nice little boop kill onto Bun. Maybe another kill. They're going to have to be pretty quick with this one, but a big slam hits the back line. 0-3 Splash kind of recoiling after that one. And Scuffed is playing frontline Zed. Omega Giga Chad. Finally brought to justice, though, as Sugu takes out the aggressive Zenyatta. And 0-3 Splash do find a flip in the chaos as Painkiller returns to the fight.
It's a scrap here, though. Wub wants to get stuck in, wants to commit, and that's a big pickoff. Could start to stabilize things as Scuffed and Nenwire are both back. Wub, though, being targeted.
Oh, good minds. Stops Painkiller getting on the back line there. You saw Wub was kind of isolated on that mega health pack. The mines, quite defensive. Stop Painkiller from doing anything. A slam and a kill, and Peace dies to the traffic. And that will be the point flip. Luckily for 0-3 Splash, though, they did get a good 29%, so it's not Radek's Avidity running away with this.
Still, walking up out of the spawn is scary here. You know, Zen, Sojourn peeking your spawn, pressuring you. This is a risky space. I think, yeah, Pella's going outside. I like this move from Radavidity, staying aggressive, playing for the Zen.
So you need to play Zen right now. Suga just gets absolutely decimated. Good luck. Have fun. Go next. 50 or 60% now and counting. And yeah, there's just more kills. There's a rush coming through, but look how low everybody is. Pella just boops everybody into that small corner, away from the rest of the team. Big old slam, and Jake, this might be over. Maybe crosshair diff, potentially?
Yeah, the crosshair is definitely the reason they're winning. Other than that, the attacking in the spawn over and over again is nasty. I like the Widow pick, though. Should be a little bit scary, but I feel Wub could rip the overclock in spawn. And yes, you have beat Blade, but Scuffed has the trance. I mean, I feel like all the answers available for Radavidity. Bun's Pulse Bomb could be massive.
Blade pull, B comes in as well. Transcendence doesn't save Nenwai, who goes down to the Blade. 2 kills. 0-3 Splash. Now they can find a flip. 95% Radek's Avidity. I wonder if Scuffed is actually going to stay on the Zen here, knowing it's only one fight. I wouldn't mind like an Ana swap, honestly. Might be kind of nasty against the Queen. Obviously, you still have this Suzu, but looks like they're going to go towards the Kiriko instead, as Pella just plays a little bit of Super Monkey Ball on this high ground.
And no one can get to him over here. He gets the regen. Gonna be back to full. Gonna start capping the point. Painkiller close to that Rampage, but against Lucio Kiri, could be awkward. And Pella just so disruptive. There's not really enough damage in O3 Splash's comp to really pressure this ball.
Mines deployed, Scuff dead, Wub falls as well. Pella puts the Moins on the point, so it will be O3 Splash having to kind of walk through them. But Pella's not going to be able to get the cap here, so unfortunately, Secret Mission rather unsuccessful for the Wrecking Ball.
Hanbei, though, finding some more kills. This Kiriko, big playmaker possibilities in the comp, right? Like behind the Queen. Sometimes ball's gonna disrupt you, but if you just get in there, you know, trade in, it's gonna be hard for Wub to find an overclock with this much pressure being held at the chokes.
Rampage available too. You can see another reason why Scuff changed over to the Kiriko to get that cleanse on the back line. Painkiller's playing up as well. And kind of ignoring Pella, and that's kind of what you need to do in these comps. Ignore the ball, hopefully you can get kills and trade them. Peace Wub end up trading, so 4-on-4 now. There's now Nemwine in a little bit of trouble. Dodge is out of the knife's range as OT was triggered. You saw Pella there end up capping the point halfway through the fight, Jake, so O3 Splash are in a good spot. Or in a bad spot, sorry. Hanbei ends up falling over. OT in their favor, and they still have a couple of ults left. Peace ends up coming back on the Sombra to try and kill Pella, or at least stop him for the time being. A sound barrier now to push them forwards. But with the pulse bomb, needs to find a target. Looks like it might just be the Queen. A stick on the floor, though, isn't going to be enough to do anything. But Wub ends up coming in with an overclock. Sugu down, Lep to follow. Radek's Avidity in control of the point. Just got to deal with the Queen now. Eventually brought down. And now the staggered members of O3 Splash have to get onto the point. A rush, a Sombra, but I don't think they're going to be standing up to the test of this wrecking ball from Pella and the crosshair of all time as Radek's Avidity take the first map.
I like that. I like that from Radavidity, you know, trusting in Pella's ball, bringing out the Zen, very unconventional, almost guarantee you that O3 Splash didn't see that coming, didn't expect that kind of a matchup to come out, and they get kind of snowballed away from him at the start of the round, and honestly, fights got super scrappy. I feel O3 Splash did find their footing in that second round, much more competitive round overall than the first. But still, that's a map in the bag. I mean, it's easy to write that off for O3 Splash as, okay, maybe they just, you know, weren't warmed up, weren't playing their best, off their game on map one. I'm sure that's what they're going to be telling themselves. In the end, it's a quick map in the bag for Radavidity, showing a bit of flexibility and I think looking threatening for the rest of the series.
Yeah, control can really kind of escape you as well, especially holding that far up. You're having to re-clear like so much space, Jake. It can be rather annoying. Even on the Queen comp, right, who wants to play kind of fast, they were just getting picked off over and over. Lots of different looks here from Radek's Avidity. Going to the next map, going to King's Row, so less Wrecking Ball play. Probably going back to the Mauga. But, I mean, honestly, like kind of you said after the first round, like, hey, this is good, good showing. And this may speak volumes for the series as we go later. That was a very dominant Oasis. We'll see if any tricks can be pulled here from O3 Splash, because they themselves as well also looked very competitive over the last couple of days, although falling 3-0 to Nightmare, but that wasn't really too much of a shock to anybody.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Radavidity continuing to build ahead of steam confidence-wise going into King's Row. And I mean, that first round, it's not going to be feeling great for Painkiller, I think, to be going back to the Mauga after the way that Koth went. It's like, oh man, we're going to play Amalgamator? I mean, from his perspective on tank, I mean, he's going to be wondering, like, where was the support? Like, how was I dying so easily? I mean, he's looked strong all tournament long, and I think for the Amalgamator to go against them so strongly, this is a really important moment in the series. O3 Splash need to make a statement on King's Row that they're still competitive, that this is still a comp that they can win on, because honestly, if you're just completely getting stomped on the Amalgamator and completely changing everything up, it's a scary spot to be. Radavidity are queuing up a very interesting comp here. Some variation of this I can see actually being good. Maybe I'm being baited by the attackers, but I think there's a concept here that could actually work. Playing around the Orisa, zoning away the Mauga and trying to protect the Bastion. However, Mauga is one of the few tanks that can actually trade with Bastion, so it's going to need a lot of support to make it work.
Yeah, a little bait there. Nothing too crazy, although I'd love to see it, honestly. They had a concept of a comp, but small shot from Wub, switches to Soj, yeah, big troll, all good. Double, I mean, mirror across the board here, so we'll see if one of these superstar Genji players can find those initial picks. It's happened so often on this map, just randomly getting picked off. Small duel, though, in the mini.
Yeah, this trade on the flank actually has a lot of implications for point. If one Genji loses that flank position, the other is going to get a real opportunity to attack backlines. Looks like O3 Splash going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to charge on in. Painkiller under a lot of problems right now. Pops the cardiac overdrive, and look at that, forced into the corner. This defense is kind of all falling apart now for O3 Splash. Wow, with a nice shot on Sugu. You get the reset. Yo, all good. There it is. 3 minutes in the time bank. Only took them about a minute or so there to break open that first point. Oh man, I'm regretting my pred, Jake.
I think this series looks over. I mean, like, we're very early, but if you get hard stomped in this mirror, I mean, nothing's gonna really change until we get to Gibraltar in terms of like a radically different comp. If anything, it's gonna be Ratavidity who's shown that, okay, if there's a window to play some tricky ball stuff, we might bring that out. But that's a scary spot to be. O3 Splash not finding any footing in the series. I mean, really nothing for them to stake a claim on in terms of a way that they're gonna win, a way that they're gonna get advantage. O3 Splash struggling on a comp that they've looked fantastic on.
Yeah, that's the problem with these mirror comps, like you mentioned. If you are just the worst team, you're going to lose fights 9 times out of 10. You will just lose maps 9 times out of 10 as well. Because the comp is just all about your individual character just matching up against the other. It's kind of like watching, you know, Matt draw on an Etch-a-Sketch versus like the Mona Lisa kind of vibes. So, yeah, 2 very, very different teams yet. Nice orbital rate. Another 1-2 coming in through. However, this rally should be good for Radek's ability. Just kind of chasing O3 Splash all the way back to their own spawn. Of course, they are almost on the wrong side of the map at this point. Blade available now for Bun. Ends up unleashing it too. Still, though, Radek's ability are pushing. They have flipped the map completely on O3 Splash. There's DPS ultimate shake, but there's no tank available for the push.
I mean, this is just, they're falling apart, O3 Splash. Being in the backline here, yes, they have OC, but Hell's countering. They're getting off the cap, they're all inning on the fight.
Yeah, they're all in on this fight. Yeah, no capture progress right now. This should be a nice, easy cleanup, though, for Wub. Yeah, it just makes it look so easy. I mean, Peace is going to die. If not, they're going to get cap anyway. Oh,
nice juke
over and over
Peace.
again.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, but he's still alive.
Push, push, push. Peace, deflect. Should have dash, I believe. Yeah, there it is. All right, over to Mini. 2 meters to go. There's the charging from Painkiller. Cardiac overdrive pop, but the focus fire is going to be good. Although saying that, there is a blade for Peace right now, as well as that cage coming through. Dashes straight to the back line. Then Y does land the whip shot, but ends up getting away with the shield bash. Peace doesn't find too much here, and is actually just going to escort himself back to the rest of his team. Pella's in an awkward spot, though, on Mega Health Pack without LOS of his healers, so he ends up succumbing to Alep. And this cage on the point might just seal this deal somehow, some way. O3 Splash managed to make a comeback on this second point.
Yeah, it was nice moves from Peace, staying alive there, getting the card contest, Painkiller coming in. Great movement. Keeps them alive at the end of King's Row second, and this is a great place to get a stoppage, right? Like, the series may have gone against you so far, but this is a spot where the attackers have a very long spawn. Each fight is very expensive in terms of the time bank. This is the place you needed to win a fight, and they deliver. So this is a, you know, if O3 Splash can find their footing, this could be a bull. I mean, we have a few minutes left, but Ratavidity doesn't have any obvious way to rush this cap. Rally aggressively can be difficult.
You're taking a lot of damage in that disruptor shot. Orbital Ray coming through, scuffed, 15% away, but Painkiller is actually the first to fall. P should be able to use this damage amplification, though, with ease there. It's just dashing through people, getting resets. Nice stuff. Okay, O3 Splash, holding on.
Rallying for what? To touch card?
Yeah,
do you think they were going to C9?
Sure.
That's a pretty bad waste of an ult, though. I think they would have gotten that touch anyway. Maybe it would have been close, but very early decision to pop the rally, and now they have nothing for the next team fight. Bun, potentially with the Blade Ray combo online. Ratavidity in a great spot.
Yeah, just charging on forward, using that speed ring to gain that space. There's the Orbital Ray straight through the streets, and those pulsar torpedoes, they burn when they are amplified. Well, the blade is available from Bun. However, Sugu's going to slow this fight down somewhat. Already slowed it down for Radek's ability. Blade's been popped by Bun too. Deflect, not existent anymore. Had to use that for the majority of it, at least, to stop Painkiller just dishing out as much damage as humanly possible. Bun, though, with a nice follow-up kill onto Hanbei, and finally they get the second point. My word, this is looking a little bit more close than we anticipated. You know, not 2 minutes ago, Jake, just saying. As Radek's ability fighting 3 minutes now.
O3 Splash making it interesting, but Bun with big kills on the Blade cleanup. She's been looking really solid this match, and we talked about that, how important the Genji duel is, especially on these Blade fights, sometimes without so much support, without so much combo follow-up. I mean, in the cage, pretty consistent, but finding those kills without the combo, that's really a difference maker.
Peace popping that deflect pretty early. That's a go time for Wub. Yeah, just a double tap. A small mistake there from Peace using that deflect so early. Wub is pretty low, needs some help, but has done the damage necessary now for Radek's ability to just roll over O3 Splash. Just those small mistakes, Jake, the small, like, micro mistakes really can cost you big. As soon as that deflects down, you are nothing in the face of an overclocking Sojourn.
Yeah, big packs coming in from Nenwai there, keeping Wub alive on the high ground. Peace just runs out of cooldowns and becomes a victim to that overclock. O3 Splash very close on key ultimates, though. They just need to finish these last few percent, but Pella doesn't want to let that happen.
Oh, well, Pella, okay. There's the backline. They're already dead. This might just be the cap here. Painkiller's got absolutely nada. All right, Peace got a deflect. What else? I mean, not much at all. Didn't even get a kill. Harvey let, they're gonna come back. They're speeding the Lucio in. Oh, not quite. They had the orbital ray as well. That really was the big win condition there for O3 Splash, but they were unable to get it off. Very quick backline dominance by Radek's ability to finish that round with 1:38.
Yeah, Radavidity are just playing a different game right now. Like, their pace is so much better, their tempo so much higher. They're not scared to get aggressive and follow in there. I mean, they had no ultimates, right? Like, that's a spot where O3 Splash coming up on 3 big ultimates. If you wait 5-10 seconds for Radavidity, you already lost. Like, the ultimates are going to come online, you're going to get clean wiped, it'll be a reset. So Radavidity feeling themselves, trusting each other in the team, and that's really paying off right now.
I mean, they're in the lead right now, and maybe they are playing a different game, Jake. We'll get a quick listen in with the team as they set up their defense.
Don't even speak to me. Bro, I feng shui, analyzed your room, and it was just terrible.
No, I could tell the feng shui from the Hadi block.
Actually, I'm meant to block. My bed just has LS of the door. I just can't win.
How do I get...
I see break high ground.
Are we crashing our cage or statue?
They're like normal.
Guys, remember
I believe it's gonna all fucking glue together. I believe.
Let Bun call it. Remember.
Okay.
Just like we practiced.
I see someone top. Brick top. Brick Hanzo top. Maybe going for Widow shot.
That's good arm, man.
They sonic us. They sonic us.
Okay. Shooting Mogger right now. Shooting Mogger.
I don't know if they have Widow.
No, you guys ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go Surge.
Walking. I'm on Surge. Get you, Ryan.
Staying on Pella.
I'm
walking out top.
We can live.
I'm good. Up, gun.
I'm on.
I can't see it.
I'm grabbing Flip. Stabilize. We lost the cap.
I'm helping Pella.
Stabilize. Retake the map. Right side.
I'm walking left.
I can't help that. Get out.
Yes. That's fine. Pella.
Look Ram.
Help me. You're good. Oh my god.
Can you have?
Break half. Can we crash on something?
I drop back. I can crash. Yeah.
Step back.
I'm baiting.
I'm dead.
Oh, Nemwai going down there, and I mean Scuff falling first too. Radek's ability, Jake, they look like they could possibly stabilize, but O3 Splash, no, they were in an advantage in terms of players and healing, so they just kind of run them down. Decent hold from Radek's ability, but O3 Splash kind of clean them up, and that small mistake from Scuff cost them big time.
Yeah, the clock ran down a little bit, but it was just such a tough spot to be in, right? With O3 Splash starting to take map control, starting to move in aggressive, and Radavidity felt the pressure a little bit there, got a little bit chaotic in the comms. You know, it can happen in those moments. Weren't able to find the way back into the fight, but they get the opportunity to reset by here on the streets phase. They did do some decent ultimate farming, so it's not like they have some major strategic disadvantage going into the next team fight.
Yeah, decent positioning too. Ooh, Sugu takes a body shot there with the railgun. Blade pop from Barnes. Do they know where they are? I don't think so. She's managed to find herself in the back line. Armby, can they get away? Oh, yes, they can from the Blade at the very least. It will be a match there from Peace. Deflect available in 1 second there. Barn throwing out the final few shurikens and actually, unfortunately, ending her own life. Blade available from Peace and just kind of tanking in the doorway. Yeah, all that damage reflected straight back at you, Pella. Just, in a way, you know, resetting real quick, but giving Peace a little extra ult charge. Radek's ability. Okay, they're getting kind of wiped here on the defense, Jake.
Yeah, it was a really good fight, and O3 Splash are sitting on this combo that has really been devastating all tournament long, right? The cage into Ray, into Blade. I mean, the cleave piece has been really consistent, finding the follow-up. I honestly would not want to be Radavidity in this spot. Blade is a huge difference maker in the cage trade.
Oh, yes. Fun, unfortunately, doesn't have hers anymore. Didn't find too much value with it. Sojourn overclock though from Wub. Already got body shot though. A quick slide away, but Pieces saved the dash. A reset onto Wub. He's actually straight back in to the point. There's a cage being thrown down as well from both sides. Orbital raise as well, and just everything thrown in here by O3 Splash, trying to get work done. Pella going extremely low, and the focus fire is good. O3 Splash end up taking down the tanky front line. 3.5 minutes to go for O3 Splash, and they managed to win this point. There is one person coming back, actually make that 2. Wub and Scuffed are here, so a 2v2 situation. A Genji versus a Soldier. Backups coming in shortly, though, as Painkiller will make his presence very well known, stomping down on the point and capping for O3 Splash. 4.5 minutes in the bank.
Yeah, Pella made that interesting, stayed alive pretty deep into the fight and was able to trade down Painkiller surprisingly, despite the ultimate disadvantage. But O3 Splash, they get it over the line, and I mean, 4 minutes on the clock pushing last. This is a great spot to be in. They got the Reaper as well, so really gonna take the aggression up a notch. I love this decision deep into King's Row. Reaper TPing to high ground is such a powerful threat.
Gotta hold this high ground for as long as humanly possible. Although with no Sojourn on the side of O3 Splash now, it's going to be a little less deadly, but still important. You see Sugu kind of chasing Bun away. Makes first to 4 though, so we'll see if our O3 Splash want to get in or get out here. Makes well, now they're going to get out for sure. Wub with another nice headshot onto left.
Yeah, trade from Painkiller won't mean much though. Both teams gonna have a chance to full reset. No 3 Splash have enough time that they really do have the opportunity to just slowly build up ultimates, slowly generate an advantage. Bun off sync with her team, but she does have her own Blade, so maybe they can make it work with just the Blade. Sometimes scary though in these team fights, you know, just Blade with no assistance, no other ultimates to combo. Sometimes feels inconsistent.
Yeah, only takes one little railgun shot. Piece has got a Blade of his own now. So Blade versus Blade up for both sides. Bun's going to pull hers first. Instantly killing Harmbe. Okay, that is the exact kill that you want. 0 assistance required.
Radavidity happy to get another clean team wipe, and although O3 Splash are building up that bank of ultimates I talked about, Radavidity have a lot of tools to deal with them, and they're going to take the forward hold, fighting off the cart while it rolls backwards. This is a great way to try to start the comeback when, you know, there's so much time on the clock. You got to run it down somehow. Just taking the fight in the enemy spawn going to give you a nice objective advantage.
Oh, nice wrap around here, but Wub has got the overclock. Got to be a little bit more fearful now. So many ults being laid down by O3 Splash. A multi-man stun, though, coming through from Pella. Puts a lot of people on their backs. Gives a nice little sight line there for Wub. Everybody just immobile, so Wub is just free shooting with that overclock. 2.5 minutes to go. This big time bank being whittled down as O3 Splash. They commit heavy in that fight.
Wub is playing with so much confidence, right? Finds the one rail shot onto the Juno and just slides in and hits a headshot while doing so. I mean, insane. If he doesn't land those shots, doesn't kill the Juno, that could be a very different fight. But Wub just finds the opportunity to pull the trigger.
Oh, was it a blossom available? Getting trapped in there, but actually just hitting this cage. I mean, okay, Sugu's ult did no damage. Both cages eliminated here. Map flipped once again. Echo now for Peace, wants to take it away from the Genji 1v1. Bit more beneficial at taking down and focusing this Mauga too. Under 50% HP, they will get burned by that focusing beam, and there you go, exactly as I called it. Pellet down. Okay, Radix Avidity, they gotta find Pix here. Just one is gonna be good, but they need to find him now. Slowly but surely, they are falling. They're stalling the payload a little bit, but now it's staggered spawns, Jake.
Yeah, Bun's still alive behind, but can she touch? So awkward for Radavidity. Their spawn's coming late. Bun can barely get a touch. Pella's here, but 1v5 looks impossible right now for Radavidity.
Yeah, impossible is definitely the word I'd use to describe that situation. 1 minute and 13 for O3 Splash versus 138. All right, okay. 4.5 minutes, remember, going into that third point, but kind of classic King's Row in this time and space in Overwatch, right? You are always going to get burnt down to near OT despite you having a ginormous time bank going into third. Pretty happy with that O3 Splash, I'd imagine, just considering how their first round went.
Yeah, they've definitely turned things around momentum-wise. They're moving in the right direction. It's what you needed here on Kings Row, and they've delivered it. So O3 Splash still fighting for the tournament lives, trying to make it back into that upper bracket, get a chance at the grand final. It's going to be tough for Ratavidity. What adjustments can they make? I mean, that first point was chaotic for Ratavidity. They went for an initial aggressive dive on the Sojourn, couldn't get the kill, and things kind of fell apart from there. Honestly, it was kind of miraculous that they stayed alive after that engagement, but still wasn't enough, and the picks were traded back against them. I think the key is they've got to stay confident. They got to still be aggressive. That's been the key to success in the Mauga comp, is being willing to play aggressively, go first, dictate the terms of the engagement. But Kings Row defense sometimes can actually be pretty good for attackers on first point, especially in these rush mirrors.
All right, no different here for Radioactivity on their defense. I mean, could be surprised. I wasn't expecting anything crazy. O3 Splash can do the same thing as well. A couple little Sonics. Yeah, no connections whatsoever. All right, Miracomps once again. Only a minute to go now for O3 Splash. Oh, wow, they're going early. I mean, this is exactly the same thing we saw Radioactivity do just a moment ago. They want to call a target as soon as they try and make the cross. Pella going extremely low, though. Same with Painkiller, just kind of focusing each other. But it's all on Wub yet again. Finding these crucial kills. And Jake, they got to stagger somebody. If they stagger someone here, I think that round is going to be over. Oh, yes, they're going to as well. Oh, Hanbei. Oh, this is tragic.
A Widow could make a difference?
Not quite.
Still 30 seconds, just enough time bank, I think, for O3 Splash to get a decent fight off. They're going to have the opportunity to touch point. No ultimates on the cards for Ratavidity, so Ratavidity have to do that one more time to secure the full hold.
Okay, like you said, they're going to be able to make their way into the point. No aggression here from Radioactivity. Armor going extremely low though, focusing beam. Good healing coming through onto Bun, keeping her above that 50% HP mark, but Peace actually focuses her down anyway. A headshot from Wub doesn't result in a kill, but look who's in the back line. Sugu on the Reaper, just pressuring out Wub. There is going to be enough healing there for Wub to stay alive and forcing the Wraith Walk, but now the focus can just be looking on Painkiller. Just focusing down the tank, getting away from the point and guaranteeing yourself a tick. Radioactivity's next touch is going to be a rough one, and they might just decide to fight in this choke point.
Overtime spawns for Nenwai. I don't think they're going to be back to the engagement time. Pell's going for it anyway, gets knocked down though.
Yeah, nice counter stun, but already Wub's opened this one up. There's going to be orbital race happening, but it's all on Bud. Oh, no way. I mean, Wub, maybe you get another headshot there, but that rally on top of that orbital ray Jake and the giant flat screen TV shield, like, yeah, there's no way, unfortunately, Wub could get any extra kills in that fight. OT situation for O3 Blast.
And they're going to set up for a Reaper play here. Very far from the payload, kind of a risky move for Sugu. Oh yeah, he is going to back off. I think that was maybe a bridge too far, but still could kind of replicate the same idea from this library position. Death Blossom, we've seen how explosive it can be, and Lep's on the Ana. Lep's going to go all in for a Bionade here in this team fight. Bionade onto Pella, if he doesn't get lifesteal in these crucial moments, it's going to be so hard to survive.
Gonna hide as well. Just waiting for Radioactivity to pounce. Well, Pella's gonna move in. Bionade comes in. Oh, it doesn't hit though. I think that hit the shield as it got deployed. Sugu does unleash the Death Blossom on top of the payload, does a lot of damage to that cage. Ends up destroying it with the help of course, of Painkiller. OT still here, but where are the kills? Pella down. Can Radioactivity survive? A blade has been popped by Bun. Looking forward now, killing Lep. And Lep with no defenses, no shield bash, no whip shot, no nothing, because they're on Ana. This risky swap from Lep not kind of working out. And now it's only Wub versus Painkiller on the point. A 1v1 of the ages. I mean, the slam does end up getting dodged. Lep, yeah, intense. That's one way to put it.
I mean, Mauga not the best 1v1 hero against a DPS, but the Stomp.
Oh, the stop is so good. Pella comes back though with a counter stomp, manages to get back to the point in time. Piece on the Tracer is going to dish out a whole bunch of damage, plus apply that DPS passive as well. So Pella cannot stay in that fight without Cardiac Overdrive.
Painkiller's far from this engagement though. There's an opportunity for Ratavidity. Without Wub, they maybe can still get it done.
Oh, what a kill! Bun ends up going down in the backline. Looks for the assassination kill on to a backliner. Couldn't quite pick up the Kiriko, so Radioactivity, their defense, they're gonna have to fall back once again to the third point. They're gonna have a chance to touch Jake, but it will be a scrappy one as Nemwai hasn't even spawned yet.
Yeah, this is what happens on Kings Row. The overtime fights, you lose a couple of these, and the game gets out of control. These spawn so far away for the defenders. Nemwai barely gonna be back in time for this engagement. Ratavidity, they do have good ults, but they've got to play this one smart.
They're gonna go for the touch. Okay, orbital ray coming out. The missiles end up connecting with the backline as well. Sugu receiving a whole bunch of healing though, but Wub with a double shot. A collapse for Wub. Oh, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and maybe even a 5th. Give him the ace. Oh, Wub once again dominant on the Sojourn. Saves the day for Radix Avidity.
Yeah, saves the day is right. You know, if that goes a 3rd point, it's almost a bridge too far. But I feel Radavidity still have a chance here, still have a bit of hope, especially if you can cap that first point in overtime. Not too many fights for the defenders. You know, I think it's like 2, 3, maybe a 4th fight if Radavidity can get this cart rolling. But sometimes the first point can be a challenge. The key is going to be how they get the ball rolling in terms of opening that payload up. Can 0-3 Splash just make the full hold? They would love to just secure King's Row, even up the series 1-1. And I mean, they've definitely made the statement that they came to play on this Mauga comp, that they are a serious contender, that, you know, that first round of Oasis was just an aberration.
Can they repeat how their first round went? I mean, look, Radix Avidity had a very quick time capping. A very, very easy time, it felt like in Streets phase as well. Only takes 1 pick though, Jake. Only takes this one small tip of the scales. And King's Row, like you said, can get away from you. That includes on the defense as well, or on the offense as well. You lose this first fight and then you're kind of scrambling. They've got, because they have about 38 seconds, that's like a little bit of a regroup there. So if they do end up getting squished on their first approach, they have got an opportunity to come back. But 0-3 Splash, the way they're positioning, Jake, it doesn't look like they're going to take a fight early. The longer they prolong this first push, the better for them.
Definitely opportunity here. See if Radavidity can find some opening. This Genji duel on the flank, once again, looks like a stalemate for now. Wub's been a difference maker for the team before. See if he can do it again on this offense.
Yeah, Wub needs a big railgun shot. Ideally wants to get on the high ground, right? Up in the top right. Looks like he potentially wants to go for the slide, but still very fearful, of course. I want to go too soon. If you get stomped by the Mauga, you will die. Okay, there it is. High ground control now with Pella tanking the front line. Person capping too. It will be Nenwai. Big slam though in the front line from Pella. Has been so good on the Mauga, connecting these overruns, which are a whole lot quicker now, mind you. A lot harder to dodge.
It's a big start. Peace should be cleaned up here. See if anybody gets a back spawn. It's a little bit close for Peace. Would love to have the DPS in this fight, but I think Peace is going to get the forward spawn. And Sugo back to the Reaper, wanting to just play aggressive, and I don't blame him. You know, in the Streets phase, Reaper in these small rooms, the front line can be really powerful. We haven't necessarily seen the total potential of the character just yet, but it is a threat. Peace trying to front line just a little bit. Ooh, taking a lot of heat though.
Yeah. Luckily that sign's there to block a little bit of that incoming damage. Looks like they're going to go forward after Wub used that railgun. Holding in the choke point now is Radix Avidity, nearing OT.
Wub, first ultimate is going to be the overclock.
10% away as well, Jake. Pretty damn close. They're going to go for an aggressive push, and Harvey just overstepping his mark again. Harvey gets just picked out of the skies. Was floating in and out of this choke point. Wub does end up falling over, but now the orbital ray comes through. Then Y ends up falling, but I mean, Bun with this extra damage from the orbital ray and healing, not something that 0-3 Splash want to mess with. But as soon as that dissipates, they end up making their way back to the point. Painkiller though, next to fall, and you got to imagine this is going to be another push here for Radix Avidity. Bun with the play, they got Cage and they've got Wub's OC.
This looks like last fight. Radavidity could be snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Very important that Scuffed was able to be slippery there, juke away from that Genji and Reaper and not get picked off. So Radavidity are at full strength, and now this is a very comfortable position for Sojourn, in contrast to the last team fight. Wub's gonna have a lot of space to work with for the overclock, and that is a super scary proposition facing this down on the other side. He has been lights out with the Sojourn so far in the series.
Yeah, and there's no orbital ray either to instantly block Wub. Oh, but Bun ends up going down with Blade. It's disastrous for Radix Avidity. Blade has been popped by Peace, but the cage comes through. A nice little bash onto Peace, stuns him in his place for the time being. Another couple of slashes on the Brig as he tries to bring down the raid boss. Oh, and they don't touch either. Oh, they were falling thick and fast, and it probably would have been an 0-3 Splash regardless. But wow, what a push there, and what a pick. Killing Bun with... just in the neutral, when she had the blade, they had the cage, Jake, they had the tools to work, they had the tools to win that. They had the tools.
That was sick from Peace. Peace did like the dash in and then headshot kill on Bun. I mean, maybe Bun took a little bit too much of a risk with her position, being a little bit aggressive there, but sometimes you can't fully play around that when the other Genji just dashes in and instant headshot you. It's like, oh my god, sometimes that's just the play. So Peace, the hero in his team's hour of need, that was a spot where, you know, consistently that's been his plays, right? He opens up with an initial pick, dashing in, finding a headshot kill, and then immediately pops Blade and just snowballs into the rest of the team fight, creating such a big opportunity. 0-3 Splash, that was a very close overtime, but they do get it done and they do equalize the series, sending us to Esperanza with an even scoreline.
All right, we might get that map 5. We might get that map 5. I'm hoping so. Esperanza,
that's the vibes. That is the vibes for sure.
I mean, to be fair, Jake, initially when we came into this map, especially after that attack round from Radix Avidity, we were like, oh, okay, this is looking a little bit more one-sided, but you know what? Tenacity here from 0-3 Splash. What do you expect we see on Esperanza? Any kind of change-ups here? Still feels like a Mauga-centric kind of map.
Yeah, probably not. I think this is a Mauga Sojourn map for sure. Well, in particular, though, I think where Sugu has gone to the Reaper a few times on King's Row, I think that's probably less likely to come out on Esperanza. I think the Sojourn has looked really good, which is, I think, a strong sign for Radavidity. I mean, Wub has been pretty dominant when it comes to the Sojourn versus Sojourn matchup. Sugu has had good games this tournament. We know that's available to him, but let's see this crucial moment. Oh my goodness. Dash behind 180 headshot.
Insta-kills. And doing a lot of damage to the Brig there as well. I mean, as soon as that Brig ends up going down, that rally, well, it's gone. It's over. No more stuns, no more healing. It's, yeah, real rough spot. But that, I was speaking up at the very beginning. The neutral game of the Genjis is so important. You find big openings like that, it is just over for the other team, especially when you have that big combo, the Cage Blade. Esperanza is going to be the map up next, tying up the series one apiece after what was a fairly one-sided Oasis round, or 2 rounds from Radix Avidity.
I wonder if Radavidity has any more tricky comps in store. I'm not sure about the ball, Zen, on Esperanza. I think that might be
that would be a little throw, I think.
I feel a little crazy, but you know, maybe I think Gibraltar will be super interesting because we might probably see Winston comps, which we just haven't seen all series long.
Or we could see the ball as well. Ball very playable on that map if you want to go a little bit freakish. Much better than Esperanza.
I don't think so.
I mean, hey, a boy can dream. More wrecking ball, it's fun.
If you play ball, I think Gibraltar is pretty hard for ball. No, I'm not too much of an expert on ball.
Grab a lot of this. I'm not a ball connoisseur, to be fair with you. I was just thinking, you know, it's kind of divey, so you could do that. Here we go. Esperanza, map pick by Avidity. So 3 Splashes map pick last, so King's Row, so pretty strong showing from them. Okay, winner here goes on to face Nightmare a little bit later on in the best of 7. Nightmare are going to be starting with a map point to their name because they made it through that upper bracket. So they will be starting with an advantage. But we have to actually get there first. And with 0-3 Splash and Radix Avidity tying this series up, I mean, it's looking rather close.
It's coming out. I mean,
oh, it is.
Unless it's a fade. This looks pretty real. This is not a map you pick troll heroes on because the spawn, you have to go deep into spawn to swap heroes. So
right.
I think it's more possible here than Gibraltar. And I mean, if they have the read that this can be done, maybe it can be done.
We are balling on Esperanza with the Zen comp as well.
0-3 Splash have the read. They're playing Orisa plus Lucio, so they're going full in ultra aggressive version. This could be very punishing for the Zen. A lot of tools to get on top of this. The double speed Orisa is going to be charging down that back.
Oh, and apparently Pele's crosshair is a compass, by the way, to point where the enemies are. He changed the compass direction. Well, no, that's just where the enemies are, Jake. See? Look, it's kind of pointed to them right now. Very tough with the Wrecking Ball right now. Ideally here for 0-3 Splash, they just kind of ignore the ball, kill the back line, but it's actually Sugu that goes down first. Not a good look, especially now the ball can kind of roam free, and you can see Bun and Pella are going to be tag team duo here. Killing Lep pretty easily. And this is where it all falls apart, Jake, realistically, right? You want to be able to, as the Aristocombat, run in the backline, make the life hell for the Zen. But if you take too long, you burn too many cooldowns, then you're left out in the open, the ball can just roam free.
Yeah, and Brig can be such a huge factor. Oh, going Winston. Oh. Super interesting choice. All in on these Winston dives with the Genji. Could work, but honestly, this is a big opportunity for Nenwai and Scuff. I think supports are going to be the most critical heroes for Radavidity. They need to be aggressive and they need to deal damage, but they've got to boop these jumps.
All right, nice jump. Oh, good dash too. Oh, Peace. Okay, I see you, Peace. Little legend there on the Genji. Okay, good fight there from O3 Splash. They do end up trading though, Jake. Hanbei does end up falling over, and the bot is going to be taken now by Peace to try and get as much progress as humanly possible. Do not die, Pella. Do not die. 1 HP.
Oh, it's scary.
Surely Pella survives this. Too quick on the ball. Yeah, all good.
I mean, on these dives,
different direction again.
Nenway has to boop the Winston jump. If that doesn't happen, probably Zen is dead every single fight. But if Nenway does get the perfect boop on the Winston jump, Zen carries the fight. It is actually all on the Brig right now.
Dude, it's actually a compass. It's pointing a different direction again. Wait a second. Pella's discovered the hacks. Okay, well, there's the mines. Pulse bomb available from Bun as well. Good stick on the Winston. Decent damage for the time being. I believe a little bit of that was Suzu. Maybe that was before or after. Regardless, though, Painkiller's full HP again. Leb left out to dry there, just strapped on the wrong side of the team fight as Bun ends up picking up yet another kill. Backline dead for O3 Splash.
It's all on the Brig, right? I mean, this is kind of a wild comp to play because Zen absolutely will carry these fights if he lives like five plus seconds into the fight. Probably just game over. O3 Splash has to win in their initial engagement. Trans fight is a huge fight as well for Radavidity because it kind of removes that vulnerability that the Zenyatta normally presents. Oh, he's caught in a weird spot.
He's got Transcendence. He's got Trans. It's Trans. Yeah, there you go. Which one? Big Wurp. And there you go. Wurp ends up taking down a Lep on the high ground. Oh, it's all falling apart now for O3 Splash. Hey, it was just a bait all along. Although saying that, Sugu and Peace end up coming up kills, and Peace ends up popping the blade, looking like to chase Nemwai. Ends up finding one, so this fight a little bit more one-sided than I initially thought. Oh. They're going to be able to get back alive. Yeah, okay, here we go. It looks like O3 Splash are going to be able to get back to the point. Unfortunately, though, they did end up losing checkpoints. Peace ends up turning that around. I thought that fight was lost.
Yeah, still a lot of progress for Radavidity, though. They get the checkpoint, they make more progress. Lucio Kiri, though, should be a little bit more survivable, a little bit more mobile in these team fights.
Bro, they are in. Okay. Mine slammed down onto the high ground. Rush being utilized here by Painkiller, but it's going to dissipate in just a moment. With Bun dead, now they have to deal with this overclock from Sugu. Nice bobbing and weaving there from Bun. Actually going to take it to Sugu here somewhat. All right, now Painkiller sees himself in the fight. Just waves a hello and a goodbye, separating the team and enabling the kill onto Scuffed. And Pella's 1 HP. Oh, good kill from Lep. That's going to really hurt Radek's Avidity's time on the point here. And the ability to regroup too.
Yeah, these late deaths are going to probably cost the checkpoint for Radavidity. Response from Painkiller has looked good. Now he has Primal Rage. No defensive ultimates to counter this. Real opportunity for Painkiller and Peace to get in and just cleave apart this backline. Primal is a massive difference maker in these fights. Why we typically see Winston in these comps over ball.
Okay, nice little couple of right clicks there. Oh, and Scuff's down. Okay, good stuff. Pulse bomb lands on the Winston, almost doing 0 damage there as the Primal Rage was popped at almost exactly the same time. Little Primal Rage there onto the Lucio. Nemwai is super low. Sound Barrier comes out as well. Still struggling to kill this Lucio, but it wouldn't be too much longer. There we go. Nemwai can't run forever, sadly. Need to replace the batteries in those electronic skates.
Painkiller's just running rampant in these team fights. I mean, he's getting way too much done. There's not really enough damage to deal with him. It's a big kill from Scuff, though.
All right, okay. They end up trading, but still, Jake, O3 Splash at heart in the lead right now. Still gaining time, too, and presence on the point. They've got 80 plus meters. Radek's Avidity. Still, with this being so scrappy, they don't want to mess with Painkiller on the point. And Peace finds another kill. Okay, another late death as Bun falls.
Should be the stop of the progress here, though. Spin a scrap, Radavidity fighting close to their own spawn, have the big advantage in this spot. But big push lead for O3 Splash. Now Radavidity have to progress into their opponent's side of the map.
Okay. Can Painkiller get away with it again? Mines available. Crosshair looking good. Mines available from Pella. There we go. Slam down. And no one to be found just yet, so doesn't want to deploy the mines. Maybe lost track of the track of the compass or something. I'm not entirely sure. But Radek's Avidity coming up with a kill. They still need to push the bot from their side of the map, Jake, but at least this is a clean fight.
It's exactly what you need, right, on push when you're behind. You need those clean team fights, opportunity to reset the map, take the positions, fight fully with full strength on the opponent's side of the map. This is that one team fight, I think, for Radek's Avidity to equalize. Well, potentially caught, but no, he just scouts them out, and now O3 Splash may be caught in here.
Yeah, a little slide away, and Suga ends up going down. Where's Painkiller's help too? Oh, straight into the mind. Okay. Still got 30 meters or so to give here, Jake, but these late deaths are going to cost them big. Big slam into the back line, looking towards that Lucio. Compass pointing north here, looking directly up at left. 3 and a bit minutes now. Jake and Radix Avidity closing in on that lead. God,
so annoying here, so disruptive in the fight.
Yeah, all right, there you go. Okay, that's the opening that you wanted. Sound barrier comes out from NY a little bit late, unfortunately. Only covers 4 members of the team, and Peace with the blade, almost ignoring that overhealth as they maintain their lead.
Does take Beat Blade Overclock to stabilize, and I mean, maybe necessary for O3 Splash, just holding onto their lead, so important on these push maps. But Radavidity, I think, definitely have a chance to make a comeback here. Just Primal Rage on the cards, and NY switches to the Brig, maybe to potentially answer this Primal, give a little bit more direct heal to Wub and Bun, allow them to fight a little bit stronger.
All right, high ground control here for Radix Avidity. It's not for too much longer, I'd imagine, especially with Pella having to exit stage right. Oh, Peace. Goodbye. Oh, Lep. Oh, Lep. That's 1 HP. Surely doesn't survive that. Luckily he does, though, somehow. Not entirely sure how. Wub having a trouble finding a target here. Ends up looking at Lep, but drops down to low ground and instantly killed by that. Everybody from O3 Splash. As soon as that Soldier's down there without a slide, good luck surviving. 2 minutes to go, 95 meters for O3 Splash, and they got a man advantage on the points. There is the slam in the back line, as well as this rush being used, but Scuff ends up going down to a reflect kill. Oh dear, Radix Avidity throwing in ultimates and not finding a single kill. I take it back, Pella finds 1, but it's not enough to win this fight, Jake. Not nearly enough. And O3 Splash, they've got Rush and the Sound Barrier for next.
Yeah, and they should get a little bit of free push here before Pella's back and able to touch the card, right? Tracer and Ball down. Probably just some free cap to be gotten, and Painkiller could run rampant right now with the Primal Rage.
Well, there's the mines. Didn't really do too much. There was a speed boost there from Lep. Jamping it up real fast. Pace dashing out. Hami's behind, but yeah, quick swift step and gets out. Look at this wraparound from O3 Splash though, Jake. Oh, Hami's dead. Well, it's death of the Kirikos in this one. They lay down the rush and they instantly die. All good though, because they're still getting time on this point, and they still have Sound Barrier if they really want to use it. 104 meters and counting. Bung is absolutely demolished by Sugu. Wub also unleashes the overclock and just finds Nada with it, Jake. This is falling apart for Radix Avidity. Completely flipping their series on its heads, in all honesty, as O3 Splash are running away with this.
Painkiller has been really great on this Winston, right? Like playing very patiently, not forcing anything, you know, letting the opportunities come to him, just trading these bubbles down for free over and over again. And this lead is getting really scary. Radavidity with no ults.
Oh, Wub's dead. Yeah, absolutely no way you survive that. Ends up switching over to the Casty, maybe thinking it could be a difference maker. Rally ends up getting deployed, but Nemwai on an island right now, completely alone, not even generating any overhealth for the rest of the team. And Jake, is this going to be a full cap? There's 20 seconds to go here as Radix Avidity are just losing straight up. They cannot win any of these fights. They cannot find picks. They cannot find kills. Looks like O3 Splash don't want to stay around for too much longer though.
Yeah, I think no reason for O3 Splash to take a big risk here. It's wise to just let this fight go against you, take the reset, fight out in the middle of the map. Radavidity, though, that is going to create an opportunity for them to build up a couple key ultimates. It's kind of an oddball comp, though, right? You got the Cassidy hopefully being saved by this Brig Juno, and then Ball Tracer kind of doing their own thing as well. Primal could be a big threat. Not so much damage in this Radavidity comp to get through a Winston Primal Rage.
There's a slam onto the back line. Doesn't really find any boops at all. Lep takes a little bit of damage. Blade's been popped, and Nemwai's already dead. Orbital Ray up in 1%, Jake, but they might not be able to use it. Scoff doesn't even get it off in time. That's going to be O3 Splash walking away with this one. Bun lands the pulse bomb onto Sugu, but Pella's dead. Support ultimates was all they needed in that fight. And there it is. O3 Splash match point scenario now.
Sugu complimenting Bun's pulse there in the end. No, doesn't mean much, doesn't change the map, but maybe it was a sick one. See if we can get that on replay at some point in the future. But this is 2-1 for O3 Splash. I mean, this makes Oasis feel so far away, such a aberration in the series with how dominant that was for Radavidity, how much it made us kind of question our Preds. But now, firm control, and I feel Painkiller, you've got to give him a lot of credit. I think not only bringing out the Winston here with confidence, executing it super well, but also having patience there late in the game. Like there was a lot of fights where he's just kind of sitting there, soaking tons of damage on Car, but being patient, finding these opportunities to dive. When he does dive, it's almost good every time.
Man, yeah. I mean, didn't expect to see the Wrecking Ball in all honesty, let alone the Winston on this map, but yeah, that secret sauce that came out on Oasis for Pella, it's not working out, Jake. It was Zen half the time, then realized, hey, we need more healing. Zen's just getting collapsed on, flattened like a cardboard box after a delivery. It's tough. I wonder,
I
obviously
view this
now...
is not a ball Zen map, but they believed. They are good at the characters, right? Like this is comfort zone for them. I think against Mauga, this really could have worked. But this speaks to O3 Splash's flexibility, that they don't try to play the Mauga comp into it. They swap to the Winston dive. They know they can execute it well. I mean, there's a lot of teams this meta that probably can't execute the Winston dive well, that probably aren't confident on this and would lose to the ball's end just because they're not quick enough on the dives, you know, forcing it when it's not good. But Painkiller looked great on the Winston here. Key factor for the success. And then, you know, you got players like Lep and Hanbei. Lep is super confident switching to the Lucio. Like, definitely going to be his best hero. Definitely the hero he wants to be on.
Okay, that pulse did look... Did you see that? Yeah, you see that? I think she threw it over the like little flower bed thing, and like it connected.
Sometimes you gotta Kobe it. Sometimes that's what it is.
Yeah, Sugu was like, bruh, like how did that hit, man?
All right, we are going to a Mauga map here, New Junk City. Almost certainly going to be a Mauga mirror. Wub has been really confident on the Sojourn, sticking with it against the Reaper, and it's hard to question that when he's firing on all cylinders like this in the series.
Okay, here we go. Back to same old, Mauga mirror. Don't expect to see any changes here, like you said, Jake. Just slow and steady begins the race. All up to these Genjis trying to find these neutral kills or even the Sojourns. Good slam on the backline though as Wub sliding away at that moment too. Just gets just kind of bland.
Painkiller in trouble though. Could be turned around on.
Could be. Oh, Bun's in again. Man, these Genjis. God damn. Very frustrating to deal with when they're up close and personal like that. You have to use, you know, you save the slide for who, right? Mauga or the Genji? Pick your poison, really.
I really like some of these moves from Pella, right? Like at the start of that fight, he just takes a nice off-angle position, very unconventional on the Mauga, who typically is just going to 5-stack with his teammates. But that forces Painkiller to go first, and even though Painkiller's dive is successful, because Pella's winning that tank trade, forcing out cooldowns faster, they're able to actually clutch and fight with 4 players. I mean, even without Sojourn, this comp functions well. Like
Sugu under a lot of duress. Cardiac overdrive spot for both Maugas. Hanbei just caught out Cold Scuffed, even caught out completely. Both Sojourns managing to take care of the enemy Junos. Sugu, though, just kind of vibing. Having his own personal bodyguard in Lep. Lep's done a good job so far of just making sure Sugu stays alive, pack after pack after pack. Good start, though. 66% for Radix Avidity.
This is the big old fight, most likely. Lep does have an early rally, but not typically the easiest to get aggressive with it. Bun, Pella, pretty fast here on the Cage Blade. Could be an opportunity for them to get the retake with those slightly faster ults. Like Blade sometimes is that key difference maker. Even against Rally in the Cage, Blade can't bash in there, remember, so could be vulnerable.
Oh, Rally coming in, and there's the bash, and there's the stun onto Pella. Okay, fight over and done with. Nice stag. Okay, I was expecting Scuff to get staggered a little bit longer there. Not to be, though. Oh, they're staggering the Genji of all people. Couple extra percentage points. Really impactful, though, to be fair, on Flashpoint.
It is nice. I do think this is going to be overtime no matter what for Radavidity, and they do have 30 seconds. They got a bit of an opportunity to get in. I like this approach, too, coming far left so that they can't really be spawn camped, and they're going to get the fight on the point almost assuredly.
All right, let's have a little look. Blade for Bun.
Oh, this is big, seeing that Mauga helps the team.
Know exactly where the Mauga's playing now. All right, there's the cage, both of them, in fact. There's the point being contested right now by Bun, but she's just not in the fight. Not in the fight whatsoever. Point isn't even getting capped by Bun either. Good presence of mind there from Peace to use that extra reset dash to get back to the point. Stops the flip and doesn't waste any more time. Good fight from O3 Splash as they take the first Flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's tactically executed there. They know somebody has to go to point. They just fight off the objective. Bun's kind of between a rock and a hard place there, right? Got to go to point, got to keep the overtime running. Attempt to flip the cap, but in the end, 4v5, too difficult for the rest of the squad. It does cost them a lot of ults, though, considering it was a 4v5. O3 Splash would have loved to have a little bit more coming into this next flashpoint, where it's kind of all on Suga with this overclock. Good spot for the overclock, in fairness.
Yep. Speaking of overclock, so Wub's got one as well, but slides straight into the front line. Oh dear, didn't want to be there at all. Look at that! Look at that assist feed. That is absurd. Everybody focusing Wub at that very moment in time. Bun deflagged, still got the dash to get away. Oh, tries to climb to the high ground. Not going to survive too long. Meets the unfortunate death of the shield bash to the face.
And Rally and Overclock expended there for Ratavidity, and they just get crushed for 0 ultimate. So O3 Splash with no tactical advantage, just outplaying, just pure outplay in that team fight, secures them a really impactful win. I mean, that's not a fight they're supposed to win. Even if they do win, I was almost assuredly that they were going to use Overclock, but they don't. And now that puts them right back in the driver's seat here in this series, potentially looking to close out here on Flashpoint.
All right, well, Orbital Ray, kind of a silver lining here from the heavens as Radix Avidity now try and slowly make their way onto the point. O3 Splash are making them come to them, though. Overclock used from Sugu. A lot of shots being thrown in at Pella there. Nice kill by Lep, already taking down Bun. Here comes the Orbital Ray. Now, the damage they're going to have to be a little bit more fearful of now as Wub takes to the skies and just cleanly clips Sugu. They're going to be able to get the flip, but still, another decent start. O3 Splash getting about 70%.
So what Ratavidity needed to accomplish there, though, stabilizing with the Orbital Ray. Bun was able to hold on to the Blade as well, which gives him a decent chance here, but Lep has Rally, and it's going to be the Blade fight, so kind of a scary spot for Bun to be, you know, trading in those close-range brawls against the enemy Genji. If you get stunned, you get your deflect canceled, you could just get cut to pieces by that enemy Blade.
All right, Rally for Lep. Oh, good counter stun. There's the bash, there's the flail. That's a lot of AoE damage, though, from Bun, as now has to look towards Peace, maybe look away from him. Trying to get away. Oh, good bash to get out of the way. And Wub picks off Peace with a railgun shot. There will be an Orbital Ray, though, being used from O3 Splash to get them to the point. But as soon as that disappears, Pella was already charging into the point. There's no flip here. O3 Splash have 90% now. Rad Exhibited only with that 49. Flip coming through for Rad right now, though, Jake, as Wub manages to stay alive in this fight. Just up close and personal with O3 Splash, just putting the trust in the team there to keep him alive.
Yeah, the Rally Blade didn't pay off at all for O3 Splash. Caught in a tough spot, and Ratavidity sees the opportunity to pull the trigger. Wins with only Blade. So, like, once again, the team committing less ultimates is just fighting better here on Flashpoint. I think both teams definitely feeling the pressure of this moment. O3 Splash only the cage to their name. They pop it early.
Yeah, they're going to pop it early, but here comes the Rally. I mean, you're chilling right now if you're Radix Avidity. And Wub, 1 HP, manages to snipe Lep from downtown. Radix Avidity are going to come away with this point as now we transition to the third one.
Wub looking good here on Flashpoint. Despite their tournament life being on the line, Ratavidity finding the way through here. 1-1 on Flashpoint, and O3 Splash in a full reset situation, ult bank wise. They will spawn on this side of the map. They will have the opportunity to get stuck into this fight, but this is another great spot for the OC, right? Wub has a lot of space to work with here. Gonna be hard for O3 Splash to get on top of him, but it feels like they must. I mean, if this guy gets a full free cast overclock, it's too much.
Yeah, overclock used. Good response from Peace and from Painkiller, to be fair. Dashing straight on top of Wub. But apparently it's not even gonna matter. Nice deflection damage onto Pella. Pella is 1. And they get the kill. They do end up trading the Malgus there. I mean, Peace, not the best 1v1 in the world, especially against the Brig, but fortunately for Peace, there's a little bit more backup than anticipated.
It's the craziest 1v1 I've ever seen. The Brig Juno healing each other is a scary 1v1. See if Bun Blade into nothing. I mean, another opportunity though. If Lep can bridge the gap to this Rally, easier said than done though. Kind of hard for Brig to charge up this ult before the fight. There's a very small window for Ratavidity. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, he's just transitioned to the other door. He's so quick. Well, Blade pop, nice stun onto Bun. Rally also used by Lep. Gonna build those up over health as they've split Radix Avidity right now. An overclocked used as Quilly checking their rear here as Pella is behind them right now, but they have full control of the point. Or at least they should do in a couple of seconds or so. Then wide down, Peace gets a bit more of a fair kill there onto Scuffed. Quickly taking care of the Brig just moments ago.
The Penta Melee. I don't know if I've
you like that one
before.
You like that one?
That's a sick play on Genji. You don't need your gun. You have a sword.
Exactly. You got a sword in the back pocket, bro.
You got 2 swords. That's
It should do as much damage. Think of this. Small, sharp object versus long, big sword. Makes sense to me.
How does Mauga tank all that damage? He's not even wearing armor. He's got a big chest.
He's got a
Don't think about
chest.
it too much.
I mean, Danny could probably tank that many bullets. He's got a big
Danny
chest.
is the strongest Mauga.
Exactly. He is. Cage ends up coming out. Blade prop from Piece 2. Oh, gotta run. Oh, got the dash. Oh, of course Piece does. Oh, scuffed. Thinking maybe I get out of this one. Rally ends up getting deployed by Nemwai here, trying to salvage this fight. A good little stun and a bash there into the corner. Does end up getting the stun onto Sugu, but an interesting rally there from Nemwai, kind of just throwing that to the wind, as now 0-3 Splash. Now 1 fight away from taking this point, and 1 fight away from getting themselves map point, flashpoint point.
Is there a touch here? I don't know.
There isn't. There you go. They're 1 point away now, taking the series and locking themselves in the finals.
This has been a chaotic map. Like, neither team is executing very cleanly. They're definitely both feeling the pressure of the moment. It's coming down to these tiny little differences. Who's making more mistakes? Who's trusting each other more? And I gotta say, Painkiller's been kind of clutching up here on Flashpoint, finding some big stuns.
Oh, nice double shot from Wub, but look at that. Look at the attention that is garnered by Wub right now, but does manage to use that slide to get away. But now it's trying to deal with the shield. Oh, good headshot. Hanbei ends up going down. A nice little flail there to finish off the Juno, but Sugu is still making this fight tough. Disruptor shot kill, and now Peace can just carry on resetting as 0-3 Splash. 3 members alive, find the team kill.
Decent spot to be for 0-3 Splash. Capping up on this potentially final flashpoint. OC on the cards. They'd love to slow this next fight down. I think Radavidity wants to just pop this Ray as fast as possible, get in there for kills, but they don't really have anything particularly defensive. I mean, I think the opportunity here for Sugu to just find railhead shots, burst people even through the orbital ray is very real.
Oh, orbital ray, perfect spot to do it as well. Scott almost gets 1 tapped there. Gotta be careful. Orbital ray still available. There you go, straight through the center of the point. Oh, what a fly-off from Nenwai. Mid-slide from Sugu, who just gets whip-shotted into another universe.
Okay, Radavidity, that's exactly what they needed to do. Getting a clean take of the point, not losing any players, not letting any picks come in, not allowing 0-3 Splash to farm much of an ultimate. That was the dream fight when you're in this scenario with your back against the wall. They want to play forward here potentially, maybe thinking better of it. Good approach from 0-3 Splash. Very hard to be attacked here on this walk-up.
Well, Peace got the blade. There's going to be an orbital ray as well for 0-3 Splash. They're in good standing right now for this next fight. Nice, Cage comes in just before that overrun can land the stun. Peace now carrying for cover. Blade popped inside the orbital ray. There's nothing you can do. No reactions are going to be quick enough to save you from that one.
A little bit of stall from Pella, but Bun got absolutely bursted there. Lep with the whip shot final blow. The team focus fire coming in on that attacking Genji. So scary sometimes to blade into the orbital array, but sometimes you got to take those risks, right? You see an opportunity, you think you can get that cleanup kill. Could easily go the other way if you can get that first dash reset. Radavidity, only a rally to their name. Wub would love to bridge this gap to an overclock. Could be a difference maker in the mid-fight.
They're going to go early though, Jake. Look at this. Rally being used already. No, and Nemwai just gets absolutely detonated. Oh, there's the support line. And there's the map. And there's the match. 0-3 Blast. Or 0-3 Splash, sorry. They should just be able to take it. There's no shot. Pella survives this. They're going up against a rally. Everything thrown in. Wubber's got the OC. Couldn't even get it off. 0-3 Splash. Take it to Radx Avidity.
One goal is all it took. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. One goal is all it took. Wait. Is that the Genji God having a top 2 placement in NA now? Yes!
Oh my god.
What's up, guys? What's up? It's Jake. I'm in your comms. Congrats on the win.
Hello. Hello, Jake.
You guys are talking peace up there, feeling yourselves. How did you feel in that match? Did you think it would go that way, 3-1 after map 1? I mean, that was a tough map for you guys.
I can't lie. After map 1, I thought we were gonna have to figure something else out.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I think going into map 1, we were just really nervous and really shaky because I think some of these players, it's like their first time really getting up into like the this top end bracket. But after we started getting our groove going on Kings, winning Kings was so big, like 5-4 was massive, and then we just started rolling the rest of the series after we got our footing. Like we knew we were better, but we just had to get our foot planted first.
I mean, you have to deal with the ball there as well, right?
Oh my! It's Pella on ball, man. It's Pella on ball.
That guy's literally a pinball machine, bro.
I mean, listen, it worked for them on the first map, right? And you guys went a little spice there as well yourself with that Winston pick on Esperanza. Walk me through the thought process and the adjustments that needed to be made.
Well, I just like Winston into their comp because when they play Brig, Zen, and Hitscan or Sojourn, they have to walk into a specific kill box. So we just wait for them to walk up to get any value, and then we just go them, and they will die and crumble. And then we force them to swap. Like they went Lucio Kiri just to try to brawl us more, but they can't really win the brawl when they have ball. And
yeah, it's nice. It's nice when we have like prior scouting from different games as well, because it's like we can obviously see that like going into the match, they're either playing one or two things. They're playing Malgamir or they're playing ball, and clearly they like favoring ball on the maps where they can play ball. So we knew like going into it that we pretty much knew the comp that we were insta swapping to if they were rolling out on ball. So like it was easy.
I mean, have you got any big plans for Nightmare up next? I mean, obviously you faced him earlier, didn't go as well as you probably expected.
Not to time him out. I mean, there's no question about it.
We had a pretty good map 1 and 2 versus Nightmare last time, so it was good material for us to look over and figure out what we can do differently to secure that win. So we're gonna try our best.
Right on. Losing is learning, right? That's the approach here. One last thing before we let you go and get ready for that grand final. Y'all disappointed us, like, severely with your fun facts. Not gonna lie. You're like chicken cutlet, like, very cool. I don't know. You guys need to do better. Give us a fun fact about yourselves. Like, just something. I'm starting with you, Leb. Something more than chicken cutlet.
You're brain dead. You put that.
Actually, instead of chicken cutlets, it's Argentinian chicken cutlets. It's made by smashing down.
See, I was onto something.
Yeah. It's called a milanesa de pollo or milanesa de res, and it's actually really good. It's a signature Argentinian cuisine, but we just call it.
You know, that's more exciting.
Well done. That is a good fun fact.
Chicken cutlets.
I like.
Okay, you know what? We take it. We take it. Thank you so much for the clarification. And now, on that note, we'll let you take a quick break before the grand finals. Best of luck against Nightmare.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Wow, Zoe. I'm just saying, Zoe. That was incredible from you. You called it. You called it.
Yeah, just, you know, if you know, you know. Now, Peace, player of the match, could have called that one too. The Oracle, that is me.
Dude, the one assist is threatening. The one assist is threatening there. Jeez, every single kill, man.
Peace's ability to win in the neutral as well, like the dash into headshots on King's Row, I believe it was, absolutely filthy. Like, such a game changer for them. That's how they won King's Row, essentially.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that was it. That one play there, dashing and comboing Bun before they could get the cage blade off. And they won the map. Like, it was crazy. Yeah, Peace very much deserving of the play of the game. The Genji play across the NA this last week or so has been phenomenal. And Peace is up there, top 2 for sure.
Yeah, Peace is a big performer. And then even, you know, when they are finding these moments to like pop off, find a pick, not scared to just pull the blade and snowball into the team fight, immediately forcing the rest of the engagement with the advantage they create. So, you know, props to the team. Well done, well executed. After what was a really rough map 1 to bring it back on King's Row and then just build up. That's kind of the series you're hoping for, actually, when it comes to being ready to go into the grand finals and face off against Nightmare. You know, you might have started slow, but you made adjustments. You figured out what you needed to do to get the win. And honestly, Nightmare is such a tough team. You're probably going to have to make more adjustments. You're going to have to continue to adapt. But now they can have confidence that they do have that ability.
Silence.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough. The Nightmare game is going to be... I want to see them, you know, adapt and thrive. I really do. The Nightmare series, they just feel like a different beast right now in North America. They feel like they're number one. They'll be there for a long time. But, I mean, you know, they said they have a lot of... they have had a lot of time to kind of look over the VODs as well. So I'm hoping they come out with a couple of wins here.
I mean, it always helps to have a previous series to go off of, right? And then, of course, also there is the footage of Nightmare going up against Citrus Nation. That's another 5-map series. So there is tape on Nightmare, which could potentially be helpful in preparation for this one. However, the turnaround is short here, heading into the grand final. They just had to play a very close game. Avidity, there it is. But now they're finding themselves in the grand final, best of 7. Nightmare starting with a 1-map advantage, so keep that in mind since they made their way through the upper bracket. Also, as we're looking at the lower bracket here, some words of praise and encouragement for Rad Avidity here, please.
I mean, they did have a great tournament. A lot of highlight plays from the DPS, from Pella on the tank, and the supports as well. Looking really stable in a lot of these comps. Looking good on the meta. So, I mean, a 3rd place finish, definitely not something you should be too disappointed in. I think fans of Radavidity have definitely seen that they can perform at this level, can be a top contender.
Yeah, like, there are huge highlights from Rad Avidity. The Exhibizione game was just... that was ridiculous. Like, the Runasapi game, the completion, like, the team has a lot going for them. A solid 3rd place. This series could have gone either way. O3 Splash just kind of, like even they said, they kind of figured it out. They got their nerves shaken off after that map number 1, and they managed to come back in the series. But if there was another day, maybe Rad Avidity actually take that.
That's right. Taking down Citrus Nation there as well, 3-0. I mean, Nightmare didn't manage that, just saying.
Exactly.
Exactly. So by proxy, you know, you can make
the transitive property of Overwatch. It never quite goes away.
It never fails.
It really doesn't. I hope to see more of that squad. So I hope that right after this game, they will be heading over to their browsers and sign up for the season 4 of the FACEIT League, which is coming our way very soon. In fact, the signups are closing in January, end of January, and then all the action starts all over again. This time with more money on the line, with pickup games as well. Lots of flexibility when it comes to scheduling, so you're not as hard locked in. It's going to be easier for everyone to get involved and take a piece of the pie. For now, we're taking a quick break before we're heading into our final game of the day and find out who is coming out on top of the NA region. Don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
That's right. Sign up now. The signups are open until the end of January, and then we're diving back into all things FACEIT League for Season 4. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by the J brothers, Jack and Jake. You could be somewhat related, actually.
I did hear you in the break. You were like, I hate it when everybody has the same.
I thought you were AFK. You were supposed to hear that.
Like, that's fair enough. No, I was having my headset on. I was filling my drink up. You were like, to be fair, Jake and then Jaws and also Jack. Makes sense. And then
Jake, Jaws, Jack, and then Johnny in the mix every once in a while.
Oh,
like,
yeah, we're really getting spicy.
Yeah, you're like so exotic with your names. It's great.
So exotic. I didn't pick my name. Well, apart from the Jaws thing, I picked that.
I was about to say you had a choice there at least. Okay, speaking of exotic things though, on our very screens over the last 3 days, ever since the patch, we got to witness the craziness that are some crosshairs. So naturally, we picked some of our favorites to rate them because. Listen, players they're cooking, overcooking, some might say. In fact, let's see. Okay, here's Luca's crosshair. How do we rate this?
Normal.
Jack.
Normal.
I mean, the big circle is a classic shotgun hero crosshair. The big circle is like a nice medium. It's a tasteful medium circle. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use it myself, but I'm a fan.
Can't go wrong with a classic, Luca. That's a good crosshair. Okay, I like it.
Decent.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I'm a fan.
you know,
I'm a fan.
I like smaller crosshairs. Wub's got the dot with the circle. Yeah.
That's almost too much for me. I don't like how much it blocks of my teeny tiny vision. I don't know.
It's a little busy, but honestly, in this meta, I can see it. You know, it's like chaotic. Your screen's full of enemy heroes. You need that kind of like loud crosshair that doesn't get lost in the noise.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about the color? Yellow?
Yellow's good, I think. For me, at least, like bright colors equal good.
It's also very
Why are you showing me?
The picture. Sorry, react cam.
Oh, that's not a reactor. It's the spark skin that makes it for me really well. Big fan.
I mean, yeah, the spark skin goes crazy.
And
okay,
let's consider some players use different enemy outlines. Okay, I've seen this one.
Okay.
This is like
what
a
even
lot.
Is
this is a lot. It's like a diamond and then also a circle.
This is like an Assassin's Creed quest marker. Like, I don't understand like what this is. The like diamond with the thing in the middle. Like what? It doesn't even make any sense.
Take care of your Sims situation. I'm not.
Take care of your Sims. Yeah, kind of.
They always do die. Yeah, I think this one's overcooked. I don't know.
It's overcooked, bro. It's overcooked.
Oh my god, this is like way too big.
Okay. Why? This is like the old school Junkrat crosshairs, bro. This is I'm just gonna lob bombs in this direction. People are gonna die. But for Sojourn, I mean, you got the dot in the middle.
Why do you even need the crosshair? Like the dot has so much space around it.
Yeah, the dot's chill. Yeah.
Like you don't even look at the other crosshair. It's just blocking.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna defend it. I'm gonna defend this one. Listen, hear me out.
Okay, go on.
At my advanced age,
oh my god,
36, I sometimes with the little dots, and I usually just use the tiny, teeny dots. When there's too much action on my screen, I have a tendency of losing track of my crosshair. Maybe Gucci is also suffering from old age. Probably not.
Okay.
Early 20s. That can happen.
Is, but
there's no way you losing.
19, so.
There's no way you lose this crosshair. This is unlosable.
Yeah,
true. You won't miss it.
You
big
can't,
tip: it's in the center of the screen. That's how
that is factual. It is
but
it's
not how it works, Jack.
Okay,
you make it sound so easy.
This one goes crazy for Brit.
What am I even? What part is that actual?
It's just like brown, like blocks. It's like building blocks. Like this one's cooking.
This is the worst crosshair I've ever seen in my life. It's
cake
so
or
bad.
hamburger, like cake or hamburger, but like bun, not bun, sorry, but like the patty, I guess.
For me, that just looks like pixel art of like the turd emoji. Like that's.
Oh my god, I can't see it.
You don't need a big crosshair for Brig. You're just swinging.
Yeah, but Come on.
I mean, after seeing this crosshair, surely they're trolling because they know we're seeing it, right?
This has to be a troll. I mean, this just, you don't, maybe your crosshair doesn't matter on Brig, but this has to be a troll.
Probably doesn't. You know, you would know. You've been in Brig jail.
I mean, I use the dot. I don't use different crosshairs on different characters, but nowadays I'm kind of fashionable with the new crosshair editor.
Yeah, I'm very.
Okay, we have one more, and I feel like I know which one it is.
I know which one it is.
No, get out of
here. The compass crosshair, the creme de la creme crosshair,
and it changed direction.
Where the enemies are,
which it doesn't.
Which is weird. It changed, like when we were on Esperanza, I swear it changed direction. Like
this has to be some weird buggy.
Is he manually?
Makes it different. There's
he
no way that he's going in on his deaths and changing his crosshair. I'm gonna lose my mind, actually.
Yeah.
I would not put it past him. I would not put it past him. What do you think, Jack? Since you're here to solve mysteries today.
I am here to solve mysteries. Mystery. When you said that, it makes me feel like I'm Scooby-Doo or something. Like I'm Scooby-Doo. Or Fred, I suppose, with the little
Steve
thing. Or Steve. Oh, yeah, Steve.
That was what I was referencing.
I bought this and I thought it was nice. Okay, guys? I thought it was nice. Let's talk about the crosshair now. Let's talk about the crosshair now. Let's not stop talking about how I look like Blue's Clues Man.
It is lovely. I really like it. I like it as much as I like brackets, right? What a transition.
That's a lot.
Smooth as always. Here is a look at our grand finals. We had some exciting games throughout the last 3 days, but it all comes down to this. Grand finals between NTMR and O3 Splash, which is a rematch of the upper bracket final, of course. First time around, didn't go too hot for O3 Splash, so let's talk about it. How likely are we to see them take that Mago mirror again against NTMR? What do you think? Is this advisable, Jake?
I mean, I don't think you have much of an option, right? I think the best teams right now playing it really well. They're showing that this Mago comp is still super, super strong. You know, maybe Hazard can be the hero to shake that up, but of course in this tournament, Hazard not available just yet. And we've just seen the potential, the team play on the back of Mago, like some of these combos, the Blade plus Cage, like so many team comps just get absolutely smothered by this level of sustain that Mago brings, and the Brig Juno, I think, are a big part of that as well.
Can't they take a page out of the EMEA playbook? I just, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
we're like one pick away from it being Reaper again, bro. So we keep the Genji, we keep the Soj, we have cool flashy highlight plays. I'm still here for it. I'm kind of in agreement with Jake. Like, I don't think too much is going to change here. A lot of the teams are realizing that Mag was still pretty good. The overrun, surprisingly good. Like, I didn't realize how much of a buff that would actually be to the character, but the overrun extra speed is kind of wicked.
Kind of wicked.
People have gotten better at landing those big stomps. Like you land a stomp stun, like the crit.
It was very easy to dodge to before. So
yeah, it's a big nuke, and it's the stun, right? The follow up is so strong on that. So the Magos, I think, who are landing that consistently are having a huge difference in terms of their team impact.
Yeah, and I mean, NTMR, they made it look so easy on that Mago comp. A lot of that, of course, has to do also with the absolute standout performances from Zeru on that Genji and Seeker on that Socher. And like, I mean, they've just been on fire all match long. It's actually been filthy.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so good. They're the best in North America right now in this tournament, right? I think it's going to be a tall order for O3 Splash to win here. I have a pretty decisive pred. Pretty decisive. I'm not sure what they can really do because we also have Infected back in. Like, Clear is not starting. Clear's a very good tank in his own right, but I think Infected is the best tank in North America currently. So, yeah, it's tough, man. This is really hard. If they can get a couple of maps, you know, from their VOD reviewing and everything, I'd be really happy for O3 Splash, but I only see this going one way.
You know what? We have a game coming up before we are heading into the grand finals, and I can only see that game going one way as well. And that's, of course, Guess the Player with fun facts that the players provided for us. These are all about NTMR players, so we have to see who of NTMR gave us these facts. Which player is deeply in love with Zeru?
Ooh.
Could be any of them.
Ooh. Deeply in love with Zeru.
I'm gonna guess.
I go with Infected.
I want to say Seeker, but I'm pretty sure Seeker and PGE are kind of like hands in hand, you know? So
this is the big reveal, the big dramatic reveal that it is in fact Seeker.
Damn, really?
Two-time
on
on
PGE like that? It's infected. Oh, okay. Zoe. Okay.
I super guessed that. I have absolutely no reason to guess infected. I'm just sticking to my tank predictions today. All right, which player said they have... I like that you put in said because I don't believe it. 17 cats and 12 dogs. Like over their lifespan or...
Who lives on the ranch?
Yeah, what?
I'm gonna say this one is Seeker.
No.
Does he seem?
Oh, he's a
CJ,
jokester. Okay,
I don't believe anyone
CJ
has
seems like a cat person.
An esports player.
Here's my swift logic that I was thinking about here. If I remember rightly, infected streams from a garage. So maybe the rest of his home is like taken over by 12 dogs and 17 cats. I don't think it's going to be infected 2 times in a row.
Flawless logic. Let's see. Yeah, I think CJ seems like oh my god, I'm a genius.
So he's getting fed the answers, bro.
I was not fed the answers. CJ just seems like a cat person. Not that much of a cat person, but
17 cats and 12 dogs.
That's a lot of cats.
This is like farmer status. Like this is like you're working dogs and cats on the farm.
What?
I mean, he just has a really big heart and cares for all of them. I love that.
Yeah, a little sanctuary
CJ. Well, clearly we care deeply about Nightmare as well, because we all think that they're gonna take that with ease. We do have, of course, the one map that we gave them. Honorable loss.
Yes.
Matt calls it, Jake.
An honorable map.
I mean,
this
they
is
haven't lost a series,
4-1
right? Like you got to get something for coming from the upper bracket, and since in FACEIT, the series, the maps are pre-drafted. You know, it makes sense. Map win, I think, is a very fair advantage. If you're the better team, you can win 4 maps here in this series.
And these are the maps that teams are taking us to.
No
Guys,
way.
walk us through it.
Colosseo? Jake, this makes no sense. What's happening here? What happened to Runa Sapi? Did we delete it from the map pool?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what will happen. Also, I wonder, I mean, if we go, surely the map pool is more than this if we go past map.
Yeah, we'll move it along. We haven't got a big enough screen for the graphic on, bro.
So
I only got the 16 by 19.
Colosseo, I like for Nightmare, honestly, to be a team to be like shaking it up. Like we're just going to pick different maps just to take you out of your comfort zone versus O3 Splash, I think is wise. Since Nightmare probably have a deeper practice pool, have been together for longer as a squad.
Oh, here it is. Grand finals here at the FACEIT Season 3 playoffs. Nightmare versus O3 Splash. And with Nightmare coming through that upper bracket, they get the 1 map advantage, that winner's bracket advantage. So here it is, unlocking the gates in just a moment. Oasis first map, no real surprise here. As we see a Nightmare rolling out on what we'd expect. Same with Splash.
Well, mirror match. Probably going to dictate most of the series. Oh my god.
What is that? Well, you don't need to aim as Malga, so you don't need it. Dude, what is that? That is abominable, bro. Like, what are you looking at?
I can't cast.
Do you look through the tiny hole in the middle?
You're like, it's like the CS thing where
you're like a periscope, a kaleidoscope, like you zooming in? My god, infected, bro. It's either that or his eyes are terrible. Okay, a better crosshair. Thank you, Zara. Just white dot. Thank goodness. Get that absolutely abomination off my screen.
It would be too funny if a team just has like all 5 psychotic, terrible crosshairs.
What is?
We cannot be on this camp, man. I cannot cast this.
Dude. Okay, can we get a painkiller POV? What's painkiller's crosshair? Let's compare the Malga crosshair.
Gotta slowly work our way.
Okay, look at that. Look at that. That's normal. That's really normal. Maybe that's the secret sauce to why Infected so good, bro. I do genuinely think he's one of the best tanks in NA, if not the best currently. So
yeah, bro, it's because his crosshair blocks 30% of his screen. That's probably the secret to his skill.
Yeah, bro, look at him go. If he's that good with that little vision, Jake, I don't want to see him with the dot crosshair is all I'm saying. All right, Secret and Infected to win this next fight. There's back-to-back fights there for Nightmare, not losing anybody either.
Seeker's just eating them up. Back-to-back fights, open with a rail pick from Sojourn. It's not looking great. O3 Splash got off to a slow start in the last series, but, you know, they're already down a map, right? Coming from the loser bracket. It's a scary place to be, taking these fights back-to-back. I mean, they lost 3-0 to Nightmare last time. They really need to get this series going early.
Orbital Ray available from CJ. Unbay 2, so big ult dump coming in this fight, but Nightmare firmly in the lead. Infected dropping down pretty low. Well, Seeker can release the overclock. There's Peace jumping up to the high ground, but Peace isolated. Couldn't rejoin the rest of their team. Peace tried to dash away, dash to hookah instead of dashing back to the main, where he most definitely would have got sniped by Seeker. And here comes the orbital ray damage. Seeker making full use of the healing and extra damage. And there's going to be a delay on Hanbei as well. Unfortunate stuff. It's Nightmare. Wow, Jake, they're just... Yeah.
Admiral bashed the cage there, canceling it from Painkiller. Not going to be available. Infected could blade this.
Oh, double blade, anime duel, near the mega health pack.
Can't touch.
1 HP. Oh. Unlucky piece. The Infected just jumps over the map. Well.
Oi, oi, oi.
Well. That was first map.
As long as we don't watch Infected's cam anymore, I'm all good.
Oh dear. Can you sign my yearbook? Did you have a yearbook,
Hags.
Jake?
Do you know what hags means, Jack? I'm curious if they do this in the UK.
What is... No, I don't know what that means.
Hags is some people write in the yearbook. Have a good summer.
Have a good summer.
Yeah.
Ah. Okay. Well,
that's American. That's
got a different meaning
American
in the US.
culture for you.
I mean, it's got a different meaning in the UK. So he laughed.
I don't know.
It's not anything serious. It's not anything bad.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Jake's like,
Right.
whoa.
Nightmare just kind of running through that last round. These DPS feeling very confident. Infected, though. Shouldn't be so confident.
Yep, just get the head. Got blamed there. Suga very close to that fight. Good damage, though, coming through from CJ on this high ground. Very, very scrappy fight. Should be one here. Whoever has the Juno up and alive saying that both Junos taking kills, but CJ coming out on top. That's the 17 cats and 12 dogs moment. Oh, wait, was that CJ? Yeah, that was...
Even with Infected dying first, they just crushed the fight with picks. I mean, that's really bad for O3 Splash. This is like the dream fight.
We're back. We're so back.
I can't stop.
We're so back.
Oh my god. The players know now. They all know that we're gonna see their crosshairs. This is gonna become a trend. I'm calling it.
Oh my god, bro.
Wait, this dot is bigger than the last round. Is it? Oh.
They're just changing. I'm telling you. Pala was changing the crosshair, the compass direction every map. I'm telling you, bro. We have unlocked a new segment for the broadcast moving forward in Overwatch Esports, the crosshair segment. Don't worry, that one's coming back. I'll make a whole game show about it if you really want. All right, Infected taking a lot of damage here. Same with Painkiller, like Sugu with that overclock ready and raring to go, but Painkiller's already down. Nightmare just not really making this one look close, to be honest with you. Well, Sugu at least has 1 kill, but it's not going to mean all too much. As Sugu used this overclock, thinking they can win that, but yeah, not.
Yeah, I mean, grasping at straws, right? For O3 Splash, like just if he gets 1 pick and just YOLO rips it. I mean, they're so far down at that spot. O3 Splash is just getting absolutely stomped. I mean, Nightmare looks super confident. They're playing that aggression. O3 Splash are just crumbling. They don't look like they have faith in themselves to win this game.
Gotta have faith.
They've got to find it.
Gotta have a giant crosshair that covers the third of your screen.
Yes, exactly. If you block some more of your screen, maybe. Exactly.
No, dude. You tunnel in. You focus in on what's inside the dot. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, it could work. As serious as this finals is, Nightmare are making this look close right now. Blade available from Zera, Seeker, OC, Orbital Ray. And they're making this last fight as well, taking this very slow. Sugu already dead, slammed down on the ground. And Jake, that is going to be first map. Blade in the Ray. Nice little flail there from Leb, who has got the rally. Last dish attempt here. Brig versus the world, but unfortunately it's not released big, nor is this a GOATS meta. Can't wait for that to come into quick play hack, Jake. It's going to be a fun time. 99%. That's a 200% to 0 for Nightmare.
Jack, we may be in for a quick series. This is not looking good. I mean, I know, in fairness, O3 Splash had a slow start to their last series. They talked about it in the interview, right? Because they won Kings Row, it was huge for them. They were able to get back into the series. However, that puts a lot of pressure on them now. As much as you can say that to yourself now, okay, well, maybe Oasis not our map. Oh, okay, we'll be fine, guys. We're going to Kings Row. If you get stomped like this on Kings Row, you're gonna start to question things. And this is a team that you've already lost 2-3-0. Nightmare are just coming to collect what's already there.
Right. Yeah, it does. It does feel like same old every day in the office, you know, for Nightmare right now. I mean, look, things can change. Maybe it's just that slow start for 03 Splash. Maybe they don't do so hot on Control. Maybe it's one of their worst game types, you know, like. But you know, excuse after excuse. At the end of the day, Jake, and Nightmare right now just they're on a different level. And yeah, we'll see if Infected's crosshair gets bigger.
No, 0-0, it got bigger. Look, see, look, this is the dot from round 1. I swear to God, it was bigger in round 2.
It was bigger. No, it
feels
is
like
bigger.
it's gonna keep getting bigger. I just have a feeling that it's gonna get bigger every time. If we see a highlight from round 2, we can comparison.
It is. It's
Look,
bigger.
it's bigger.
It's
I
bigger.
told you. It's gonna get bigger.
Zera is upping this by.
I already know.
By 1 magnitude every round. There's no way. Is Seeker's gonna get longer? Everything just gets
You're not
slowly.
using a bad crosshair, are you?
No.
Seeker?
Bro, I actually bought it for no reason.
Seeker yapping about a crosshair or something. They're trolling. I see you, Seeker.
Honestly, you know, Jack, there's a custom crosshair that, you know, I think you alluded to it about the idea of covering more of the screen, something I've seen previously in other games that maybe someone can find a way to bring to Overwatch. And so envision this. Rather than the way you traditionally think of the crosshair, right, as like it's in the center of your screen, what if it was the whole screen and we just have a little window? We have a little window into the game.
Oh. I see. Let's get a quick listen. Let's go to that clip again. Hang on a second. A secret.
Infected, you're not using a bad crosshair, are you?
No.
Yeah.
Bro, I actually bought it for no reason.
Seeker asking Infected, are you using a bad crosshair? He says no.
He's like, no.
It's a very whimsical no, but it was a no. Yeah, my ass, bro. If Seeker was right next to him,
subjective. Maybe it worked. Like they're winning.
All I'm saying is that, hey, keep them coming. Keep the just ludicrous crosshairs coming, and give us more options for crosshairs too. I've seen crosshairs in other game, Jakes, that are like little glasses, little pair of sunglasses as well, like
little
just out of
glasses.
Yeah, well, just like little rectangle glasses. It looks sick. So you just draw a little pair of glasses on people's face when you shoot them. It's pretty awesome.
That is kind of
awesome.
cute. I like that.
Yeah. All right, let's let's go on to King's Row. Nightmare on the attack first. 03 Splash on defense. We'll see if Zera's crosshair does get bigger.
That's the most important update we all need on map 2.
Most
the crosshair status. Yeah, the comps. We know.
Let's get a Nightmare listening real quick as they set up for their attack and discuss the most important things in life.
No, wait, from a distance, but you actually can't see me. Wait, look.
Bro, you're actually gonna like miss out on people across the map. You're just not gonna be able to see them. Like that's why you didn't see me poking spawn. Like that, like on Oasis.
Yeah, they have Margo. You wanna soy Genji Margo?
Yeah.
Genji left.
Genji left. Alright, I can look the force point. I'm shooting Naga. I'm gonna walk up. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna walk to the left. I'm walking to the left.
I'm with Margo top.
Genji on point. Look, Genji. If Maga drops,
They bro.
Genji top left. Maga on me right. Need help.
I'm cheating Margo. I have really good angle on Margo. So do one.
Look, Genji.
I'm side top right.
Oh, they're gonna crash out. Okay.
They're gonna crash out.
They're crashing out.
Can you have? I'm moving main. Shoot Margo. Everybody stack up Margo. Flip into us. Can you come point now.
Point. Big.
You know what?
Both one. Sack point, 3 point.
Classic piece. Just trading CJ like a Pokemon card.
He did nothing, like, didn't do anything.
We're gonna fuck them.
Jesus, Unk.
Fighting around point, you have 0 heals.
Yeah.
All right, new crosshair just dropped.
It's the
Red
Christmas
square,
present crosshair.
green lines.
It's a Christmas present. It's a holiday season.
That's awesome.
It's really festive. Cool. I like that one. I'm a fan.
It's not bad. In fact, this crosshair got worse somehow.
They're just getting picked apart, Jack. This is not a game.
Yeah. This really is just guess the hilarity of the crosshairs. Also, Zera's is smaller this time around. Just FYI. So maybe it was a city center only crosshair.
I need this larger crosshair for city center. The dot size really is impactful.
It's impactful for me. Yeah, I mean, this is really just Nightmare rolling over 03 Splash right now. There's There's seemingly no answer.
Yeah, Jack, I don't have much more for you. I mean, that's like multiple fights in a row where it's just like, it's not even a fight. It's like a free pick goes toward Nightmare. I mean, how many times? This has been like every single fight since the start of the series that has happened that way. At this point, I'm expecting it. Like, who's going to die first on 0-3 Splash? 2 spam.
Oh, let's have a look. Overclock. There's the orbital race from both sides. Both Magos just slamming their heads into each other, and Zera pulled the blade. A lot of AoE splash. Look at that. Unbelievable stuff from Zera. 4 kills. Almost 5. Oh, Zera is just an absolute freak on the Genji. My God.
I feel the recontest is unlikely here as well. Not so much time. Maybe you could force it. I think they might just force it just because the map is so difficult.
Has he got overrun? No, he doesn't. No recontest. Man, he's so good. All right, well. 1 slash, 2 kills on the back line with the orbital ray. They got Cage, they got Rally. Double DPS ultimate available from 0-3 Splash unless they go down first. Sugu in a lot of pressure though. Zera's got deflects. Peace pops the blade. There we go. There's a kill. Admiral down. Cage dead. Peace resetting off of Seeker. Aiding the kill on CJ as well. Okay, stabilization now for 0-3 Splash. And they're going to try and stagger Infected a little bit.
Kind of delaying himself here. There's no way he gets out of that. Yeah.
Probably should have just jumped off the edge, but, you know, they got a lot of time to play with anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to get too confident, though. You got to stay focused, clean up this series. I mean, 0-3 Splash have shown themselves that they are a team that can start to build momentum in a series, even when it starts against them. Nightmare don't want to let that happen. They want to keep their foot on the gas, get a big push here on King's Row.
All right, small push around here from Zera, trying to chase off of Peace. Chase Peace off of this flank. Rally deployed, instant disengage from Nightmare. Yeah, really smart stuff. There was no stun there from Lep either, Jake, so there was no chance to catch anybody.
Yeah, very clean moves by Nightmare. An OC is well deployed.
Bash as well, and Painkiller. Oh, Painkiller was behind the shield there of the Rally, so the heals coming through from Lep and Harpay just kind of waylaid a little bit. Seeker with a quad punch onto Lep. CJ finishes him off, and there it is. Okay, the choke point broken.
Great disengages from Nightmare too. You know, they're not only reliant on the aggression, they're also falling back really cleanly when 0-3 Splash pops early ults. Sugu gonna swap to the Reaper. It's been successful here on King's Row 3rd point in many situations. See if they can make it work with the Orbital Ray. This is gonna be a ton of pressure on Infected. See if he can navigate the fight.
Yeah, but Orbital Ray, like you said, decent position to use it as well. All right, Pop. Zera pops the blade though. He's gonna be the one you're gonna have to look out for. Peace, where's the deflect? But he's still picking up the health pack. All right, took a few too many slashes there from Zera, so wasn't really the biggest factor in the fight like it was last time around. Does take care of the enemy Genji, of course, but now looking for another target. Sugu on the Reaper, TPing to the high ground. He's just kind of flanking CJ a little bit. You saw Nightmare just trying to int onto the backline, help Zera. But Zera spent far too long killing Peace.
Blade on the cards for Peace. It's going to be an important ultimate in this team fight. Cage generally really powerful, especially when it shuts down those Genji dashes. He's gonna have to navigate the situation, especially with Seeker's Reaper. Both teams contesting this high ground. Right now, going the way of Nightmare, starting the engagement.
Nice heads-up play there, shooting the Reaper as he was TPing. Oh, Painkiller's 1. Blade's gonna get popped 2 from Peace. Dive straight to the backline. Admiral got slashed clean in half. Zera's off the map. Okay. Nice little health pack pick up there as well as Sugu teleports to help Peace. Rally deployed from Lep to keep this point alive. Infected has got the cage here, Jake, but doubtful he's going to use this one here.
Yeah, and could be a chance for 0-3 Splash to get cleanups. Oh no, Lep overextended, punished by Zera. That's a rough spot to be. No Brig is really going to stifle the healing in this fight, especially with Cage Trade coming down.
Yeah, Cage coming in. Oh, there's no deflect. Oh, the deflect was critical there, but Zera did not have that cooldown up. It didn't matter in the end. The Rally is good enough for an additional lot of health and additional lot of over health. Okay, a little bash there onto Peace. No more CDs left. Getting pack after pack after pack. Lep keeping him alive, but for how much longer, I'm not sure. And there you go. Well, now you can't really see anything, unfortunately. He's shooting Lep, though, I guarantee you.
You think? I mean, can you be sure? Orbital Ray
honestly,
should be a lot of value here.
I don't know. Good double stun there from Painkiller, but yeah, too much damage. Deflection on the Genji Blade. Peace goes straight back to spawn, and with a minute and 28, not too bad there from Nightmare. CJ letting out ho ho ho, delivering Christmas presents with that crosshair. Let's have a look at Zero. This must have him falling off. Did he die? Did he just? Oh, he dashed.
Oh, that's a tough one. I think I've done exactly that before in exactly that spot.
Yeah, a little. Maybe 180 tries to grapple up, but you're too far down. Oof.
Yeah, slightly. The way the angle of that geometry is there, kind of like pushes you down instead of stopping your dash the way you might expect it to.
CJ's like, you got to see my crosshair. It is a little present.
I respect the cool Christmas present crosshair, CJ. I'm a fan.
I like that. How about this? Thoughts on this? Next patch, emoji crosshairs.
Yo, that goes crazy.
Skull emoji
like the
for
money
Halloween.
face or the sunglasses face emoji.
Jake, you remind me of the silly face with the tongue out and the eyes going all weird. You remind me of that crosshair.
Me?
Yeah. You're so whimsical, Jake.
I'm whimsical.
Yeah, you're so whimsical.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I honestly wouldn't mind it. You put like, I could have the fish crosshair because it would be a fish emoji.
Oh, the emoji crosshair, you're actually cooking, Jack. They need that in the game.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
This dot is like so small, I like almost
you can't see it.
Like I'm like zooming into the screen.
All right. Oh, no.
Ooh. Oh, it's big.
Oh, that's
all right. This is not that crazy. I have seen people use the large dot.
Yeah, with Echo, you know what? It's alright. Wait, it just
I like the Echo Reaper swap here though. Could change tempo of the game. It's what you need. The series is not going your way.
Wait, how? That must have been a bug, I think. Maybe it's not a fully fledged thing in Spectator because that just changed.
They're entering crosshair commands mid-fight. It's gone too far.
Yeah, they've got the binds, the TF2 binds.
Yeah, it's just changing crosshair. It's different.
All right, okay. 3 minutes to go here. Nightmare, decent control of this high ground, but Peace is going to be quite a thorn in their side when it comes to this Echo. Bang gonna take a lot of damage though.
I don't like this move trying to cap against Genji. I mean, Genji's super happy to contest the point using deflect. Honestly, for me, yeah, you've got to take a forced aggressive fight, but the ults are starting to be built up for Nightmare.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage on the entry. Slowly but surely,
So
3 splash,
awkward.
making the way to the high ground. Weird speed ring, but in the air to actually help Hanbei get fight. Well, they are slowly getting it done, Jake, but it's costing them a lot of time. Okay, orbital ray from Hanbei, really trying to force something here, but are people too far away? Slam comes in, but a nicely timed bash there from Admiral gets away from that stun, and they've already lost Peace. And here comes the recommittal. Admiral killing Painkiller, a tick acquired from 0-3 splash, but Seeker jumping in with this overclock, and that'll be the fight 1 for Nightmare.
I mean, they are getting gapped right now. Like, 0-3 splash, tries to get aggressive, tries to force a fight, Nightmare's just gone. They're kiting out. I mean, it's so scary to be in this situation for 0-3 splash. Nothing is working for them. They're not connecting on any engagements. They've tried being aggressive. They've tried playing it slow, and Nightmare's just beating them at their own game in every respect. Nightmare now with the Ray, with the Blade, Painkiller not yet having the cage. This is another big fight for Nightmare, and a scary one for 0-3 splash to walk up.
Duplication is going to be pretty tough to deal with, but yeah, there's too many ults here. It feels like for Nightmare. Cage ends up getting popped. Sugu nowhere to run or hide, and that's a solo Cage kill on to the Reaper. Oh, good kill from Zera. Really smooth stuff on the Genji so far. 1:30 to go for 0-3 splash, but Nightmare only using 1 ult in that fight. Just their ultimate economy game, Jake, is just beautiful.
Yeah, they're outplaying. It's really clean from Nightmare. It's good to see that, you know, they can play this well, this cleanly, even in the scenario where, okay, maybe this game is like kind of open and shut for them, but they are not giving any quarter. I mean, this is the grand finals, right? This is the point where you don't want to let any opportunity into the series. But 0-3 Splash are feeling the pressure.
Oh, Sugu on the back line. CJ 1 HP, desperately needs some heals. Rally deployed to maybe get a bash on the Reaper. Peace duping into the Genji, but he can't survive for too much longer. Yeah, Orbital Ray ends up coming out. Zero goes down. Another Orbital Ray deployed from Nightmare this time. Rather late into the fights. I don't think it's going to help them. Not anymore. As Lep and Hanbei did the damage required. And there it is. 0-3 Splash, Captain.
Yeah, the copy from Peace, along with the Reaper TP from Sugu, was enough to distract those supports. Nightmare's DPS not able to find the window to use their ultimates in that fight. but still with over a minute on the time bank, capping in overtime is not going to be good enough for O3 Splash, and Painkiller pulls the trigger, pulls the swap to Queen. I mean, this is desperation, but you are in a desperate scenario. I don't completely hate this idea.
Oh, goodness. I did not expect Sugu to go for that. I don't think Seeker did either. Okay, solo Death Blossom kill.
It's gonna let the card roll. I mean, it's not the worst play. Up against Genji as well, and with the Queen, Death Blossom is not the easiest ult to get value from. I don't think this is a crazy move.
It was a special move, though. Two-shot.
It was a special move. Very powerful.
Very powerful. All right, Painkiller. It's going to be hard to step up. There's the charge in from Infected. Overclock and Peace on the wrong side of the fights. Wow, an instant orbital ray usage. Peace isn't going down, but can Nightmare get out of here unscathed? It looks like they can. Orbital ray disappearing, and O3 Splash not even getting a single trade. And now Nightmare can pounce. They can just run up here without the fear of harm. They unleashing that devastating ultimate. Blade available from Zera. Infected ends up getting laser beam though, not respecting the kills coming through. Although the blade pop from Zera over ambitious in that small corridor with the amount of AoE damage. Seeker joins the party with a single kill with a disruptor shot, but a team kill overall for O3 Splash is going to sail them onto the second point.
Only one kill, and CJ spawning so late here that may be a cap for O3 Splash. Infected just getting a little bit over aggressive there in the team fight. Queen so far working, but Infected, he's back. He can contest with Cage.
Oh. 2.5 meters to go. Rally outside of the cage right now. There's the bash in. Deflection from Peace. A quick dupe onto the Genji. Maybe even a free blade. What a rampage, though. As soon as that cage gets deleted, Painkiller unleashes the beast. And Nightmare, they just fall over to it.
Still brawling, though. Seeker getting the pocket from CJ. Okay, CJ does go down. And Infected over to the Orisa. Seems like a prepared response for this Junker Queen. We've seen how good the Orisa can be against the Queen in previous series from Nightmare. How adept Infected is on the character. Painkiller considering swapping back. No, gonna stick with the Queen for now. And Seeker to the Ashe. I love this Ashe pick. Just a much stronger answer to the Echo. And also a much more, a hero who can stand her ground a lot more effectively than Sojourn against a Reaper TP.
Had shift, but worried me for a second there. Sarah's pretty damn accurate with the right clicks and the left clicks. And Seeker
Seeker's gonna have free reign.
Yeah, on the Ashe too, like one of his best heroes. Yo, gets exploded though. Okay, nice kill from Peace. Focusing beam just annihilating Seeker. You're gonna struggle to push up here too. Sugu's gonna be holding this flank angle.
It's a big kill, gets the car rolling, and Nightmare need to bridge these gaps towards their next ultimates. Zera has Blade very soon, but O2 Splash is pouring on the pressure.
Shortest TP of all time. Sugu now on the spawn doors. Coach Gun to push the Reaper away, but Infected's already dead to those sticky bombs. Couple of meters to go now for O3 Splash. Blade pop from Zera, but what damage can he really do? Sugu is dead, but the sustain from O3 Splash might be enough. Yes, it is. Okay, 1 minute and 15 seconds, a lot closer than I think Nightmare wanted. 128 to 115, my word. Okay, King's Row, not quite a blowout.
The Echo Reaper change up shifted the tempo enough, created enough chances there. Nightmare weren't able to find their footing on third point. I think if they can make, one hold somewhere in there, get some ults online, we could be looking at a different King's Row, but now pretty much even as we go into the overtime on King's Row. This would be a big map to win for O3 Splash. This was the map that think about it, this is almost exactly the situation they found themselves in the previous series. You got stopped map 1, you make a comeback on King's Row. If they can deliver the same again, it's gonna start to bring them a bit of confidence here in the series.
Let's see how high that confidence is. Let's get a quick O3 Splash listening on their attack.
You go for Genji, but
so I've mind controlled them twice. TP behind, they all turn. So this time, let me think what I want to do. So TP behind again.
Maybe you fake TP.
Can we all go top maybe? Can we all go top with
top right or top mid?
Top right. Like go rotate under and then come out, crash out with me on Queen.
Sure. Okay, if we're doing that, then I don't know if I want to play Echo, bro. Unless
you can Genji for first. I think Genji is so good for first.
Okay.
Right, here you go.
Stay flying again.
I want to go top right. I want to go cross section.
Yeah, I'm speedrunning at the choke. Okay.
This. You can.
I'm just gonna stay main. Okay.
I'm not ready. I'm here now.
I'm walking up in 3, 2, 1. Walking. I shot us.
Here, I'm doing one.
I'm in.
That's fine.
I'm in now.
Yeah, you're alone. You're alone. Oh, you need to live. You're alone. You're alone.
It's okay. It's okay.
I want to take top in 3. 3.
I'm ready.
One on top. 3, 2, 1. Walking top.
Ready. Walking top.
I'm TP behind.
Walk further. Walk.
You know one.
All. Walk in. Bring down.
At one point.
I'll bring. Up left.
Marker Genji.
Pick me, Stinger.
I'm moving.
Genji one. You guys stay. I might be able to kill Genji. Okay. When their Maga pins here, I want us all to go forward, okay? If they retake, walk into the arch.
Get to wait, no touch.
That's fine.
Taking fight arch.
We should have Juno advantage.
No, wait, don't shoot. I'm farming our Juno.
Okay.
Might go early, kid.
Dry fight up next as well. Overtime approaching. Reaper on this high ground. Sugu ready to descend from the heavens and hopefully just take out one of the backliners. Drops in, looking for somebody. A bash away. Admiral's in trouble. A Gracie kill from Painkiller and now another teleport onto the high ground. Sugu are looking for names and numbers. They have been traded though, the backline dead for O3 Splash, so they're on their last limbs on this point. No heals available means Sugu's gonna have to be the main source of healing. A quick swift step, okay, a shadow step straight in front of him. Cleaned up by CJ though, but Peace is still here, still kicking, still fighting on the point and saves it. A ghost dash back to the point as well to trigger OT again. Peace saves the day on the Genji.
That was getting scary. Zero was looking for the clutch alongside CJ, but it's Peace who gets it done in the end. And now O3 Splash starting to snowball overtime. I mean, this is total deja vu, Jack. They have ultimates coming online, just what they need. Nightmare still a few percentage points away. An opportunity here for Sugu, especially on the Reaper. Could have a big blossom. No Ray available just yet for CJ. He's very close.
You need that Ray. You have to give up a few meters. You just have to.
Yeah, they're just gonna O3 Splash. These ults.
There we go. Okay. Rally. Everything up pretty much. Big ult dump here. Painkiller waiting to use that ult. Oh, but Seeker has already killed 2. Zero with the blade. He does end up getting anti-tier. With Painkiller taking 1. A stun bash onto Peace as soon as Peace pulls the blade. But that was where it went. That has got to be the most bodies in one single location in an Overwatch map I've ever seen. There was a lot of ults used.
10 ult dump.
It was a 10 ult dump, and well, it looks like Nightmare came out on top on that one. Very hard to spec. Shout out Obs. All right,
the
Nightmare
Cage is just so strong in the 10 ult fight, right? Like your Genji can't dash, your Reaper can't press.
Queen can't ult.
Shift, yeah, Queen can't ult, so she can't get it off until later into the team fight. So it just gives you such a tempo lead. You know, Seeker has a few seconds there to just work, and I mean he does exactly what he needs to. Finds 3 openers, and it's kind of done from there. No matter how big the Queen ult is, you're not coming back from that.
Yeah, absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. If that Cage was a little bit later, you know, maybe Painkiller gets his ult off first. That could have been a very different situation. Okay, Nightmare. They've got a lot. They've got a tall order now. King's Row, kind of notoriously hard to finish in OT, or even sometimes in cap on first. Looks like O3 Splash happy going against the Amalga comps with the Queen. So rolling out with Queen and a Reaper again.
Aggroing, they're setting up to just like int into the back line. The danger of this play is this has to be clean. Like if you just win the fight but you lose like 2-3 players, it's not really worth it because the attacker spawn is so much closer. If Nightmare sniff this out, or even if they just make this fight messy and get some trades, I mean this is potentially a winning position. So O3 Splash are taking a huge gamble here in overtime.
Seeker might be able to call that too. Oh, there's the rush. Sugu actually in theater does kill CJ. Yeah, and look, oh, they lost Harmbay. Okay, that is probably the worst pick for them. Zera also ends up picking up Lep, so both supports dead for O3 Splash. That was not clean, Jake.
Yeah, the good thing though is supports have such a fast rollout. Lep's gonna go over to the Brig as well, so Jess was playing Lucio for that first team fight. And, I mean, this is gonna put big positional advantage on point for Nightmare, but there will be a fight.
TP onto high ground. They're going to be able to call that one out. In fact, Sugu is on fire right now. Couple of shots into Zera. Does send him back a little bit, but Admiral ends up falling over. Okay. A beam kill onto left does settle the score, however. Both Reapers now in the most epic duel of all time. Seeker ends up killing Sugu with the help of TPs straight in front of himself. Yep, I mean, if it works, it works. And Infective's cardiac overdrives. You're just saving Seeker there. Zera, they're chilling. Him and Abril are capping this point. Peace lurking around this corner. Are they going to be able to touch? Yeah, okay, no. Peace backing up.
Yeah, without the tank, I just think the juice is not worth the squeeze there. O3 Splash want to get a couple fights here. They're going to have a chance at the choke, maybe wanting to go into the attacker spawn here. Looks like they're going to go for it. Queen wrapping in, but Zera sniffs it out.
Really nice angle as well for Zera to get a lot of beam damage down, a lot of sticky, a lot of AoE damage. Let just on the payload on his own. They do trade for Seeker. Death Blossom solo there on the sidelines. Blade pop from Peace. Dealt with by Ambril. A 180, a whip shot. Oh, the Queen ult though. A Queen duplication actually just shrugs off that anti-heal. And Painkiller is going to have to run for the hills. Sugu pops the Wraith form, so he'll be invulnerable, at least for the time being. Nice little Carnage swing on both Queens there as they try and stagger out Painkiller. Give them some extra time on the point, and these OT spawns can be killer, Jake.
That was sick from Zera. Intentionally misses his axe just to get those few seconds of delay. And now I wonder, I mean, the clock is really going to be down to the wire. Painkiller's going to get everything. He has to go Doomfist a touch. This is a nightmare scenario. Nightmare Doomfist set up to win here. I mean, they have every... Oh, this is almost over, Jack. Like, there's no way for O3 Splash. I don't see any hope for them in this final team fight.
Oh, CJ's going to be delivering a good Christmas present here for Nightmare. Orbital Ray from the high ground. That is a solo cage onto Peace. Death Blossom on top. Painkiller comes back on the Malga. Here comes the return Ray from Harmbay, but is it enough? I think the damage has already been done, Jake. And there it is. Nightmare. Match point in the series. A 3-0 lead. And now O3 Splash need the comeback of the century here to win this trophy.
It was competitive, it was close, but it wasn't enough to get over the line, and that has to be just a gut punch for O3 Splash. You know, they probably started to feel, hey, we can do this, guys, we can make this happen. And right now, Nightmare could be just closing it out here, taking us to Colosseo, a map we really haven't seen much this tournament, which for me is a wise pick from Nightmare, right? Like, you're gonna shake up the series, you're gonna put it in a position where O3 Splash have not played this in tournament matches that we've seen, and it's almost certainly something that Nightmare has prepped, that they've thought about. Maybe they'll even have an unconventional strat. But even if it is the Malga, you know, it's so important that you fight these in these crucial engagements at the perfect chokes. That's where Nightmare have looked at their strongest, when they're just well prepared for the situation at hand.
Yeah, them out. Dude, he rotated it and added a border. You know why I think he rotated it? Because when it's like vertical, you just can't see. You can see less. You know what I mean?
You could hide like an entire player model behind the vertical one.
Yeah, yeah. Good stuff from Infected so far. Really making sure his team wins the game in style. Nice dash there on PC and the ghost dash back to the payload.
That was nice.
That was clean as hell, yeah.
But then, all right, once again, Nightmare, look at this final fight. Like, they just have everything. They dumped it on R.
Yeah. That was it. I mean, this is what this meta has been about. I mean, in Stockholm as well, right? I mean, just big ult dumps. All right, Nightmare, 3-0. I think you and Zoe printed the 3-1, gave O3 Splash a map, and that very well could have been their one. Very close, but we jump onto Colosseo. Match point for Nightmare. That's a perfect record as well, Jake. 11-0 coming into the playoffs, and now potentially just sweeping their way through the bracket. It's looking also good. For a team we expect to be this far.
I mean, will Nightmare change anything is really the question. Can't imagine they would want to. I mean, being this dominant, winning this hard. I mean, the Orisa has been good for them in the past, dealing with this Junker Queen, especially with Reaper as well. I do like the Orisa. Just a tougher matchup for Reaper to get stuck into in terms of like trading lifesteal on that tank. O3 Splash, not sure what they want to do. Thinking about different things. I think they may be overcooking this one though, Jack.
Oh, okay. Sugu actually on the Ashe. Sugu, Ashe, and then Painkiller back on the Queen, and then with the Lucio. Yeah, so go time.
This is everybody play their best hero type beat, and I don't hate it, but I think strategically it seems really difficult. Zera and Echo is great into this. Ashe is really the only issue, but Ashe has a lot of threats to be worried about.
Yeah, a lot of threats. Especially with these new flank angles too, with the glass being removed from the map, Jake. It's even harder for Ashe because the Genjis, the Echo can play around a lot more. Even the Sojourn can be a little bit more tricky. It could be really tough to Ashe to get a decent, consistent front line. Also, normal crosshair from Infected this time, just taking it serious.
Yeah, and even something like the Orisa spin is really powerful into this comp. You know, the Terra Surge pulling someone like a Genji when he goes for a blade. pulling into the orbital ray. Sometimes it can be hard for O3 Splash to stand toe-to-toe. And that's why Nightmare happy to play this slow, farm ultimates. A big kill from Infected.
Yeah. Good displacement too onto Painkiller. Force used that shot, hits a Carnage swing. But speaking about it being easy for the Echo, Jake, I mean, Zera is just farming right now. God, that's so annoying as the Queen too. You're just like forcibly moved by the Orisa.
Yeah. You might hit the axe on the Orisa, but she can just shrug that off, and you're not, you know, easily going to be able to connect on those backliners you want to. You've got to hit these like risky, you know, YOLO long-range Gracies, and even if you do, Sojourn and Echo, if they have their movement skill, they're probably just going to slip right out of there. I feel like Sugu, Peace have to just be heroes, but that's going to be a really tough, especially with the Lucio. The ability to just trade HP in a long fight, scary, you know, going up against someone like Brig, who's really happy to just keep proccing that heal, keep farming those ultimates.
Oh, Terror Surge slams down. Oh, Lep. Jeez. I think he flew to a different version of the game, bro. He went back to 6v6, man. He just got just eviscerated. All right, Peace kills 1, but yeah, Nightmare just going to roll on forward. And again, just spoke about it a couple of maps ago, Jake. Yeah, the old economy game for Nightmare. They know exactly how much they need to use. They're going to come into this next site with 4 ults. They're going to be on par with O3 Splash.
Seeker is down. But Zera, I like this play. He could sneak up here. If he can pick off something, start the fight with a quick burn using all cooldowns and then rip a copy. This is super scary. I don't think O3 Splash see this at all. They're not aware.
No clue. Up to the high ground. Oh, good move there from Lep. Very nice stuff. And should... Oh, copy. Onto the Genji. Bob available, deployed as well. Genji from Zero. We know nasty can be with it. Sound Barrier comes in just in time from Lep, saves the team, and now the blade has been popped. A nice little stun bash there from Admiral, but it's not enough.
Okay. Little 3 ultis from Nightmare, but all 5 ripped from O3 Splash. That's a lot. I mean,
in the chat was like 5 or like exclamation mark, question mark.
I mean, now Seeker has open season with this blade, Infected halfway to the next Terra Surge. Both, I think, super powerful against this O3 Splash comp. Without the Brig Shield, there's a lot more latitude for Sojourn to work.
Oh, there it is, Jake. The overclock popped by Seeker. Nothing to really worry about. And Lep's on the wrong side of the map. Nice little speed ring there from Harm Baby. It didn't last too long. Yeah, the fight's over. Fight's done. Oh, hello, Lep.
It's big again.
Well, I don't understand. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't get it.
That's not bad progress for O3 Splash. I mean, they got a little bit more meterage there, made this at least close in terms of the objective status. Get the overclock out. I mean, this is a reasonable start for O3 Splash, and they're gonna come to a mirror match. I like this choice. I think that the objective is you're behind, but not by so much. There's a lot of time left on the clock. O3 Splash finding a bit of confidence to take the mirror. I think that's super important in this series. You can't give up hope in your team. You can't give up the faith that you can win these 1v1s.
Yeah, Colosseo, I mean, still a very hard map to actually get past this point because the high ground advantage from the defender's side is just, it's so prominent. Could be really tough when you have a cracked aimer. Nice Terror Surge straight into the backline. Not sure that was any damage done. I mean, okay, maybe Armate. They're getting tickled by the Terror Surge. 2 down, and Infected spear spins, and that won't be let find the kill. And here we go. Okay, this point of the map broken. Now Infected and Nightmare can take this high ground away from O3 Splash. They get them all moving under the bridge. Can't be contested from bridge either now.
It's big that Nightmare are able to keep Infected alive. It's going to allow them to push card a lot further than, you know, Zero going down is a much preferable situation. He's got a faster rollout than the Orisa. The Orisa is much more important when it comes to that walk up spam, and Nightmare could just back out of this now that they've got the checkpoint.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do. Oh, speed ring from CJ. Oh, Seeker's like, yeah, Seeker's low. Peace doesn't want to chase that though. Doesn't know what else is lying in wait. Oh, here comes the orbital ray straight through the terrain, and Harmy's just caught out. Even that shift, that extra speed boost there from the Juno, unable to escape the damage boost. Blade from Zero as well. Everybody's kind of grouped up. Orisa's already used that gold too. Here's the deflect. Perfect time to use the blade if he even chooses to. But, mate, Jake, don't need it if you can just finish in the neutral fight. Another big win there from Nightmare. They're going to continue this bot going, and they're going to go onto this final straightaway as well.
And just nice discipline from Nightmare. O3 Splash, you know, coming up on 5 ultimates again because of that last ultimate dump. you can't use them all here, right? Like Nightmare is never going to give you that opportunity to like, get a value fight. You have to meet your ults out one by one and take these long engagements. If it's a never 5-ult dump, 0-3 splash, we're just going to be in such a terrible position economy-wise.
Overclock first from Seeker. There's the Terror Surge to bring him in, but it's already saved that slide. Blade pop, nice double slash into the dash onto Seeker. Okay, this is where Nightmare's journey will end for the time being.
2 for 1 though. That's the type of trade you can tolerate as 0-3 splash. You've still got the double support ultimate, but Nightmare doing a fantastic job here of maintaining enough of a bank where, you know, they're never flat-footed. They're never going to be out of tools in the kit. So 0-3 splash need to keep generating advantages. And Zera, thinking about he wants to just push right back in here. The trade went his way on the flank, and he's not scared to look for more on the back of it.
Nice blade here from Zera. Oh, good shot from Sugu. Okay, 0-3 splash, only using one ult here. Lepet unfortunately ends up going down, but Sugu trying to make this one a bit more decisive. A spear into the wall does stun him up, but doesn't stop him from getting the kill onto Admiral. Now they're looking for the stragglers as CJ tries to get back to that mega health pack, unsuccessfully does so. 3 minutes to go as 0-3 splash control the bots, but now they approach the hardest point to push it in the game. Oh, and Space goes down to Seeker. That's a big pig.
Takes them wind right out of their sails at the moment they needed it. And I don't think Zero wants to let them leave. Thinking about looking for a chase here. Doesn't want to give the favor right back to 0-3 splash. Nightmare, I mean, with a big objective lead like this, they don't really have to get aggressive, but they do have the ultimates to do so if they'd like to.
I can't get over that crosshair. Oh, and Sugu dies as well. Yeesh. Yeah, I mean, Jake, this is just slowly slipping out of the fingers of 0-3 splash right now. 2 minutes to go, mate, and they need 60 meters, and they need to topple that bridge. And look at Terra's angle as well. Just so annoying to play against.
Not letting them regroup at all. Infected happy to fight in this lower. Rally in. Instant burst onto Admiral. It's just what they needed. But
yeah, they got the blade and the ray as well, Jake. So these slashes are hurting from Zera. A nice little double kill. Those are 1 slash kills from the Dragon Blade. Are really going to cost 0-3 splash dearly. Nice little spear there onto Infected. Almost sails him over the map. This is still like a decent fight here for Nightmare. They are burning down the clock, and they aren't dying just yet either. They are really sticking it to them. Okay, Infected finally succumbs to his wounds, but there's 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and Nightmare just stalled for an entire reset. So Infected's going to be able to come back, and they might be able to get a nice mid-fight off.
Nightmare are happy to take scrappy trades here, as you said, running the clock down, and the spin is no exception. I mean, this is a great tool when you're looking for trades. Infected, the linchpin of this fight is Zera already pushing into Peace, who holds his ground on the flank.
Well, there's the orbital ray to match Seeker's overclock. He's seemingly happy to fight into it, though. Yeah, just slides to the backline and ignoring Peace. Peace unable to pick up that kill quick enough as Seeker snipes Harmbay out of the skies. And Nightmare just carry on their rampage in Colosseo.
They just look poised right now, Jack. They know this series is theirs to lose, and they aren't succumbing at all to the pressure. Another big pickoff. That is massive.
Yep.
And Zera is so confident. He's not even letting them come to see the payload, much less contest it.
Yeah, the space that he's holding is just insane. Hi, Elo Bully. At it again. All right, here it is. OT fight coming up, Jake. Try fight almost here for Nightmare. They got a couple of ults coming up. We'll see if 0-3 splash spring first. There's a blade 4-piece, but can't really get in an angle he wants to use it. Dashes over to the high ground, now looking for targets. Oh, predictive dash to try and catch Seeker, who was sliding, but he missed him completely. Seeker went the opposite direction. Zera has the blade now. The bot is still running away from 0-3 splash, and they don't have a tank to play around. Sugu, last dish attempt, but Infected takes him down, and now Zera can just put the cherry on top of this Nightmare win. The blade into the rallying brig. The Doom ends up coming back to try and touch the point again, but Leb can't deal enough damage, deal enough healing, get enough of that overhealth out as Nightmare clean sweep 0-3 splash and are your season 3 finalists. Champions even.
Wait, we're on New City.
I'm in your comms.
It is in fact me, guys. I am in fact in your comms. Congratulations. Nice victory. Clean. Clinical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Easy as hell.
Easy. I mean, second time around, right? Did you feel the need at all to change something up based on what you've seen from 03 Splash and their lower bracket run?
They play a lot of the Queen stuff, so we just definitely had to adapt like mid-game, because I think we were really dominant on the Amalgam mirror. When they swapped the Queen, we definitely like struggled a bit, but then I think we figured it out like towards like the end of it for sure. Just needed time to adapt and figure it out.
Okay, speaking about adaptation, Infected, that crosshair of yours, you know, adapting, you had the vertical, and then you had like the diagonal crosshair going on. Yeah, thanks for sending us over the settings too. So for you at home, you can steal these settings for your rank games. You might get rank 1 with this. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff from you, honestly, but I guess you don't need to aim as Malga, so.
I mean, if I'm just shooting the other Malga, it's kind of hard to miss on him, so I could use any crosshair.
That's fair, that's fair. Saru, did your dot get bigger sometimes, or were we tripping? What was happening there?
What happened? Can you repeat?
Your crosshair, the dot size, it seemed to change every round.
I didn't update my crosshair. I don't know what's going on with that.
Oh, must be a
You sound like you're smiling. Yeah, that's weird. I can literally hear the lie in your voice.
I didn't. No, I'm serious. I didn't do anything. I swear.
Sure.
And of course, CJ, thanks for the present crosshair as well. That was sick. I love how this interview is just talking about crosshairs now. Obviously, it being a
I mean, there's not too much to dissect, I guess, about this match. What's been your experience in general this season in the FACEIT League? What were your highlights personally, other than of course winning it?
At least for me, I'd say every single time we go into a match, we just remind ourselves how badly we want to win the FACEIT League. All thanks to Zira. So
no matches drop, baby. Undefeated run. That's what we like to see.
Shout out to Zira for making us want to win the FACEIT League so badly.
I just I enjoyed the extra practice. I enjoyed playing all the matches and seeing, I guess, kind of where the talent is at in NA. Like, you know, getting to play versus like newer players and stuff. It's like fun to see. Like,
how
like
do you rate the talent in NA then?
I think with any region, you know, like just passion, dedication, and hard work, and NA can be a top region. You know, you just gotta keep improving. I can say that for any region, I guess.
Cringe answer.
Real answer.
Well, we appreciate the hard work and integrity, you know, giving us a nice flawless run here in the FACEIT League, doing it in style. Thinking forward to next year for you guys, what are you looking forward to next year as far as the competition, you know, with the connected ecosystem, with like, you know, promotion, relegation, all those things being announced? Is there anything particular you're excited about going into 2025?
At least for me, I just want to just have the lands again. I think like the lands, like those 3 lands, Dallas, EWC, and Stockholm was like the 3 best moments of my life. Like that was honestly so fun. So just being able to go to the lands again. But that's not like a difference, but yeah.
I just want to win the FACEIT League again. I'm going back to back, baby. Let's run it.
We love to hear that. We love to hear that.
I'm in the same boat as Infected. I think just getting all the lands and like getting to like see all the viewers and the other players is always like a great experience. Like getting to hang out with your teammates and stuff. So, I guess I'm definitely looking forward to the lands next year.
Hell yeah, big answers. I mean, yeah, it's always fun just being with the team on a LAN environment and playing on stage too. I hope we see you at every single one of them. Your team is just absurdly good in NA right now. Like you said, flawless run too. 11-0, then just sweep the bracket. You know, you must be feeling pretty good. Big victory dinner after this for everybody.
Absolutely. Get some good food and celebrate the victory. You are our champions for the Season 3 of the FACEIT League. Thank you guys so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck to what the future holds for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Nightmare, who are making it look easy in an absolute sweep of a grand final. We did hope
wouldn't
for
be an
a
Overwatch
closer
grand
match,
final
but it was kind of it really wouldn't be, would it? This one was written in the stars already, though. Like, it was a rematch the first time around. Didn't go too hot for 03 Splash either, and Nightmare they were just on it. Like, they were like no real
it's literally just
armor.
Infected's crosshair. He's not even doing anything. It's just
Actually. I like that they had fun with it too, and I'd love to hear that.
100%.
their general experience in the FACEIT League has been such a positive one. That's really great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to have like more competition throughout the year, and it's going to be fun as well, starting early next year too, and having the
like
FACEIT League. Yeah, exactly, and then like the FACEIT Leagues getting like promotion and relegation into the OWCS is going to be extra fun as well. And Nightmare, I'd be very surprised if we don't see them even at every single LAN, to be honest with you. I mean, they are the best team in North America right now, at the very least, all right? So I'm excited to see where the team ends up
at the
going.
World Finals too, right? Like they made it to Stockholm and they surprised us there already in that first round. Granted, EMEA, slightly disappointed run.
Extremely disappointed.
Guys,
Honestly,
get ready for more of the same, baby. NA on top. Let's go.
Oh, shush.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling another big year for NA. I'm feeling it.
Proper has got something to say about that big guy.
All right, Korea. we will both lose to Korea, but that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, silver medal is still a medal, you know?
That's right. Bronze is also probably a medal, so I guess everybody gets a medal.
Yeah, everyone gets. We hand out participation stickers as well. And one thing we also just love to hand out are brackets to the left, to the right, on the center of your screen. We love brackets. So one final look at how the upper NA bracket was shaking out. Nightmare made their run. Tiny little blip there in the Matrix against Citrus Nation, but we just, you know, shut that down to them having a little bit too much fun with it. And quite frankly, the last 3 maps were absolute sweeping from them. So, you know, we can ignore that ever happened. Now, of course, 0-3 Splash, they fell down at the hand of Nightmare in the upper bracket final and then had to meet them again. But there were so many highlight-worthy moments from so many of the teams we got to see in NA this very season.
Yeah, I'm excited. And you can obviously join FACEIT League as well. If you don't want to play against Nightmare, there are other divisions. There's the Open Division and the Advanced Division too. And also the Pug system as well. So make sure you jump on in to that one.
To be clear, if you join FACEIT, you will not be playing at the professional level right away. You know,
exactly.
Unless you're that good.
It up.
If you're already pro, then I don't know if you really need this broadcast to tell you to sign up, but it's really for everybody next year. That's the focus on FACEIT, is having this broad base and getting more people into the competitive Overwatch. And you know, I think I can definitely speak with confidence when I say Overwatch is a lot of fun, played as a team, played in a group. And for me, next year, I'm going to play Pugs. I mean, that's what I'm most excited for. It's just getting back into the competition in a way that actually fits my schedule. You know, I'm no longer a professional player, but I think it'll be exciting to play in Pugs. And
he's busy now, man. He's got dinners to attend and stuff like that.
That's true. Jake has dinners to attend. It was just crazy. No, my guy just ordering like a DoorDash Uber Eats every day. So you know.
Jack, are you gonna give it a go?
I want to. I actually want to make a team next year. I think it'll be really fun. We did Overwatch for a little bit and we sucked.
Yeah.
So
well, I'm still offering up my Ramatra services to all of you, which no one has ever actually.
That would go crazy.
Maybe we could play the Advanced League. It would be kind of sick. We wouldn't be like I'll off-roll as well, so we're all kind of like, you know, kind of flailing around. But I think it'll be good content too. Yeah. So hopefully.
It's all about that content. It's all about that content. Thank you.
That'd be good.
Appreciate that. Well, gentlemen, thank you guys so much for calling the action over the last 3 days. It's been an absolute blast having you on, as per usual. For now, we're going to say goodbye, though. It's holiday season. I hope you all have a good one. So nothing but love to our casters. Make sure to follow them on their socials. And also, of course, a big shout out to our production, who's been bringing you all the action over the last 3 days. Once again, a reminder, yes, this was the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs. That means we're done for the year. But Season 4 is coming up very soon in January. In fact, we're just a few weeks away from the action starting all over again. So sign up and make your run through a competitive Overwatch 2 environment starting in January, as I said. Thank you all so much for watching. Happy holidays to those who celebrate. Much love to all of you. And we hope to see you again very soon.
Here with this overclock, that's going to be orbital array used here by Eris, so they're going to try and use this to get out of their spawn.
Oh, he knows! Shockwave knows!
Which ice cream? Like,
who puts that? Who literally puts that in a fun fact? There's nothing fun about that at all. It's so utterly mundane.
Yeah, fun fact.
Which player breathes air? them coming forward here. Maywall thrown out to try and block off the Ramatras. Top Dragon is going to save the game. The deflect of the rail is massive. No catch on Top Dragon there. Still, Virtus.pro have a bit to work with, but that was a big mistake. Oh, sucks! Picked up at long range. The Amp Matrix for Canale. He might have just delivered Virtus.pro the victory here, and Vision have nothing to do about it. They stand off the point as Virtus.pro sweep this final.
Jack, do you know what Blue's Clues is?
Blue's Clues. I realize now that I do look like the Blue's Clues guy. Backline as well. Sugu receiving a whole bunch of healing though, but one with a double shot. A collapse for one. Oh, that's two, that's three, that's four, and maybe even a fifth. Give him the ace. Oh, Wub once again. MJ, we'll get a quick listen in with the team as they set up their defense.
Bro, I feng shui analyzed your room and it was just terrible.
No, I could tell the feng shui from the Hardy block.
Yeah, and there's no orbital ray either to instantly block Wub. Oh, but Bunnington going down with Blade. It's disastrous for Radix Avidity. Blade has been popped by Peace, but the cage comes through. A nice little bash onto Peace, stuns him in his place for the time being. Another couple of slashes on the Brig as he tries to bring down the raid boss. Oh, and they don't touch either. Yes. The compass crosshair. The creme de la creme crosshair.
And it changed direction.
Where the enemies are.
Bro, Infected, you're not using a bad crosshair, are you?
No.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Triple kill.
We're about to lose our lead. Double.
Last-ish attempt, but Infected takes him down, and now Zera can just put the cherry on top of this nightmare win. The Blade is to the rallying Brig. The Doom-Mentum coming back to try and touch the point again, but Leb can't deal enough damage, deal enough healing, get enough of that overhelp out as Nightmare. Clean sweep, 0-3 splash.